99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and OzOpen.com. This is AO Radio.
It is day 11 of Australian Open 2026 and we are here and ready. A much cooler day than what we had yesterday. One of the hottest days, in fact the hottest day ever in the state of Victoria, and certainly temperatures 42 degrees plus. A lot more comfortable for the players as we continue our quarterfinals. And we are reaving our way to the business end of the tournament. Jess Pegula and Amanda Anisimova. Jess Pegula just having a little bit of a hit around. She's just completed her warm-up. That'll be coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But before that, we start off with Elena Rybakina and Iga Swiatek. That's getting underway in about 22 minutes from now. And then Novak Djokovic will face Lorenzo Musetti. That will be at, not before, 2:30 p.m. So 3 singles matches to cover the day session today. A little bit different to what we've had through the first 10 days. Tonight's just the one match we'll have for you. It'll be Jannik Sinner taking on Ben Shelton, the 2nd seed taking on the 8th seed. And of course, these 2 matchups, the 2 women's matches, the 2 men's matches, will form the semi-final lineup and complete that for us. Of course, the women's singles semi-finals we will have for you live on AO Radio. The men's singles semi-finals will happen on Friday in the afternoon and the evening. And then we move into the finals. We get right into the business end of the tournament. We'll have all the doubles finals for you as well. There's plenty to look forward to on AO Radio. 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park, the official app, OzOpen.com, Sirius XM, courtesy of ESPN in the US. If we're not going to be on the telly, we may as well be on their radio. They're right next door to us. iHeart Radio, we've got Vision Australia Radio across Australia, TuneIn Radio around the world, SEN in Melbourne. And, of course, you can get in touch with us. Courtney's mailbag. Courtney Walsh is here. Hello, Courtney. I'll let you say hello and then I'll keep going.
Good morning, Pete.
Right, so get in touch with Courtney to prove that he is actually here. Ask the booth form on ozopen.com/listen or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Good morning to you, Courtney Walsh.
Pete, that's quite the introduction, and what a day. It's befitting of the day we have to come. Outstanding tennis players in action.
Yes.
Just a wealth of talent. Champions on every line. I cannot wait to see what unfolds.
First time in the Open era that we've had the top 6 seeds get through to the business end of the tournament.
It's pretty impressive, and it suggests that some people have talked about the fact that some of the matches have been, not necessarily unbelievable, but what it does do is set up a remarkable finish to the tournament. When you've got the greats going through, or the best in the world going through, I think we are in for what will be a phenomenal finale to this Australian Open. And I've loved the quality of the tennis that's been played, and just seeing the superstars of the sport in such magnificent order, such great form, so early in the season.
Yes.
It's just a treat.
It just amazes me. Sorry everyone on YouTube who's watching us, by the way. We are YouTube streaming, so if you want to see what we look like, than me just fumbling around with my accreditation. Anyway, yes, and I think that the thing has been that it always astonishes me, even the first week of the year, like when they come in and they get to the first week, Brisbane, wherever they're playing around the world, the United Cup, they are ready to go right from the very first point. It's incredible, really, that they are on straight away when you consider how short the pre-season is.
Oh, well, I mean, I think they've got a little more natural talent than what myself and you have, Pete. Just in terms
we were just talking about that before we went to air. I'm going to need a hit between now and my comp starting next week, I tell you.
But what we also see is the fact that I think I think we get lucky here because we get them when they're feeling so fresh and so well within themselves. We know it's a long old year, the tennis tour, and lots of different challenges for players. But after a decent break, and this is a longer break than what they would normally have given the way the calendar has worked.
Commissioner of Tennis. We start in let's start every season in January, please.
It just means that they're here. They're in. Most of them are in very, very good order, and it's probably not a surprise that the cream is rising to the to the top in terms of in what we've seen. Beautiful tennis being played.
Well, speaking of beautiful tennis, you're listening to the sounds of Margaret Court Arena, which is featuring a men's doubles match. We've got Christian Harrison and Neil Skupski, the 6 seeds, taking on Peter Nusa and Patrick Rickel. And Rickel and Nusa had a great win over the 2nd seeds and defending champions, Patton and Haliavara, in the previous round. I was doing that match. The all-Czech pair, the first quarter-final that they've made in their career. and taking on the 6th seed today. So we'll bring you in and out of the commentary as we go along today, but our focus will firmly be at 11:30, which is about 18 minutes from now. We'll be straight back into Rod Laver Arena for the match here, the first of our singles quarterfinals for today.
And it's interesting with a couple of the doubles combinations. There's the new one, as you see, the Czechs through to a quarterfinal. We see the Aussie wildcards. Jason Kubler, a former champion here with Rinky Hijikawa. He's teaming up with Mark Polmans, and they're a Melburnian who, really hard-working professional, and they're having a golden run here as well. And then you see an old, well, he's not that old, is he, the old Niels, like Skupski? He's not that old, but
not compared to us.
Not compared to us, but in tandem with Harrison, who we know was a really talented young player, he and his brother, and then had a bit of time away. And in the last couple of years, he's been back playing. And what a doubles powerhouse he's become. You see good players. We saw Vera Zvonareva running around in the doubles at 41-42, and she's a dual finalist here. Dual Grand Slam finalist. Has had good runs here. It's great to see some players have their life extended by doubles.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely.
Not life, as in they're playing life, not just their life.
Not actually
they're not playing for their life.
Existence on the planet. I mean, that'd just be a bit silly, Courtney. We don't want that.
Well, sometimes you play your desperation to show at the net. It's like you were playing for your life, Pete. Would we want to be resting it?
I'm playing to preserve my life, but I get absolutely smashed coming over the net. Oh, look, we are a bit chatty this morning because we're not going to fully focus on the doubles because we are going to move away from it shortly. But Nizza and Rickle at 30 love. His dad, David Rickle, was a player, ATP Tour player for Czechia.
And a very, very good player.
Yes. The serve here down the tee, missing.
Now, Pete, guess what you can do if you're listening in on all those magnificent stations that you listed?
What can they do, Courtney?
Well, we've got the opportunity to get in contact with us via...
A carrier pigeon at the moment, looking at your screen.
Via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Let us know where you're listening from, what you're up to, what you're looking forward to today, who your predictions might be for the semi-finalists and the finalists, given we've got all the greats and the top seeds still in the draw in the singles. I think we've also got a competition we could go to as well, Pete.
We do. We'll talk about the competition. That's a nice put away from Noosa at the net, by the way. And 1 game all is the result there. So, yes, our competition that we're running, which closes on Saturday. So, in terms of synchronisation of watches and everything like that, it's 11:15 on Wednesday. The competition closes at 5 p.m. on Saturday, Melbourne time.
Set your clock running.
So you've got time to think about this. And it's one that we really do want you to think about because we've got a $50 voucher on offer to the Australian Open shop. We want the most creative response to this question that we have for you. We're giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? Which match would you choose and why? So this can be any rounds from any Australian Open or Championships event, and you don't have to have seen it before, right? So that's the criteria. You don't have to have watched it live the first time or on the TV or whatever. You don't have to have done that. Well, if you might go back in time and go, this is one that I really want to see because I've heard a lot about it. Now, it could be the reason. So we want you to get creative with the reasons. Why? Could be something that's sentimental. It could be, we've had a few of those entries that have come in of late. It could be, what this match actually meant to you. I mean, there's lots of different sort of ways that you can slice it and look at it and all that sort of stuff. The key thing, it might have sparked your interest in tennis. So there's a couple of things. One, it's got to be an Australian Open or Championships match. So we're going 100 plus years back. If you want to go all the way back, you can. It's not just the Australian Open from 1969 onwards. It's before that as well. You can't change the result of the match. Like, this is not time travel and you instantly go, time travel and I change something and instantly change the fate of everything. You can't do that either. You're just watching it, right? You got the front row seats to watch it too. The voucher can be used online. That's a wonderful thing. So wherever you are around the world, you can enter this particular competition. Ask the booth form on ausopen.com/listen or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. And remember, give us your name and where you're listening from. And as I said, 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, we will be on air because we will have the doubles finals that we will be running. So we'll give you plenty of warning. The winner will be announced on the evening set with Nat Edwards that evening. And, of course, check out all the great Australian Open merch online at australianopenshop.com.
Pete, last year I had a nice little $50 voucher myself, and I was able to put it to very, very, very good order. In that shop, I've got a T-shirt that I wear quite a lot. I'm quite a fan of the AO match. Look, I've got to say, I saw the very stylish Nat Edwards modelling a really cracking AO hat last night.
Oh yeah, we're wearing that, and fair enough. The temperature just broke the thermometers around here.
Without a doubt at all. What match would you like to go to, Pete? What would be the one that if you were to go back?
I think yesterday, because basically what I'm going to do is I was trying to aim to think of every commentary stint that I do, and someone asked me, I'm going to try and think of a different match. But the one I came up with last night is it was yesterday afternoon. Sampras Courier. Remember the one where...
I do remember that.
Sampras had lost his coach, passed away.
Yeah, Mr. Gullickson.
Or was six.
Gullickson.
He had sick. I don't think he'd passed by that stage.
No, he had
and it was at home in the United States. Wasn't here. And he was feeling it. Obviously, it was one of the stories of the tournament. And he came out and he played Jim. And Jim's the emotion started to get to him, and whether it was someone calling out the crowd. And I remember that moment where Jim said, we can come back and play this tomorrow. And the whole thing of, he took that to mean kind of you're having a go at me because you don't think I'm finished. And I think the next thing he did was slam down an ace and then went on to win the match. And one of the most emotional nights. I imagine that as an emotional roller coaster, just being here on that night to watch that. That would be something else.
It was a magnificent display of sportsmanship, I thought, from Courier.
Yeah. But yes, and obviously I should just clarify, Jim wasn't doing it to be gamesmanship. He was actually genuinely concerned and said, look, I'm not...
Tennis is, we can do these things at a different stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just an amazing sort of scene there. So that's a great one. The one I cited the other day, Pete, and was the 2012 final, Nadal v. Djokovic.
Would you be able to sit there for 5 hours?
Well, I sat there.
Whatever it was.
The reason I would love to come back and watch the end is because I was writing at that stage for the national broadsheet, and
you had to leave the arena.
I had to leave the arena late in the fourth, but we also had this remarkable situation where, because it was such an extraordinarily long match, very rare, but they held the front page, stopped the presses. And as you know, given your role in media, lecturing and Professor Peter Mercado, for anyone out there that doesn't know, as we see a professor walking past us on the court, he is actually a professor, by the way, Dr. Mitch.
Well, that doesn't make him professor.
Well, that's fair.
Maybe in the box next door they call them professors, the Americans.
That's true. So because of that, so that they hold in the front page. So I'm back in the box, and you know that every minute that ticks by when the presses are stopped, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars are lost. And
that is pressure you wouldn't believe.
And I had different versions going. I had all manner of things, and I was writing for the front and the back of the paper, so I had to have two different stories being ready to drop within about 30 seconds to a minute of it being done. And I think it was 12:42.
Yeah, we call it the what's the terminology in the UK? It's at the whistle.
At the whistle.
Or the buzzer, or the siren, or whatever it is. You've got to have that copy, the story written and ready to go.
Two different stories, a 500-worder about what it all means, a bit more colourful, a bit more descriptive for the front of the paper, front page of the paper, and then the more detailed 800 words, ready to go, analytical, etc. for the back of the paper. It was, I had a full head of hair earlier that day, and by the end, look what happened.
Well, the question is, though, that everyone's thinking now is, did you make it?
Of course I made it. You never miss a deadline.
Never miss a deadline. No, you never miss a deadline. What time did you finish that night? Because that was also the night, if you remember, folks, you were watching, lots of people around the world will remember that match. Remember the aftermath to that, where it was they had to get chairs for the players. Because I was doing that for AO Radio, and they had to get chairs they had to sit down there because they were cramping so much.
They were leaning on the net at one stage. The sponsors' obligations, understandably, were going on. The speeches, and Craig Tiley, the Australian Open tournament director and CEO of Tennis Australia, has looked over and thought, those guys, they may have been out there for 5 hours 42, have had some played a titanic match. Maybe we can give him a break. Craig was quick to get on the front foot and say, just get these guys a chair. And then later, as they walked in, I was recently revisiting this for a piece to start the tournament, and talking about the appreciation we should have for Novak, that he's still here and still playing with such magnificent capabilities on the court. I remember there was genuine concerns at that stage as to how long these guys could go on because they were punishing themselves. Nadal, when he got in, Djokovic's coaches said in a book, The Warrior, that written by Christopher Clarey, the top American journalist and author, that Rafa needed intravenous assistance afterwards, and that Novak was in a world of trouble as well. But I think that's the one where he managed to get to the party afterwards, wasn't it? And seeing, was that the year? And belled out.
Was that the year?
It may not have been over. It may have been a different year.
No one went to that party because we all finished so late in the morning. And I remember, I think that was the record of me leaving site at the end of a tournament, because for AO Radio, and hello everyone listening to all this, the doubles, by the way, 2 games all, we'll get inside RLA in about 10 minutes time. Was 4:30 in the morning. So by the time, so for us, like, the magician's secrets here, but obviously once we complete the tournament, we sort of help everyone kind of pitches in to pack up all of this, because it all just disappears. And like, if you look at Rod Laver Arena and you think how it looks on the TV screen and everything like that, once that trophy is lifted and everyone's gone and the players have left, it transforms really quickly. Like the pack up, you wouldn't even know a tennis tournament broken out by the end of the week. But a lot of it goes in the first couple of days. Like, it just gets moved out because it goes back to being a concert venue and everything like that. So obviously all the AO radio gear has to be packed up, and we bring that in. It doesn't just magically appear. So packing all of that up took a few hours, a lot of hours once we'd finished and everything like that. And I think it was about 4:30 in the morning I walked out of here that morning. That was the latest finish I've had for a final, I think, from memory. But it was just extraordinary. But it's also
exceptional match, and it was
a match. But it's also the aftermath. It's also the event. It's also that sort of thing. So people are picking Federer and Nadal. Was it 2017?
2017, which is an amazing one. I'd love to have been here to blow the ball. The cash volley in 1988 that just, well, he still thinks he caught half the line against Mats Wilander in that titanic first final, be the 5-setter that Pat never got the Aussie Open. He was so close. And he told me a couple of years ago, he swears that volley caught half the line. I'd love to have been able to blow that ball. As much as I love Mats Wilander, an Aussie winning the first one here would have been pretty epic.
Absolutely. Well, look, there's plenty of memories. It doesn't have to be based here at Melbourne Park either. So if you're going to enter the competition, you can actually talk about some of the other places that the Australian Open's been. Obviously, Kooyong is the previous, and then it rotated around. And what it might be one of your tennis heroes growing up, but you might have gone to want to watch their matches. Or the other thing that I was talking about too, you could decide, hey, I want to go and watch the first junior match of X player, superstar, because then I would have been there on the ground floor. And, whatever, that means to you, you can put that in as well. So that's a competition that we're talking about. And it's great just to talk about Australian Open memories too.
I remember going back and watching Gael Monfils, who he had his last Australian Open senior match. I watched his first senior match here on an outside court with great expectation because he was the world's best junior. At that time, he'd had a great run in junior ranks, and I thought, wow, the athleticism and talent of this young boy, 18 years old at the time. I thought, we're going to like watching him play. And here we are, 22 years or so later, and Gael has just been in farewell to Melbourne, but not quite yet, given his wife is
still here.
He's still here and through to a semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so fascinating, these semi-final matchups that they're coming. No matter what happens today, whatever combination of player that you have out of these four, and you were saying that before, Courtney, the Rybakina, Świątek, Pegula, Anisimova, mount a case for all four of these players to win the title.
Without a doubt. They're all outstanding players.
Then you've got Sabalenka and Svitolina. Same deal, really.
Yep.
You put them all in, you go, any one of those 6 players at the moment could win the title, realistically.
Yeah, it's a fantastic lineup, great depth, and we've also seen a couple of good young talents coming through like Jovic. So there's a lot to like in both the men's and the women's game at the moment. In the women's, I think that's just a stellar 6 players left in the draw. We've got an email piece.
Well, we'll get to the email in just a sec, because I'll give you an update on what's happening in this doubles on Margaret Court Arena. It's 40-15 break points here for Harrison and Skupski, the 6 seeds against Nusa and Rickel. And Nusa just bangs one down for an ace. So 30-40. Let's take this game, and then we'll take the email. Then we'll probably take a break, and then we'll get ready to get into quarterfinal mode on the women's singles side of things.
214 kilometres an hour down the tee, a bit like similar to yours, yes?
Well, maybe take off the 2. As the serve here coming in. I'll have to get ready for my...
Can you beat your serve into the net?
Oh, hang on, that was 200. Take the 2 off that. Exactly. What's the only way I can serve volley these days? The ball. This is going to play the forehand drive volley. Did well. Yeah, got that well past Rickle at the net.
Beautiful drive forehand, great angle that he was able to come up with. Bit of discussion out there among these 4 men.
Yeah, Nusa coming across here.
I think there was a little confusion among the 2 of them, and
actually,
nonetheless good enough to come up with a ripped forehand drive volley winner.
We've got a nice synergy going on here because we interviewed Ryan Harrison, was our guest from our TV team on today. So good to see his brother out here playing. Yeah. So Ryan joined us on the morning show, the final morning show. Well done to Fiona, to Craig, to Joe, Ethan and Matt for putting all that show together too. Great job, team. So that's finished because our coverage kind of moves around a little bit. We'll try and let you know what's going on coverage-wise as we go along. But it's Nusa serving to Skupski, another break point here.
He was a very good player, Ryan.
Yes. Now he's doing TV commentary. So, yeah, we're moving into the business end of the tournament. Double faults, and there's a break of serve.
Just the perceived pressure on hand there, Pete. He was able to move forward. He didn't quite know where to go and just overstruck that ball.
So it's 4-2 in the quarterfinal. The sound and light show going on Rod Laver Arena. Let's get to that email now because they've shut the door behind us and that'll make a bit more sense.
Barbara has written from Woodstock, but this time in Illinois. We had a message from Woodstock in New York yesterday. Barbara saying they're not getting any coverage on the local broadcaster in the US until later tonight. So listen in while we have the TV sound turned down anyway. Finish the chores, planning to watch the women's semi-finals. Thankfully, we still have you.
Oh, Barbara, and the reason why, just to give you a bit of context, those watching on YouTube would see that we've got our door to the commentary box closed now, but next door to us, over there, is our ESPN TV friends. So we just said that really quietly, Barbara, or maybe really loudly because maybe they want the feedback or not, as the case might be.
Just some conversations back and forth, Pete.
So 7 points to 3 here for Harrison and Skupski to go to 30 love. We'll take to this game and then we'll take a break and we'll head into RLA to get the build-up to the semi-final, the quarterfinal, I should say. Oh, day ahead of myself.
But I mean, to be fair, as you said, these could be semi-finals.
It could be. Standalone semi-finals. It's extraordinary. It's what we want to see. Serve coming in. Out wide from Skupski. They're discussing their tactics. Where's the serve going? Where's the net player going? The serve. Nusa goes into the nets, and it's 5-2 now in this opening set for Harrison and Skupski. We will keep you up to date with that women's doubles quarterfinal. We'll check in occasionally. Plenty of doubles, mixed doubles, all happening on Margaret Court Arena. The wheelchair events are underway today. Juniors continues. So much happening.
It was like Burke Street, which is the main thoroughfare in Melbourne, Pete, as I was trying to make my way in. Players everywhere in those corridors.
So we'll take a break. On the other side of this break, we will be back on Rod Laver Arena and the first of our matches for broadcast in the quarterfinals. It'll be Iga Świątek and Elena Rybakina. They will be out on court next. This is AO Radio live around the world.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Where the players are arriving in the tunnel, the Walk of Champions for the first of our women's singles quarterfinals for today. Elena Rybakina is taking on Iga Świątek, seed 5, taking on seed number 2. Peter Mikado and Courtney Walsh with you as the calming waters of the tunnel. The Walk of Champions is newly redone, really redesigned, and we can see out here on Rod Laver Arena the calming ocean feel. It's very relaxing, actually.
I feel like I'm just set up for a day at the beach. You can hear the clipping of Iga Świątek's shoes on the ground there. She's bouncing up and down. I did have a chuckle yesterday, Pete, when Alexander Zverev was walking through the Champions Tunnel, which looks magnificent this year. Also looks a little more tight.
It does, actually. It's tight because you've got the big bags, and the bags just clip along the sides. Kind of the screens that sort of jut out in the corridor.
It was like he was trying to navigate a slalom run in skiing. He was having to swivel the hip. It was almost like the warm-up routine. He was swiveling his hips. He was ducking and diving and dicing to get his bags down the corridors.
Well, the other thing too is as we walk, because we walk down the halfway down to get to our commentary position, and
they call that the corridor of broadcasters.
Of course. And there's mirrors, there's all sorts of things now, so you always bump into everything as you head down. But let's have a listen. Elena Rybakina is grabbing her bag. They're about ready to walk down. We'll leave you to, once they do walk down the corridor, as the doors will open, the lighting effects, so the crowd in the stadium can see it as well. And now the corridor opens. Both players walk in, and the doors open, and they walk down. So let's have a listen as they walk down the tunnel for this semi-final. They get introduced out onto court.
Championships back to back. Madison Keys, you are a Grand Slam champion.
Women's singles quarterfinals. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Kazakhstan, Elena Rybakina. And their opponent from Poland, Iga Świątek.
So as is customary, both players walking out at the same time. One on one side of the court, the other having to walk that extra distance to get into a separate tunnel to wander in. It is, well, it's been reborn, the whole walk-on process, and a huge cheer from this crowd filing into Rod Laver Arena today and looking forward to it. And just to explain, just a bit of context if you weren't listening, as the players were walking down the tunnel. So we heard the music, then you heard some sort of clips of commentary. As they walk down the tunnel, they come up with the Board of Champions and they light up as they walk down, and Margaret Court, Yvonne Goolagong, Billie Jean King, Martin Navratilova, through to the current day, and we just hear little pops of commentary from that. That's what that little montage was. Then Iga was on one side, the usual place that the players have walked in traditionally, and Elena walks a bit further down the corridor and walks to that other tunnel, and they both arrive out on court. The roof opens, and we are ready to get this one underway. There's plenty to talk about with this. Świątek and Rybakina.
What a head-to-head they've got, Pete.
Yes.
It's just magnificent, magnificent atmosphere here. I love this lead into a day's play.
Here is Timo Jensen, our chair umpire for the match.
Just remind us, 25-second shot clock on each side, live electronic line calling and video review news. Towels, white box for you, and Iga, blue box for you. Okay, any questions? Okay, one of us, Elena, is AO or Mark Edmondson? AO is called. Okay.
AO called by Rybakina. Good toss.
You choose. Serve.
Rybakina.
Serve, yeah.
Will serve and will stay at the stands that they walk down on. And the young hot shot, I do like to rate the hot shotters and the coin toss. That had some nice elevation on it. It was very, very efficient. Couple of spins, boom, came down, and he went straight to pick it up once we'd worked it out. A very efficient coin toss, that.
Yeah, he did a good job. Good elevation.
Good elevation.
I did have a chuckle yesterday when we had a little boy, I'd suspect about 3 years old, who he couldn't quite get the thumb working, understandably, at that age. So instead he just gave a little toss, and Alexander Zverev won the match. And he was straight down to pick up the coin as well, the young boy. And that'll be a souvenir for him to remember forever, even if he may not necessarily remember doing that.
So, break it down for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times they played last year. They played at the WTA finals. It was Rybakina getting the win, 3-6, 6-1, 6-love, 1 hour and 37 minutes. Cincinnati, the semi-finals, Świątek winning there, 7-5, 6-3. Roland Garros, Świątek, 1-6, 6-3, 7-5. Doha, it was Iga Świątek in the quarterfinals, 6-2, 7-5. And the United Cup, it was Iga Świątek, 7-6, 6-4.
Rybakina winning with such ease in the WTA Tour Finals, en route to winning that title.
3 minutes.
To be able to concede just one game in the final 2 sets against a player of the quality of Świątek, even if it's on hard court, we know it's not necessarily her favourite surface. I wonder what sort of scars or what sort of mental impact that will have today. We know that Iga won the first 4 matches of the year. She leads the head-to-head 6-5, so she really turned that around through 2025, because Rybakina was on top at that stage leading into the year at 4-2. But just to finish off with such a dominant performance in the Tour Finals, I thought that was fascinating thing. You always see that it's Świątek dishing out the bagels, as she did a couple of nights ago in the first set against Maddie Inglis, and by bagel we mean a 6-love set. In Australia, I would prefer to use donuts, but nonetheless, that's
look, that's applicable as well.
Donuts,
absolutely.
But bagels and breadsticks is what Świątek's been known for in terms of winning a lot of sets, 6-love and 6-1. Well, she was on the receiving end after claiming the first in that Tour Finals of one almighty beat. So, I thought she's played very well here. She's been pressed a little bit, but I think she played very well after a concerning end to the United Cup where she lost a couple of matches. But Rybakina has been in blistering form for mine. I think she's played exceptionally well throughout, Pete. Look, it's interesting. We have the number 2 seed out there and the number 6 seed. If I was looking at it, I'd be favouring the number 6 seed based on what we saw last November and based on what we've seen here this summer.
Yeah, it just continues along for Elena Rybakina. The win predictors appeared on our screen, 50-50 the contest.
I think that's a reasonably fair assessment.
Having a look through the draw for Elena Rybakina, straight sets wins all the way through and be very comfortable along the way as well. Valentova pushed a little bit in that match. It's 5 hours and 6 minutes on court for Świątek. Has moved through pretty comfortably just against Anna Kalinskaya. A bit out of sorts, 6-1, 1-6, 6-1, but then Maddie Inglis 6-love, 6-3. So 6 hours and 16 minutes on court. I'd love to reach a final here in Melbourne, as her opponent has already in her career.
Absolutely, she has done that, and we also know that she has the Wimbledon title to her name, which Świątek managed to add her name to that prestigious honour roll earlier, well, not earlier this year, 6 months ago at Wimbledon. She has a US Open championship and a swag of Roland Garros titles. Last year, Pete, both players lost to the champion. They bowed out to Madison Keys. It was Rybakina in 4 sets, and that's about the time we thought, oh, the American really is playing great tennis. She lost
in the fourth round?
In the fourth round in 3 sets, and Swiatek, that thrilling semi-final.
Yes, amazing, wasn't it?
10-8 in the super tiebreaker. It went to the American. She'd been playing unbelievably well before that. Had barely lost a game, and then Madison Keys flipped the script on its head in that semi. So, look, I think it's a fascinating match. I really, as I said, I find it very hard to pick, but I just based on what I've seen this summer, I think the Kazakhs in better form.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. It's ideal conditions for tennis, 24 Celsius at the moment. And, well, things are much cooler for the spectators. The sun is out. It's not as brutal. A little bit humid today, though.
Pete, I had a hit this morning for about 45 minutes or so just to try and, get the body moving, get the brain working. Those things have not happened so far this tournament, either one of the two, but nonetheless, I thought, let's, definition of insanity, get up and try it again. People don't, look, thankfully, unfortunately for you, you're here sitting next to me, but people have a bit of spell because I was sweating and sweating profusely. I did jump in the shower, but even after jumping out, it was one of those days where
days.
Oh, yep, I'm still dripping here. So
yeah, well,
quite warm. And
it'll get warm again tomorrow, 30 Celsius, and then drops away as we get into the weekend. Maybe a little bit of precipitation as well, a bit of rain, but we'll see how it plays out.
First set.
Yesterday was a great demonstration of the magnificence of this tournament site and being able to get through untroubled. Admittedly, they've delayed play, obviously, postponed play outside, which is understandable for the juniors and some of the other events, which is why we've got such a magnificent schedule today.
You need to be changing your desk, mate. Don't worry about all the other stuff.
I was outside for the quarter-final for 3 sets between Dimonor and Alcaraz last night.
Let's get this one underway. Rybakina winning the toss, selecting to serve from the southern end of Rod Laver Arena, the far end from our commentary position, and a forehand return netted by Swiatek. It's 15-love.
A 168 km/h slider out wide was Rybakina's serve of choice to open up this quarter-final.
So the serve coming in, Rybakina. Take 2 on the ball toss. Tricky with the sun where it is right now. For the right-handers, not so much the lefties though. They're okay. And there's the serve here into the net.
It's about 2 o'clock for the lefties from the other end.
Yeah. Serve, second serve. Backhand from Swiatek, cross court, picked up by Rybakina up the middle of the court. Backing up the line, nice from Swiatek. Clean hitting both players, and it's 15-all.
Just really knelt down into that. The right knee was almost on the ground. That's how low the Polish champion got, and redirected that one beautifully up the line. Sorry, the left knee, more to the point, down on the ground. Just a lovely, lovely backhand winner, and a couple of fist pumps afterwards, Pete.
As the serve here into the net. Second serve. And we wait for this serve to come in. One of the backhand, Swiatek hammering up the line for a winner. Set up at 1-3-8, and Swiatek has dealt with it. It's 15-30.
2 backhands,
2 winners.
Wows. Just wow and wow. Absolutely ripped through that backhand. If you want to start on a confident note, that's the way to do it.
Absolutely. By the way, Harrison and Skupski won that first set of the double, 6-2, quarter-final out there against Nusa and Ricky. Serve down the tee, missing from Rybakina. Second serve. And the serve. On the backhand of Swiatek. Picked up by Rybakina. Backing up the line from Swiatek. Blocked back by Rybakina. Slice forehand. Three-quarter court. Up the line again goes Swiatek with the backhand. She'll go cross-court this time. Rybakina slice. Oh, almost takes out the umpire's chair. That's how wide it was. And already an early break point here for Iga Swiatek at 15-40.
Interesting rally that Rybakina both times on the forehand wing opting to slice the ball, undercut the ball, and then again opted for the slice on the backhand. Patient from Swiatek, but she was dictating the terms in that rally. So yeah, Rybakina known for blasting the ball, perhaps trying to change the pace, but not to be on that occasion for her.
Serve down the tee, clips the tape from Rybakina. This opening game of the quarterfinal. Couple of break points here for Iga Swiatek. The first serve again goes long. So a third serve coming up. All the finalists here. years back. It's Rybakina. And the serve. Big forehand from Świątek. Picked up cross-court long from Rybakina. And a break of serve in the opening game of the match going the way of Iga Świątek.
A really confident, convincing start there from the number 2 seed. She walloped a couple of backhands. It was exceptionally clean hitting. In contrast, a slower start from the number 6. Wasn't necessarily, well, maybe just warming into this, but it's an amazing... She just keeps breaking records, doesn't she, Pete?
Yeah, the one that just flashed up on the screen, which has now disappeared, which ruined my, I think, youngest player to reach 50
career wins
and majors since...
I missed who it was.
Caroline Wozniacki, who is sitting over courtside doing commentary for ESPN, right next to our very own Jill Krabus, who's courtside.
I can see Jill just sitting there looking very, very tuned in to what's unfolding.
Very focused to what's going on.
Which is excellent, as we all are. We're all focused on trying to bring the utmost
Jill will be on
detail and professionalism.
A bit later this afternoon, we'll be here.
Taking her notes at the moment.
She is. Well, yep. Can't get much better seats than that. Courtside, she's got the umbrella over the top of her. Keeping the sun out, fair enough too. So Jill will be with us. And right through the finals as well, folks, too.
You know that I've got a bone to pick with Caroline Wozniacki, Pete.
All right,
I'll come back to it.
We'll explore that in a moment as Świątek just checking out the ball toss here. She's serving now from the southern end, the far end from our commentary position here on Rod Laver Arena, and the serve goes long. Second serve. As we wait for it to come in. Forehand cross-court from Rybakina. Forehand to forehand. They go loop forehand by Świątek. Now up the line goes Świątek. Way out of court. Throw out behind moon ball on the backhand wing is Rybakina. Forehand drive volley is into the out court by Świątek. The high lob from Rybakina lands three-quarter court. Overhead back in that direction from Świątek. And again, the backhand just dribbles towards the net from Rybakina to reply. It's 15-love.
Just really good assertive play there from her again. She's started this semi-final absolutely superbly. Loved the shape on that forehand off forehand, drew her rival wide and then finished off nicely. She just ripped that volley. Beautiful play.
As we wait for Świątek to prepare. 5 minutes up on the Rolex. Second game. The serve takes the nets. Ball's back on her side. Big clouds come across, providing relief for the spectators. Smattering of Poland fans in the house too. Serve onto the backhand cross court from Rybakina is deep. Dug out by Świątek. No, it goes wide. The cross court backhand. And it is 15 all.
15 all.
Nice return, nice pace. Clipped that nicely. She's just giving her, this is Rybakina we're talking about. She just slaps her thigh muscle a couple of times with the racket and gives her calf muscle a bit of a tip, a bit of a tap as well with the racket, just trying to wake up those muscles, get themselves flying through.
Canberra's helicopter just rolling back in the distance. He's on his way to the side. Cross-court forehand from Rybakina. Forehand to forehand they go. Rybakina in back in that direction, pulled it wide. And it's 30-15.
I think from the Yarra Valley today from Simon. I think he was down
a couple
of those lovely resorts which have beautiful vineyards and just having a, just a night to be pampered basically.
We will thank Courtney for gracing us with his presence. He's preparing for a commentary shift later on. There's the serve here from Świątek to the net. Second serve. Świątek taking plenty of time on this second ball. Rybakina on the baseline to receive it. Will wait and then hit an off forehand. Świątek crouching down on the baseline. Her backhand is netted in reply. Good power from Rybakina. It's 30 all.
And not just that, Pete, the ability to direct the ball straight at her rival. Now, it might sound counterintuitive. Sometimes you're better to try and stretch your rivals, but with players like Świątek, and we've seen it a bit in the men's, if you can drive a deep return straight at them, it cuts out the angle and sets up the +1 shot, the second shot if you've got the chance. So really well struck, constructed return there.
Serve onto the forehand of Rybakina. Worked on the backhand of Świątek. Again, that pace coming straight through the middle of the court. Good tactic, break back point.
Yep, again, not able to handle it. It just, on the last 2 points, it's drawn an error. But even if that one comes back, it's Rybakina that's got the chance to have the first or, take control of the rally. So you see that, it's certainly been a feature this tournament and through the years, but with the manner with which the players can return, really impressive.
As the serve coming in, Świątek serve down the tee, big forehand from Rybakina, again hits the baseline, gets a three-quarter court reply. Now Świątek with a cross forehand, and that's wide from Rybakina. Trying to go back in that direction, bit more angle, pushed it wide, and it's juice.
Just a little slow to react to that, Pete. Almost like a half second, and that caused her to be out of position when she was going to try and make that forehand, and not surprisingly, dragged it wide.
So a long game, this one. We're at juice. It's only the second game of the match, the quarterfinal. This Wednesday in Melbourne, the serve. Now the tee misses. Second Wednesday of the tournament. This time next week, I'll entertain yourselves as we wait now for this ball to come in. Eventually, just taking a lot of time here. Obviously the Sun's position an issue. The serve onto the backhander, Rybakina up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Świątek. Cross-court backhands from both players in the 8 court. Good pace from both. It's all top spot. Now up the line goes Rybakina. Cross-court forehand from Świątek goes deep, too deep in fact. And it's another break point for Rybakina to level it up at 1 game all.
Nice weight of shot there, Pete. And there's another little factor at play. We talk about the, I suppose, the height of the ball bounce. So Świątek, who hits a lot more topspin, that ball's going to come up, a little bit higher. Rybakina is quite a tall woman, so that's going to be in the strike zone. For Rybakina, she hits a flatter ball, doesn't she? So hers will be skidding through a little bit lower, and Świątek, who likes the ball higher, is going to be just a bit lower for her. So there's adjustments that these players have to make based on who their rivals are.
3, 2, 1. She might get timed out here. It's getting a bit of latitude from Timo Janssen. That serve clock had wound down. Serve onto the off forehand of Rybakina. Cross-court backhand from Świątek is short. Back in that direction from Rybakina. Now playing a cross forehand. And she's gone wide again, Rybakina. That cross-court forehand, a bit of an issue in this game. We go to juice for the second time.
She pokes her tongue out. She also just has a little look at the umpire after that going, I think you gave my rival just a little leeway there. You'd hope that it's afforded both ways if that's the case.
Well, it's in the eye line of the players because it's about sort of their height. They can see the serve clocks that come up on the screens, so it's not hard to see. Down to 5, 4. Won't have a problem on this one, I don't think. 3, 2. Gets switched off. Serve flicks the tape. We'll do it again. It's juice here in the second game. AO Radio, live around the world, heading towards the business end of Australian Open 2026. We will bring all of those big moments to you, whether you like it or not. Forehand here from Rybakina. Back out the middle of the court from Świątek. Great backhand angle from Rybakina. Following it into the half-court ball. The forehand drive volley is good into the juice court corner. And Rybakina has break point number 3.
A really assertive move in that rally. We're seeing the backhand in particular off that wing. She's hitting the ball really cleanly in this game. The forehands pose some problems, but not when she's moving forward and driving it on that occasion. Ripped it, Pete.
Absolutely did. Just seen a feather fall to the court. Don't tell Andy Murray. As the serve here from Świątek. Onto the backhand of Rybakina cross court. Backing up the line. That's wild from Świątek. Trying to redirect up the line. It didn't work. And we're at 1 game all back square in this opening set.
Yeah, impressive response from Rybakina there because she was a little sluggish. It did look a little sluggish in the opening game. I think the court's quite slow, Pete. So it may be that when you're serving, there's not quite as much an advantage as perhaps outside on a couple of different courts. That was certainly the suggestion of the beaten 4th round Kazakh Alexandra Bublik after he lost to Alex Diminor a few nights ago.
Well, it's because this court gets finished last because they don't have access to it until last. And then they put it all down. It does take a while for the courts to settle in. So when you... it's not resurfacing as you can take it down and start again from all the base and everything, but they do put a new top surface on over the top year on year. And it does take a while for it. It becomes very sort of grainy to start with till it gets played in. Then obviously it starts to speed up from there. Second serve from Rybakina. Back up the line from Świątek. Cross-court back and into the nets by Rybakina. And it is love 15. Yeah, the first time, once it's just been done and it's all dry and it's all, set, First time you play on it, it is incredibly slow. Like, you notice the difference. It's noticeable how slow the court actually is. But wait a week or two, have people practicing, which is what they do, and all the opening week stuff, then it gets up to speed. But it does, the other courts are being played on more, so therefore they are faster. The serve here, down the tee, missing. And it would be noticeable for the top players. I mean,
Absolutely, they know the finest
top players
details.
probably wouldn't notice the difference between them that much, but it makes a difference. Backhand rip cross court by Świątek. Dug out by Rybakina. The floating backhand, though, goes long. And she's up and about at the moment, Świątek. It's love 30.
And what we're already seeing here, Pete, is the importance of landing the first serve. Because if the second serve is hit, that one at 137 kilometres an hour, both women are just so strong on return. If it's a second serve, they are thumping it. 2 misses of first serves in this game, and she's down love 30, Rybakina.
Serve here onto the forehand from Świątek. Cross-court forehand is long from Rybakina. Just heavy ball again off the return. I mean, this is being dominated by the return of serve, not the serve at the moment. Love 40, more break points.
So she bounces around on their feet behind, not too far from us, just near the broadcast window from which we're sitting. Trying to get ourselves, just trying to basically find some rhythm on serve.
As Rybakina serves out wide, an ace.
That will be a nice start, won't it?
Nice little settler.
Beautiful flat serve, 184 kilometres. Clips the singles line, not too far from the service line, just perfection in a serve.
Her fastest serve for the match thus far, her first ace. 15.40 the serve down the tee, goes long, misses. Second serve. And the serve. Onto the forehand of Świątek, cross court. Forehand to forehand they go. Good angle? No, too much angle from Świątek. She goes wide, so it's 30-40 now, third game of the match.
So can she somehow find a way to get this back to Deuce, and if so, manage to, get her toe ahead in this match?
Yes.
Nose ahead in this match, more to the point, probably. That would be the one.
Or just something that's forward of her opponent. As the serve here down the tee is no call. And Świątek was expecting a call. She couldn't do anything with the return. It comes up on the screens, and it's more than gone through the line.
There's not much margin for error there, but it certainly split the line. So
no need for a zoom.
No. And went to the forehand on that occasion, which... she's been trying to direct those serves to the backhand so far, but too good. A nice big flat serve again. So we talked about the importance of her finding rhythm. Well, she's found her first serve. And a good way to save 3 break points. Now an opportunity to hold serve, to get that toe ahead, to get that nose ahead.
Get the visor.
Get her name ahead.
The visor would be the first thing that would go over the line. She's standing completely still. The serve here out wide, missing.
Wearing the white visor to protect herself from the sun. As you said, it's not as hot as yesterday, but it's still a warm morning here in Melbourne.
Second serve. Courtney was sweating. That's what he's saying. Double faults. It's a double fault. We go back to Deuce. That's your barometer, folks. If he was sweating, it was hot. Mind you, if it's about 14 degrees and he's sweating, it was hot there too.
Are you suggesting something about my fitness levels, Pete?
I would never. It's healthy. The cooling system of the body.
Efficient.
Very efficient. Serve goes long from Rybakina. At Deuce, 1 game all. It's opening set. Remember, the women's singles semi-finals will be tomorrow night. We'll have them for you on AO Radio. The serve onto the backhand of Świątek. It sits half court. They go backhand to backhand up the middle of the court, and Świątek can't handle the pace again. And Rybakina now with a game point.
Interesting approach there from Świątek. She preferred to take that on the backhand, even though that ball was directed basically halfway between the middle of the court and the singles line. She was certainly on that side, but traditionally most players would skip around that and hit the forehand.
The serve here goes into the net.
I think it's a safer shot, don't you, Pete?
I do, absolutely. Yeah, and the thing is that they're hitting the ball so hard through the middle of the court. I mean, safety not really in the toolkit at the moment. as they go cross-court forehand to Świątek. Cross-court forehand from Rybakina. Point up the line from Świątek, too big. And Rybakina does hang in, but what an arm wrestle these 3 games have been. And if this is indicative of what we're going to see, we are in for a hell of an encounter in our first quarter-final. 2 games to 1, the 5th seed. Elena Rybakina over Iga Świątek on AO Radio live around the world.
18 minutes in, and I love what we're seeing so far. A couple of messages have come through, Pete.
Go for it.
Get to them.
Please.
Remember, you can write to...
Courtney's mailbag.
No, it's the AO Radio mailbag, Pete. Get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or email us on aoradio@tennis.com.au. HC, I love hearing from HC from the US, and has, I suppose, a questionary, the roles in the broadcast booth. Wondering, just curious why, Courtney, why don't you do the play-by-play? And
do you want to answer that question?
Well, Pete is a master at the play-by-play. So play-by-play is
not if you're listening this morning.
It's a very technical role. So effectively, you always have a play-by-play person in radio in particular, and also
well, it makes it a bit easier to explain what's going on if you've got one in the radio box.
Indeed, and a pundit who will offer, I suppose, some.
Very special comments. Very special.
Some technical expertise, and or have may have spoken to the players at different stages, or done different things like that.
And also been out there. So coming up at 1 o'clock, we've got the Spirit. He's coming in.
And he's been out there. The Spirit,
62nd year.
62nd year
at the Australian Open as a player. We're talking about Alan Stone, by the way, as a player.
So you calling? Do you call me the legend, Pete?
No.
I mean,
he's the Spirit. He won the Spirit of Tennis Awards at the Australian Tennis Awards. Yeah, the Spirit of Tennis Award he was given there.
I'm a Country Week legend, and what are you talking about? Not the same?
As Iga Świątek prepares, moves swiftly on the match on the backhand of Rybakina. Middle court, cross-court backhand. Yep, good from Świątek.
Beautiful backhand. And Pete and Candy were talking about, and you suggested the most miserable tennis experience as a contest.
No, so there's...
Is it commentating alongside me, Pete? Is that the most miserable tennis experience?
No comment. But what I will say is, no, we've gone with the comp. Like, we're talking about the comp that we're doing at the moment. But, no, we might hold that if we do a Midnight Madness or something like that. I can't have too many comps going at the same time. Plus, it's very negative. We want to be positive because it's great tennis at the moment. The cross-court forehand from Świątek is good. That's nice into the corner of the juice court. A little come on as well. It's 30 love. Don't mind. This is Joe, by the way, who's been producing.
Joe. I know Joe.
Oh, you do, don't you?
Through the years, absolutely different stages of our professional careers. We're professional, Pete. That's the thing.
Well, we'll see about that. We've got a Google Pixel just wandering around. We've got YouTube. We've got Welcome to the AO Radio family. As the serve here from Świątek serves, we might get into the tennis. Eventually wander into that.
It was a beautiful forehand, by the way. Speaking of skill, that was a ripping forehand cross-court from
Thanks for stopping
Iga Świątek.
We've got one Joe, got another one coming in. You have to be Joe to get down here today. There's Bruce in the corridor, backhand into the nets from Rybakina. We're a bunker crew down here, and those who are bunker dwellers, we're a commentary position who do a wonderful job day in, day out, sitting in the dark. Primarily.
Yes, indeed.
Keep all the broadcasts as well.
Claire and Bruce too. Next door.
Yep.
Absolutely.
They're our neighbours. It's like a house. They're our neighbours.
Dynamic.
Are you filming us? Mate, get some camera on us. As the serve here from Świątek onto the off forehand of Rybakina. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Back out the middle of the court from Rybakina. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. Good angle from Rybakina in that direction. And again, the cross forehand goes wide from Świątek. And she's not happy with herself. It's 40-15 as she walks down to our end of the court. How would you describe the outfit?
I would describe it as a mauve hat or a purple hat, a Nat Edwards style hat, our evening host. Black skirt. She's wearing, let's just say, lemon lime shoes, mauve socks, and a white top, predominantly white top with a flourish of mauve is Rybakina.
You're just calling as well. You want to do play-by-play. Cross-court forehand missing from Świątek. And it's 40-30. I'm mesmerised by this Google Pixel that's making its way through.
I was going to say, as Rybakina, with a toe or a nose in front in this match, seeks to try and get back level at deuce.
He's now getting
40-30.
Wider shots. We're getting this on YouTube right around the world. The Google Pixel over here, magnificent.
My word.
40-30, 1-2 for Świątek as the serve into the nets. Rybakina on the baseline for this second ball. 23 minutes on the Rolex clock. We'll get to some of your more of your messages the next sit down. But we're focused on this second serve for Swiatek. The serve onto the forehand, hammered into the net by Rybakina. Good hole for Swiatek. And we are level again. It's 2 games all now in the opening set on AO Radio, live around the world.
A better directed second serve there, Pete. She basically handcuffed Rybakina, who was seeking to move forward.
That was the shot. He's got the shot. Now the pixels disappeared.
Lovely to see you all.
Hayden, lovely to see you.
Take care, Joe's, Hayden's.
Goodbye, everyone. Just a little stop off there, a little cameo. If you're watching on YouTube, we can just focus on what we're doing now.
A beautiful second serve there from Swiatek. As I said, she handcuffed her rival. We're at 2-2. I think it's been really entertaining tennis so far, Pete.
Serve down the tee, misses. I want to see what that video actually looked like in the end. We'll put that up, whack that up on the Australian Open socials. As the second serve, back out the line here from Swiatek. Now cross-court forehand. Rybakina is there with a looping forehand. Too big. That went a metre over the baseline. And it is love 15. And the interesting thing too, Courtney, we're talking about players, and obviously they didn't play yesterday, but they did have a 40-degree day, so they've kind of shared the 40-degree days out. The stringers have been working overtime because different tensions for different temperatures. Now it's come back. They have to restring again.
Yep, try and tighten or loosen, depending on what the conditions suggest.
Rybakina up at the net for the +1. It was a short reply from Swiatek, but it's good from Rybakina, and it's 15-all.
15-all. Just held that nicely to see which way her rival might move, and then beautiful off forehand, lovely touch. Good question here from Paul. Is Pete Mercado actually on site or calling the matches from the Bahamas? Well, I've seen Pete with his Bahamas hat this week, so I think he might have scurried back from a lovely vacation.
What do they say on the postcards? From where you'd rather be? Well, no, I'm on YouTube. I'm here, folks. If you want to watch, I'm definitely here. Is the serve. Why is the calling that bad? Sounds like I'm doing it from a million miles away. Double fault for Rybakina here. It's 15-30. That's her second for the match.
And I think she was just gesturing there. The sun, no doubt, becoming a little tricky as we pass midday in Melbourne. Paul also has, when the sun is shining like today during the warm-up, and that's a very good segue, Paul, can I request the opportunity to have some practice serves from the opposite end to where I'm warming up? And what's the point of a complete warm-up if I can't do that? Well, no, you can't.
Backhand here from Swiatek floats long. And it is now 30-all. But at the coin toss, you've got 4 options.
Absolutely, you do.
You can serve, you can receive, you can choose what side, or you can let your opponent decide, defer the decision. So they make it. You can choose, if you're worried about the sun and what you might do to have those practice serves, you choose which side.
Indeed.
You don't have to choose serve or receive. You can say, nah, I'm going to choose the end. I want to go that end. And then your opponent has to choose whether they want to serve or receive. As Rybakina serves. Backing up the line from Swiatek. She's not happy with herself. She had a good piece of it, but it went wide. And it's 40-30.
Yeah, she was making those in the first couple of games, and she's just having a few frustrated words with her coaching pod at the end of the court where she's standing at the moment.
As we have now the serve coming in. Rybakina will take 2 on the ball toss. And the serve into the net. Second serve. And this one onto the backhand of Swiatek. Rib cross court. Up the line goes Rybakina. Forehand up that line from Swiatek. It goes wide. And Rybakina holds. So now with the server a bit more. 3-2 opening set. AO Radio live around the world. More messages coming through from everywhere.
Indeed, and this one's from Matthew. He's writing from the Upper Ferntree Gully, which is the home of the late great Shane Warne, a champion cricketer. Australian cricketer, and I believe Upper Ferntree Gully, or certainly Ferntree Gully, may have been without some power yesterday, given the heat. Hello, gentlemen. I have a question for you and the team. How much work goes into making AO Radio a thing? And can I listen to you all year long? Well, Pete, you can listen to absolutely at different stages through the year.
Tournaments, Wimbledon radio. So the slams have radio attached to them. I think Indian Wells does, but whether it gets out to the world, I don't know. It's just internal to Indian Wells. I'm not sure.
Yes, the US Open does as well.
US Open radio. You do Radio Roland Garros.
Radio Roland Garros, where we have a lot of fun. Like similar to here, we have a lot of fun here and at Radio Roland Garros. It's Wimbledon's also a really nice.
I do the Wimbledon radio channel, so you hear me and Jill do from here, do the Wimbledon radio channel.
Hammers and myself and Bowers are at Roland Garros.
Yes, so 3 of you do that, and then Mike Cain is amongst the team that does US Open radio. So he leads the team for US Open radio there. So you can hear us at the majors, the various voices. Back to the question, which was the first one, how much work goes into a lot. A lot.
Pete is the man who drives and brings it. He's basically not just the ball-by-ball caller and the golden tones after Midnight Madness. He also orchestrates the whole thing. He's the director, the producer, the executive producer, the EP.
No, I'm not the EP. I run it, but I'm not the EP. TA people look after that. But also got Matt Dwyer, who does all the technical stuff. Done a sensational job.
Magnificent.
If we ain't got him, we ain't on air. So thanks, Matt. Backhand to backhand we go, and that's long from Świątek. This is game number 6. Set number 1. It's love 15. But yes, a lot of work, preparation. Obviously being a 24/7 operation because we have AO radio overnight as well, which we've got to factor into everything. Does a lot of logistics to make this broadcast happen. So yes, it does take a while to put it all together. We don't just arrive and it just happens, even though it might seem like it. Forehand here from Rybakina. Cross-court backhand from Świątek deep in the ad court. Up the line goes Świątek. Full stretch here is Rybakina. It's a short ball. Świątek goes the cross-court backhand. Took it early. Took it on. Got the result. It's 15-all.
Yeah, against a little recent trend of play where she'd been a little errant off the ground in the last, let's say, 6 or 8 points, and just tightened it there beautifully. Used all the angles. Ripped the backhand up the line to set that one up, and just short ball, backhand, pounced on it like a cat with a mouse and put that one away.
So the serve coming in. Świątek down the tee. High ball from Rybakina is not coming back. Excellent serving from Świątek. 68% first serves into play. 54 on the first ball, 50% on the second ball in these early stages for Rybakina. 7 of 21 first serves into play.
Yes. So just some struggles there.
I've only lost the 1 point when the serve does go in, but not enough.
And that was, basically from this end, from love 40 a couple of games ago, she was able to find her range from a position of peril in that service game. But that's been pretty much it. She did well to hold the last service game, given some errors of rhythm. Just a couple of, she's just not able to find her rhythm, basically.
So the serve now, Świątek taking plenty of time on this second ball. The second serve onto the backhand of Rybakina cross court. Backhand to backhand they go, all top spun in the ad court. Now Rybakina in the middle of the court, sends the backhand up the line. Slice forehand is shorter from Świątek. Coming forward, Rybakina, that was easy pickings. Cross court backhand winner. Got down to it nicely. It's 30-all.
And Świątek not convinced in the line calling, but that one, just clips the side of the line. It looked like it was pretty good to me, Pete. It just dipped at the right time. Beautiful topspin. She got down low and really brushed up over it. Found a great angle, 136 kilometres an hour, and precise.
Double zoomer caught the edge of the line. There's the serve now coming in from Rybakina. In fact, it's Świątek serving to Rybakina. Serve down the tees an ace. Rybakina nowhere involved in that point at all. It's 40-30.
And that's her first ace of the match at a very timely moment, given a testing position at 30-all, 178 kilometres. Excellent direction, right down the tee, almost split the tee. Beautiful serving.
So Świątek prepares. Game point for 3-all. The serve takes the nets, falls in. In the air for quite some time. Second serve. After the let. Takes plenty of time again, does Świątek. The serve onto the forehand of Rybakina. Short ball. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. Slice forehand from Rybakina is short. Cross-court backhand from Świątek is there. Oh, almost the pass from Rybakina. The backhand is netted cross-court. 3 games all is the result in the opening set. Interesting contest, this one.
Fascinating contest, and I suspect it's exactly what we thought might happen if you looked at the matchup on paper, well, Świątek, her nose ahead, 6-5 in terms of the head-to-head battle. They had some gripping matches last year, played 5 times in all. Świątek, the first 4 went her way. Rybakina turned that around in a big stage, the WTA Tour Finals last year, when a dominant winner in the last 2 sets. But we thought, well, this one has the makings to be an outstanding match, and so far, very, very, very little separates the two.
So Rybakina serving from our commentary end. The first serve goes into the net. It's 3 games all in the opening set. It's the first quarter-final for today. 3 more to come on AO Radio. The serve onto the backhand of Świątek, up the line. Cross-court backhand from Rybakina. It's matched by Świątek, bit more angle. And that leads, it's a reaching for that backhand, but effective from Rybakina, backing up the line, winner. It's 15-love.
Yeah, I'm not so sure the feet got across to that, and she really did have to lean and go wide. But wow, the racket head control to be able to come up over that ball. Beautiful timing, given where she actually struck that one from. And I think she walked back with a little bit of a smile, thinking, I didn't quite get there. That was a little smile of relief, Pete.
It was a half step behind, but still reached it. The serve here onto the backhand of Świątek, and that's miscued the return. Up the line and wide, it's 30-love.
And what happens when she actually makes that first serve is that more often than not, she's winning the point.
Yeah, only lost the 1 point on the first serve, but still 8 of 23. First serves landed by Elena Rybakina. As the serve. And the forehand of Świątek goes cross-court. Up the middle of the court, plenty of room for Rybakina to hit a forehand winner. Plenty of real estate to work with. It's 40-love.
Yeah, I mean, Świątek did a good job there, given the direction of the serve out wide, to actually make pretty decent contact. But what that meant was that it got down to Rybakina's end really rapidly. She was onto it in a flash and just flattened out through that one. Beautiful shot.
The serve here blocked back by Świątek. Rybakina forehand drive volley. The high ball from Świątek is gone wide. And Rybakina holds to love. Now we're with the server big time. 4 games to 3 opening sets between these two. Quarterfinals on AO Radio today.
And that's a bit of a segue there, because we just had a note from Philip in New Jersey asking, guys, why wouldn't Iga or Elena mix in serve and volley to break up the predictability and give a different look, the way Federer, for example, would? Is it a lost art in the game? Well, on that occasion, we saw her follow the first serve in a big flat first serve and hit the drive volley, not the traditional one. So, look, these players are probably more conditioned to serve and baselining. You know, we shouldn't forget that Świątek grew up on clay. So did Rybakina. They both grew up on slower surfaces. So that traditionally means that you're more likely to be a baseliner and prefer to be at the baseline. I don't think the art of serve and volley is dead necessarily. It's just not prevalent like it used to be when grass was the surface, when the rackets weren't as conducive, or the strings weren't as conducive to being able to handle big serves and to be able to redirect the ball with such efficiency. But you still see someone like a Carlos Alcaraz. He is superb serve volley. Yes. He just doesn't do it that frequently, but that works as a surprise tactic. But his ability to shape the ball similar to what a Federer would. And by the way, Federer, he, as his career went on, he ventured to the net less and less and less. So absolutely there's been a decline of diminishing numbers in terms of it, but it's still effective when deployed as a surprise tactic for mine.
Well, yes, but more likely Świątek to do it rather than Rybakina, because Świątek plays a bit of doubles, or has played a bit of doubles as well.
Yes, that's true.
That's the thing. The singles players, if they do play doubles, can add it in. It's a bit more natural for them. But with the way that players are returning, it is very hard to get in there. Even if you have got a quick serve,
just rattling back, and or they can bunt it back at your feet. It's a tricky thing with the developments in racket technology and strings.
The serve here from Świątek, serving from our commentary ends onto the Rybakina racket, and that's wide. It's 15-love. So, yeah, but it's also...
And courts are slower at Wimbledon, for example. The grass is no longer as slick. You can win from the baseline, which would never have been a thing back in the day.
Serve by Świątek onto the backhand of Rybakina. That goes along the return again, and it's 30-love.
The great Swede Bjorn Borg would come forward, with great success.
Even on the doubles court, though, you're not seeing as much serve volleying there either.
No, things have changed a little bit.
Absolutely, a lot.
But I don't think it's a lost art. No, it's still part of it. It's just not as prevalent.
Serve goes into the nets. Second serve. And this serve will make its way to the Rybakina backhand. It's an off backhand, the juice court. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. Forehand to forehand they go. on that angle. Świątek a bit more on it, too much on it in fact. Sends that ball long. We had a good view of it from our commentary position. It's 30-15.
And that's an indication, Pete, the ball coming through flat and hard and lower for Świątek. Not quite enough, as much time for her to whip through it. You know, she is really low. Have a look at how low she is there. That right knee on that occasion almost scrapes the ground on the replay. She's, having to really get into a crouching position almost to return the ball flat and hard. It's a lovely, lovely skill to have, Pete.
38 minutes on the Rolex as the serve comes in. Take two on the ball toss, and also when you take two on the ball toss, the clock stops. Have another go at it. The serve onto the backhand of Rybakina. Rip cross court. Too much pace for the reply from Świątek. The backhand is netted, and it's 30-all.
Took that return early on the backhand wing. As a result, Świątek rushed. She was able to take it early and really put the pressure on. And again, for the second game in succession, a bit of pressure on Świątek at 30-all on serve.
Serve here from Świątek onto the forehand of Rybakina, but called faults, called long. Second serve. Taking plenty of time, of course, on this ball. Serve. Onto the forehand, rip cross court from Rybakina, misses the corner. And it is 40-30, point for 4-all in the opening set here on AO Radio. Quarterfinal action.
Nice shape on that second serve. It actually moved quite a bit in the air and just not able to find the time in there, Rybakina.
So Świątek prepares and the serve. Down the tee, blocked back by Rybakina into the bottom of the net on the forehand wing. 4 games all now in at the opening set. 40 minutes up on the Rolex. And hard to split them. The 50-50 from the win predictor is looking okay at the moment.
Yeah, spot on. We talk about Carlos Alcaraz going for the career Grand Slam, seeking to become the youngest man to do so at the age of 22. Świątek, only a couple of years older, is also seeking to add her name to the players who have managed to win all 4 Grand Slams. She has 4 Roland Garros titles. She has a Wimbledon title. She's a reigning Wimbledon champion. She also has a US Open title. So if she's able to win here, it would be quite another amazing attribute, another amazing line on her career resume, which is already pretty spectacular, isn't it, Pete?
Rybakina serving into the backhand of Świątek, and the backhand goes into the net. Absolutely it is. At this age as well. And now checking the position of the sun, which has just reappeared again, is Elena Rybakina, Wimbledon champion. Serve out wide, blocked back by Świątek into the 8-court corner. Off forehand from Rybakina. Slice again from Świątek, shorter ball. And the redirect is nice from Rybakina. Cross-court forehand winner to go to 30-love.
The sweetest of timing on that one. Moved into the position to be able to, flow through that one, and lovely direction. Just about whistled into you. It would have had it not been for the protective barrier in front of us.
Would have caught it.
Absolutely. A reflex is like a cat, Pete.
A cat that's slightly ill. There's a serve here from Rybakina. Down the tee, misses.
It's been a long fortnight already.
Serve. Oh, the second serve. Onto the backhand of Świątek. Off backhand. Cross-court forehand from Rybakina. Forehand to forehand we go. And nice depth from Rybakina. Slice forehand in the middle of the court from Świątek. We'll get onto the backhand, play that up the line. Cross-court forehand again from Rybakina. Point up that line by Świątek. Shorter reply from Rybakina. Up the line, hammered ball by Świątek. The high lob from Rybakina. Świątek's underneath it, played it straight back to Rybakina, who can't handle the reply, and it's 30-15.
So in that point, just the chipped forehand there midway through it actually changed the trajectory of the point. It was a really, the smooth hitting of Rybakina just had her rhythm disrupted. And as a result, Rybakina lost a little bit of rhythm, and Świątek able to win that point. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not she actually continues on with that sort of strategy. Just changing the pace halfway through. Quite clever from mine.
Serve into the net from Rybakina. We're just going to hold on that email. We're not reading it out straight away, because the recipient is not upstairs at the moment. Second serve. Big point, hammered into the net by Świątek. Jumped all over it, looking to play that ad court as a forehand. Going up the line, gave it way too much. 40-15.
Just a little sign of tightness. So she played a really nice point the point before, but she was making those second serve returns and hitting them with will for winners. In the infancy of the match, she's just missed a few. Better direction on the Rybakina serve is part of the reason for it.
Serve out wide, it's an ace for Rybakina. That's her second for the match, and it's 5-4 in the opening set on AO Radio, live around the world. Rybakina and Świątek, the first of our matches, followed by Pegula and Anisimova, and then we've got Lorenzo Musetti and Novak Djokovic. That's your day session, and one match to come tonight. We'll have Ben Shelton and Jannik Sinner. That will round out our program for the day.
And what a day it is. And then we move on to the women's semi-finals on Thursday, the men's semi-finals on Friday.
And the mixed doubles final.
And the mixed doubles final as well. Oh, we're bringing that to air. Fantastic.
Absolutely,
and there's been some, I see that John Pearce and Olivia Gadecki,
the
defending champions, have been performing well again here at Melbourne Park to start this summer.
Yep, so they have. And let's see how that plays out, because they're working their way through the draw. And then we'll have on Saturday afternoon, Melbourne time, we'll have the men's and women's doubles finals for you as well, into the women's singles semi-final. So a bit of a change. Not the men's doubles final at night. It's now during the day. It's been moved. And then we've got the men's singles final as our only match on Sunday.
And then Monday, Pete?
Sleep.
How long for?
As long as it takes.
It is certainly a wonderful tournament. It's a privilege to be here, but sometimes, by the end, just a little sleep. I'll be finding myself, and you're invited. I'll invite you along. Not for a hit of tennis, but to the beer garden in North Fitzroy.
On Monday? Gee, you're straight back on the horse, aren't you? Wow-wee.
Oh, it's a little celebration to enjoy an Australian Open well covered and well played. I'm not so sure that the champion will be there.
The thing is, Courtney usually requests a table of one. As the serve here from Świątek goes long at 4-5. Yeah. He's got no answer to that.
Un tard pour moi.
Oh, the Van Rouge will be free-flowing if you go that way. As the serve. Onto the forehand of Rybakina in the middle of the court. Dug out by Świątek out the middle of the court. Now she's playing a forehand to the backhand of Rybakina. More central from both players. Good angle now from both players on the backhand. Too much from Rybakina. The cross-court backhand is wide. And it's 15-love.
Great start to this game from Świątek. She was under pressure but was just able to get her nose ahead. She's serving to try and keep this first set alive. 46 minutes on the clock. It's been tight.
Yep.
Both players dropped their opening service games, but since then they've been locked in or more locked in. Rybakina found her way out of a love 40 in the second service game of the match for herself. And, once she lands that first serve, very effective.
Serve from Świątek goes out wide and misses.
Świątek's been pressured a couple of times in the last two games, but has been able to manage to find a way out of those pressure situations at 30 all.
Second serve. And the serve. Onto the backhand of Rybakina. Backhand to backhand they go. Too big from Świątek. Just beyond the baseline. It's 15 all.
15 all.
The winner counts for Rybakina. 8 winners, 12 unforced errors. 6 winners for Świątek, 13 unforced errors so far.
Yeah, and that's, as I said, both women are, look, they're trying to make the pace, but when they're coming up with some great shots, it's, you are going to make some errors as a result.
As the serve comes in. Out wide, misses. Second serve. As Rybakina waits for this ball to come in. A long time between serves for Świątek. And settles and will serve onto the forehand of Rybakina. Up the middle of the court, that goes long.
She'd be disappointed with that, Pete, because she'd moved around and she'd given herself enough space to swing freely at that and just overhit the forehand.
So now Świątek prepares again. Netherlands. The serve comes in. Down the tee, forehand, off forehand from Rybakina. Back out in the middle of the court from Świątek, now playing cross-court forehand. Cross-court forehand from Rybakina. Forehand to forehand they go. Good angle from Świątek. Scrambling to pick up that forehand is Rybakina. It went cross-court and short, but it went wide as well. And it's 40-15 for Świątek to get to 5-all opening sets.
What is indisputable, Pete, is that Świątek's a more natural mover across the court. She certainly covers more ground. She gets there in quicker fashion. Rybakina, a taller woman, long limbs, can sometimes get herself caught out of position. Doesn't quite move as well as what her rival does, but obviously brings other strengths to the court.
There's the serve now into the net from Świątek. Second serve. The serve on the forehand of Rybakina, and that's long. So Świątek holds. We're at 5 games all now in this opening set. 49 minutes up on the Rolex clock. AO Radio, the first of 4 quarterfinals to come today.
And again, Pete, just over-hitting that forehand on the second serve. Yes, it's directed to the body, but she's able to get around it. It's not actually coming that fast, 144 kilometres an hour. So a little disappointing there. I think she let her off the hook. Steps up to serve. She served better from this end, Rybakina, than what she has. This is the end I call the MCG end of...
Oh, okay. You want to go with that?
What do you go with?
The commentary end. This is where our commentary box is. And that's an ace. Beautiful view of that too from Rybakina, her third of the match. Well, it took me a while. We're doing this a long time now, but it took me a while to work out the north-south.
Ah, yes.
And realise when they called it the Northern Commentary Pit, that actually meant we were north.
In the Peter Mercado broadcast booth.
Well, salubrious as it is. Has the serve here, an ace again. Nice rhythm now from Rybakina. Struggled a bit with her first serve. Lands 2 in this game. It's 30-love.
Yes, certainly from this end, it's been a smoother progression for her on serve. Not surprising necessarily. The sun from this end is less a factor for the right-hander at this time of the day in Melbourne.
The serve from Rybakina out wide, missing. Second serve. And this one onto the racket of Świątek as a backhand. Let's put that up the middle of the court, but too much on it. And it's 40-love, so points for 6-5 here for Rybakina.
And again, she held to love from this end, which was last year. Last down this end, visiting us very close to the broadcast booth, the MCG end of the of Rod Laver Arena.
Let's push that point, shall we? Serve clock down to 4. Rybakina serves into the nets.
Determined to have an impact on my farewell shift for this tournament.
We'll get to that message in a moment. That's been waiting there. The serve onto the backhand, waiting a long way back in the court is Świątek, and that just opens up the line of the juice court, and that's where Rybakina goes. Big backhand winner. 6-5 opening set. Looks like we're heading to a tiebreak in this opening set, the quarterfinal. On AO Radio, now you can go with the message.
Now the title of this email is Matt the Magician. I prefer to call him as Matt the Confidence Crusher because I love this email. It's come from August, who is writing from Nimbin, New South Wales, where it's 31 degrees Celsius and 69% humidity, so that sounds like a testing day up there, August. And I know August has been in touch through the Australian Open this year. The tournament has been an absolute knockout, but just a word on Matt the Magician and his effects mic. I spent a month working on my serve before the tournament and was feeling pretty good about myself. Then I listened to AO Radio and heard the crisp sound of the ball off the racket of these professionals. My illusions shattered. Thanks so much, Matt, with the crying emoji. So Matt the Magician, more like Matt the Confidence Crusher. Yep. I love that email, August. Keep working on that serve. I suspect you're probably timing the ball pretty well, and moving into February.
You're welcome, August.
Matt's just got in our ears saying, you're welcome, August. But our tech puts all of this together technically to do a magnificent job. Sharing the love. Good to see. Matt's effects mic's getting a run.
And that's the thing. It is always so good when you hear the ball off the racket of these professional players. It's been so crisp in the booth, just hearing it, and this is why we've talked about different things, like, for example, when grunting comes up or different things, extended things. The players, they want to hear what's coming off the racket as well. So glad you can hear it there. You can tell whether the ball's been ripped with some topspin.
Or the backhand here, Rybakina. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Backhand to the backhand they go. Now she wants to switch to Świątek with a cross forehand. Now point at the line. Slice backhand from Rybakina. Coming forward to Świątek with the off forehand. Rybakina goes up the line and wide. She was bearing down on the net, was Świątek, and got the result. It's 15-love.
Nice piece of pressure there from Świątek. Good approach. Look of anguish on Rybakina's face as she looks at an opportunity missed, but that was more a forced error than anything else. It was a good deep approach.
Talk about the players going forward of the service line. Both players 5 of 5 net points won in the match so far. The serve coming in from Świątek. Out wide, misses. Second serve. Birds chirping. They'll be bored next week. There'll be no tennis. Second serve. Onto the backhand. Rybakina at the middle of the court. Off forehand from Świątek deep into the 8-court corner. Rybakina can't handle that. Her backhand doesn't even make it over. It's 30-love.
Just great depth, great direction. Realised that the opportunity was there to be able to thump that one. Short ball. She moved into it so well. And then I liked the body language afterwards, Pete. Just the pump of the fist. Oof, this has been an impressive serving performance once these women have got rolling. Early on, it was a little bit scratchy, but from about 2-all onwards, great serving.
The serve here from Świątek onto the forehand of Rybakina. That's cross-court. Cross-court forehands from both players in the juice court. Up the line goes Świątek. A shorter ball. Big backhand cross-court from Rybakina. Now Świątek moving into the juice court. She's sliding over and she's not happy with herself. She misses the forehand and it's 30-15.
I think she should give herself a little bit of a break, because on that occasion it was just the quality is she basically walks straight up. She is standing 1 metre away from us, isn't she, Peter? She's bouncing the ball.
So if you're listening to us on Rod Laver Arena, you got the headphones in, that's where we are, where Iga Świątek was ruminating.
I'm not so sure if she was giving you the side eye, Pete, there, or perhaps herself, but realistically, that was just the quality of the ball striking from Rybakina more than anything else. There was no reason to be too frustrated after that.
Serve now from Świątek. The serve comes in, out wide, misses. Second serve. Rybakina on the baseline. And just resetting her service stance. And the serve onto the forehand of Rybakina. It's an off forehand. Backhand cross court from Świątek. It's too short and it's dealt with by Rybakina. Big forehand winner. And it's 30-all.
And so now the heart rate will start to rise for Świątek. Back to 30-all in another service game. That one just powerfully struck. Sees the opportunity of a half-court ball. What can Świątek come up with? I think she'll go wide, Pete. I think she's drawn more errors on the forehand wing.
Well, let's see. As the serve comes in from Świątek. Down the tee, misses.
I was wrong.
Highlight that. You highlighted it. I need to highlight. Might be wide on this ball, though. Let's see. Might get the end result. We've got plenty of time to talk about it because Świątek's taking forever between first and second serves. And this serve onto the forehand of Rybakina. Cross court. Up the line goes Świątek. A high lob from Rybakina. Lands 3-quarter court. Świątek's there with an off forehand, but she's missed it. The change of pace undid her there. Świątek trying to attack. Instead, it's a set point for Rybakina.
The first forehand she struck in that rally was quite tentative. I think for a second she half thought she'd overhit it. Rybakina did a really good job to actually make that defensive high moon ball, and she missed by a long, long way. That didn't miss by only a ball or so. That one was halfway into the singles and doubles lines, the tram lines, the trolley lines. Set point, Pete.
It just wasn't in. Set point 30-40. Set point Rybakina. The serve from Świątek down the tee, misses. Second serve. Rybakina standing right on the baseline is going to attack this ball. Again, Świątek, a long time to get into this second serve motion. Set point, Rybakina. The serve onto the backhand of Rybakina. Świątek runs around, hits a forehand up the line for a winner. Got around to it nicely. Fist pump as well. She was happy with that, and it's juice.
The tension, the nerves. You're right, Pete. A couple of times in this service game, she's gone to move into the motion and then paused, waited for a second, tried to regain her breath, collect her thoughts. Really good directed second serve there.
So now Świątek at juice. The serve. Out wide, missing.
And the groan of disappointment afterwards as well.
Second serve. Stepping up again. The baseline is Rybakina. And this serve will go to the Rybakina forehand. It's ripped cross court. Forehand into the net from Świątek. 1-4-8, that serve came in. It came back slightly quicker, I reckon, from Rybakina. Świątek couldn't handle the pace. Another set points for the 5th seed.
Excellent penetration, and she's tightened up on that forehand return on the second serve. You missed a couple of games earlier, Rybakina, when she was in position to challenge. This game, she's made every one of those forehands.
So we wait now for the ball to come in. As Świątek serves. Out wide, missing. Not by much.
And a second look, but the red lights were flashing to indicate it was out.
Second serve. Set point number 2 for Elena Rybakina. And this ball will be delivered to the backhand of Rybakina. Rip cross court. Backhand to backhand they go. And now in the middle of the court, it's another cross-court backhand from Świątek. Good depth from Rybakina. The ooze of the crowd. Gets a shorter ball to Świątek, but she puts her backhand up the line. Rybakina has nicked the set. 7-5 here in the quarterfinal. Disappointment from Świątek. Rybakina slowly walks to her chair. A 59-minute set, an entertaining one. 7-5 the result to the 5th seed.
Beautiful ball striking right at the end, and things can happen quickly. Świątek had been cruising on serve, 30 love in that game. Rybakina found a way to turn it around, and now she has the ascendancy. What a moment that might be in this match.
Looks like Świątek is going to leave the court. In fact, she is. She's taken her water bottles with her as well. Meanwhile, Rybakina will stay in that position. Just a bit of business arising. Christian Harrison and Neil Skupski, 6-2, 6-3 over the Nusa and Rikl combination. That was a match we were following a little bit earlier. So the 6 seeds are through to the semi-finals of the men's doubles, as Świątek having a chat with Wim for sets. And a few, I wouldn't say they're the most friendliest of words there.
No, I don't think she was asking for directions to the bathroom.
No.
I think that was there was some aggression in that little exchange, which, look, at the end of a set, not necessarily that much of a surprise. Rybakina is just asking the central umpire how long this might be, and so she's making her way towards the exit as well. She's just having a chat towards her own team. It looks a little more calm. Yeah,
absolutely.
Calm.
Right, let's get into some messages though from around the world. Ask the booth on ausopen.com/listen or email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
And remember, we always read every single email, even if we don't necessarily make it onto air, because we do have a volume coming in, but please keep those messages coming in. Look, Seth from Bronx in New York is just asking, any talk about moving the Aussie Open into, a little bit later in the season where the temperatures won't be quite as brutal? Look, at different stages things arise, of course. There's been conversation through the years, but there's so many different elements that go into this, and this is why it's the perfect time in terms of the year. For Australians, it's our summer holidays, and so people are off work, people are able to attend, and it's the perfect lead-in for the players. We know they love coming down to Australia. It's a good, solid month that they get to play here, and really enjoy kick-starting their season.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, that's well said. And I mean, if anything, you might move it a week, but that's about it, really, because, as you say, it's that school holiday period. It's holiday time in Australia, and people want to actually, sort of really push this time and maximise the time that they're there.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. So, look, we'll see what happens, through the, there's different challenges for tennis, etc. But this is a great time. And the other beauty about Melbourne Park, the site of where the Australian Open is held, is that the fact that it's got access to 3 stadiums with roofs in the first week, and then We let go of John Cain Arena at the start of the second week once we've worked through. Which
is now a concert venue. The Kid Leroy's on tonight, I think.
Yeah, and that's right. There's always a lot of things happening. And it becomes 2 great stadiums with roofs. It means that we can get through the matches without any real discomfort for the fans, for the players. So yesterday, yes, it was very, very warm. But once we shut the roof here, it was down to about 25 degrees and quite comfortable inside. It actually got a little warmer once we opened up again later in the day, Pete. I was sitting courtside for Dimnor and Alcaraz, that quarterfinal last night, and it was pretty toasty. The heat stress ratio was down to about 3.5, which meant it was quite comfortable, and it wasn't scorching, but it was just warmer.
Well, the breeze had come in, but obviously the heat retained in the court from the first match was still there. By the way, Rybakina is still having a chat, and the coaching team's still having a chat around. While we're waiting for Iga Świątek, we should just say 20. What has she got? 2 minutes and 25 seconds to come back from the bathroom. So they are timed, so it's not a thing, but it does allow the coaches to have the discussion.
Jill has written from Chester.
Not Jill Krabus, who's sitting courtside at the moment.
Oh, she's typing furiously.
Probably not her. bit busy at the moment, our Jill.
Jill has written from Chester in England to say, does anyone else miss the line judges?
No, and I'll give you the reason why. Because when we had line judges, they were right in front of our commentary position, so it meant I couldn't actually see. We used to call them, one of our commentators from back in the day, Craig Willis, called them the Moon Family. Reasons which, if you can just work that out, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you know, you know. So they were right in front of us, so it does block our view of the court when they were here at the ground level where our bunker is.
Makes it a little hard to do the play-by-play, Pete.
It does. So we have to call off the monitor that's in front of us that we use for the other courts that we flip backwards and forwards. So, yes, we're still waiting on Iga Świątek to return. You're not missing any tennis. 1 minute and 15 seconds remain on that. As Rybakina has finished chatting to her team, she's now picked up a racket and will walk back out to the baseline. She's just working out which end she's going to be from, I think.
The end that she was playing from will be the end that she was at, because that was correct 7-5 and not a 7-6, so there'll be no change of ends. She's just asking if she can...
Right, she's asking for a view of the older balls.
Yeah, just roll through and keep the service motion going.
Because she's at the far end, we're going to hear the balls whack on our window. Here it comes, boom, 1.
Some rhythm there. Now, one thing is that now that we're an hour or so in, the sun will have moved even more, so it should be more comfortable serving from the end she's serving from, which I would call the Yarra River end.
Yep, that is sensible, the MCG and the Yarra River end, but I guess you kind of need to know the geography of Melbourne to know what we're talking about, but of course, just look it up. Google Maps it, find out where we are.
Or, as you said, the southern end of this court and the northern end, as Iga Świątek, we can see on the internal cameras, she's making her way back down from the bathroom. There's plenty of people there. I just spotted someone that I went on a Bucks party recently with.
Fantastic.
By that, a stag party run by the Aussie doubles champion, Storm Hunter. Great to see. She's a multi-skilled person.
Very talented event planning as well, as Świątek walks back out onto court. But it is a year-round prospect. You can come and visit the site. I'm not sure if they do tours around here, but
you certainly play.
So you can play on the outside courts. You can't play on Rod Laver Arena or any of the roofed stadiums, but you can come and have a look throughout the year. Lots of performances, lots of other sporting events around the precinct, but the precinct is very walkable. And see where they do the Australian Open when there's not as many people around.
I'm sure you've played on you've had a hit on Rod Laver Arena, Pete?
Not played on Rod Laver Arena.
You've had a hit?
I had a hit. Oh, maybe in the early days.
I've played on what is now 1573.
Oh, that's not a great court to play on. I'll explain in a moment. The first serve here is we get set number 2 on the way.
Fabulous.
As the net hits the back. Pete. Second serve is the set number 2 underway. Backhand, off backhand from Świątek. Cross-court forehand from Rybakina. Forehand into the net by Świątek. And it is 15-love. The reason why is because when you see it on the television, you think, this looks all right as a court. And it's got the advertising signage on either side and the umpire's chair and everything. that all gets taken away.
Oh, yes.
So if you only have a couple of tennis balls, you have to go and chase them to the outer extremities. It'll be the same here. You spend more time chasing the ball than actually playing. There's the serve here from Rybakina. And the tee misses.
I thought you didn't miss.
Yeah, but it depends on who you're playing. If they miss, it's even worse. The second serve here. Oh, big off-forehand from Świątek. It's heavy. Rybakina's backhand floats wide. In reply, it's 15-all.
She bounced around that one really well there, Świątek. She had to get all the way around, basically on the doubles line to hit that one. But the ball had kicked up 134 kilometres an hour, so not the most powerful serve. A little bit of topspin on that one. We saw her coaching staff, Rybakina's coaching staff, imploring her to use that topspin serve during the break. They were having a little chat and they were getting there to work up, push up over it. Świątek on top of it and pumped that forehand cross-court.
Serve down the tees, an ace from Rybakina, 30-15.
It's one way to ensure that your rival doesn't get racket on ball.
It has picked up.
Split the line.
5 aces for the match. 41% first serves into play. It's slowly rising, but only lost the first point when that first serve goes in. The serve here, going wide from Rybakina. Opening game of the second set. Rybakina taking the first 7 games to 5 here on AO Radio. Commentary change coming up too. We might do after the 3 games are done. Serve onto the backhand of Świątek. That goes long, and it's 40-15.
Thank you from Seth for that answer already this season and why it's the ideal time to play. I hope you're keeping warm, Seth. I suspect it's pretty snowy in the Bronx.
There's the serve coming in. One of the backhands of Świątek. It's a mishit backhand from Rybakina. Caught it off the frame. And it's sprayed long. And it's 40-30.
You can hear the crowd trying to get into this. I think they were right. They were gripped in the first set. Some people have taken a little break to go and get some of the fabulous food on offer, Pete. Some of the top restaurants in Melbourne have their outlets around the grounds of Melbourne Park. It's one of the treats of each Australian Open as she holds serve with a flat one wide, Pete.
Yeah, and unreturnable. So the first game. That's what you're doing after this, aren't you? Just go sliding into one of the restaurants here.
It'd be fair to say that I didn't have a lot of time to get breakfast this morning, given I was very late getting home from Melbourne Park. I think I rolled into bed about 2 o'clock and was up to try and hit some balls to get myself moving. So I'll be having some breakfast. I'm still working through my way through my coffee from 2 hours ago.
I might join you. I might have a bite to eat. I'm a little bit peckish as well this time of day.
Well, there's great restaurants. Now, this one, hi guys, loving the coverage. To what extent, and Scourge might be Scourge depends on the eyes of the beholder here, because just asking about, this is Rob from Cincinnati asking about the pickleball. We're seeing pickleball around the grounds. It's also one of the sports that Tennis Australia works. The emphasis down here is getting rackets in the hands of people and getting people to play their sport. And there's good crossover. There's room for paddle, which I love playing paddle. It's a different sport altogether. You, Pete, like playing some pro tennis if you get the chance. I know that there's some big...
I like pickleball. I'm going to be controversial, Rob. I'm sorry. I actually don't mind it. I love tennis, obviously. And the Pickleball Slam starts Friday here at Melbourne Park. They're going to play on ANZ Arena.
But there are lots and lots and lots and lots of tennis courts here. If you're concerned about tennis courts being eaten up by... No, that's...
They are starting to put pickleball courts down. It's complementing what's there. It's not ripping up what's there already. The infrastructure is strong here in Australia. I don't think it's just complementary play. So pickleball, yes, it's a different skill set. It's double fault here for Świątek, by the way. But an opportunity to, as you say, get rackets in hands and, diversify a little bit the portfolio. As we see here, Świątek prepare. At love 15. The serve into the nets.
I like this one. I'll be doing similar. Chester, Jill from Chester saying she's filling out the tax returns while listening to you. Keep me going.
Which is the more entertaining? As the second serve. onto the backhand of Rybakina cross court. Backhand to backhand they go in the ad court. Up the line goes Rybakina. Cross court forehand. No, it's just wide from Swiatek.
Hey.
And it's love 30.
So a tricky situation here for Swiatek. She took an extended break after dropping the first set. She's come back and it's been all Rybakina so far. A good hold in her first service game after taking the first set. And now love 30 for Swiatek. That one, just a regulation rally shot, dragged it wide. She hasn't been able to settle since returning to the court.
As it's love 30. The serve goes into the nets. That win predictor swung around, actually. It was 50-50 before. It's now 77% for Rybakina, 23 for Swiatek.
The tension rising. She smacks herself on the thigh after losing that.
Second serve onto the backhand of Rybakina. Forehand looped by Swiatek into the ad court. Now playing cross court backhand, and Rybakina easy power putting it into the juice court. High ball from Swiatek, lands three-quarter court. Now they continue with a backhand rally. Backhand to backhand they go in the ad court and up the line. Oh, easy as you like. Rybakina with a change of direction, and it's now love 40. It's 3 break points.
Just the tension that we're seeing in Swiatek. I touched on the fact that after missing that first serve there, Pete, she smacked herself on the thigh. Late in the first set, when she was leading 30-love while serving at 5-6, she missed what was a pretty tricky shot. Rybakina in the ascendancy, and she let herself go. She lost her sort of equilibrium in terms of the mind and under pressure.
As the serve coming in from Swiatek. Down the tee, off forehands, a clean winner from Rybakina. Now taking some control of this contest. It's 2-love in the second set. She took the first 7-5.
Swinging freely now on returns. We talked about the fact that midway through that first set, she made a few errors on the second serve from Swiatek. Just didn't make her play when the bell was there. She tightened up as the set progressed, particularly at the pressure moment at 6-5. With Swiatek serving in the first set. And then bang, bang, bang. Beautiful ball striking on that returning game from Rybakina. And you see at the other end, Swiatek really cursing herself. Not happy at all.
So Swiatek waits at the far end. Rybakina serving from our commentary box ends. The MCG end, I'll use your terminology, Courtney, as the return is heavy and good from Swiatek. Rybakina trying to dig it out. It's love 15.
Good email that's come in from Carissa, whether we get to it or whether it's Chris Bowers and the Spirit, Alan Stone, who get to this one. They might be able to handle it.
The Spirit's wandered in as the serve here out wide. Makes him sound like a ghost. The Spirit of tennis, Alan Stone. We'll join you in a sec as the second serve from Rybakina.
Second serve.
It's the tape.
Just pauses. She just gets the one ball from the ball boy standing just in front of us, not mooning us, not the Moon family.
No, as the serve here from Rybakina. We sorted all that out. Blocked back by Swiatek. Short ball, forehand up the line, easy from Rybakina. Setting it up. Once that first serve is going and it's picked up late in the first set, it's unstoppable now, 15 all.
Just looks so composed, Pete, doesn't she? She's moving forward beautifully. She's timing it really well. And I'll rip through this one from Carissa, who says, "Hi, AO Radio team. Enjoying the coverage from northern Minnesota. -20, but can feel the sun and warmth in the commentary. Curious about what specific things do pros do to reset mentally after a mistake during a point and throughout a match." And that's good timing because this is the situation that
Swiatek's
in at the moment.
We better give a quick answer because we're almost out of here. First serve into the net from Rybakina. The second serve onto the... Oh, it's a double fault. It's 15-30.
So you'll quite often, we see Rybakina back here just dancing around on her feet. She takes a second. Often you'll see the player grab the ball, bounce it a few times while looking away from the court, just trying to get themselves going, reset and focus. Or they'll look towards their team and just a bit of positive reaffirmation or positive affirmation towards them. Or stride over, grab a towel down, just settle for a second and think, okay, 1 point's gone, but I just need to play the point in front of me. So focus on what is to come. Play it point by point.
Second serve here for Rybakina. Now in 17 on the Rolex. The serve onto the backhand of Swiatek. Rip cross court. Backhand. Oh, it's easy as you like. Rybakina was ready and waiting with a cross court backhand reply for a winner, and it's 30 all.
Magnificent backhand there. And you'll see players, some have notes, some journal, and so we'll see Mira Andreeva, for example. She'll pull out her little notebook at the change of ends Just
I
go
think
through.
she took a notebook. Someone took a notebook to the bathroom break.
Well, that was Mira.
How long were you going to be there for? Jeepers. Goodness.
Very good point.
Serve here. The tee blocked back by Świątek. Half-court ball. Rybakina has plenty of options and plenty of open court, and she uses it. At court corner. Gets it done. It's 40-30.
Yeah, moved around that one and whipped that forehand cross-court. A lovely off forehand. She has got all the time in the world at the moment.
We don't, though. I think we might have only 1 point, but it's been wonderful having you as a part of it, Courtney.
Thank you so much for being. It's always a privilege, and thanks for having me on the team. It's been a delight for me all year.
Rybakina serves an ace. There you go. We've worked a nice bit of symmetry there. 1 hour and 18 on the clock. Rybakina 7-5 and 3-love. A break. Chris Bowers is in the house. The spirit of tennis. Alan Stone in as well. And it's all coming up here on AO Radio.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
With Alan Stone and me, Chris Bowers, as Świątek desperately needs to hold serve here. We'll get another first serve. That one hit the top of the net, sprung up, hit the net a second time and dropped over. Getting sick of being called the Spirit, are you, Alan?
a little bit, Chris, actually, yes. It's just that there's so many tennis people here. It happens to coincide just before the Australian Open.
Yes.
Normally, no one would even know it. Just the suburbs of Melbourne where I live.
I referred to you the other day as the Spirit of Australia by mistake, and someone said that's actually the slogan of an airline, not...
yes, not me.
Not you.
I do fly that airline sometimes.
You're the Spirit of Tennis, aren't you?
Yes.
That's the award you received last month. Right, Świątek, serving to the backhand of Rybakina. No, the serve's too long. Second serve. And Świątek, her dream of a career Grand Slam, at least this year, seems to be disappearing. Set and 3-love down. Backhand return. Backhand from Świątek. Cross court to the backhand of Rybakina. Rybakina nets.
I must say I'm a little bit surprised at the scoreline. I thought that Świątek, they've played a lot. She's ahead 6-5, but I thought she might make Rybakina play too many shots. It's a bit breezy today, a little bit of breeze.
Yeah, it's a lot cooler, isn't it? Talking about a top of 24 Celsius. I just think that Świątek, she's not playing well on hard courts at the moment. Her only hard court major among the 6 she has is the US Open. 4 French, 1 Wimbledon, 1 US Open. Missed her first serve, as you probably heard. Second serve now. Świątek from the President's box end. Goes into the body, forehand return. Forehand Świątek is long. Again, I don't quite know what she's doing there. Sometimes I think, well, she's just comfortable on clay where she has a little bit longer to get her feet set. But her feet were set right then.
Yeah. She just overplayed the shot.
Is she being rushed by
I
the
guess
weight
so.
of Rybakina's shots?
Rybakina hits it much flatter and the ball coming onto her quicker.
That is true.
And perhaps she's used to.
Świątek at 30-15. Serves. Forehand return is going long off the racket of Rybakina.
If I was Świątek and her coaches, I'd be a little worried about that there's no game plan B.
Well, yeah, and actually, although if you look set to hold here, it doesn't look like a massively convincing game.
No.
It's not the kind of game that makes you think, oh, she's back now. I mean, it can happen quite quickly. 2 points for one.
Game.
Oh, yes. For one game. So 1-3. Rybakina leads. What was also interesting, when they're both at the chair at the moment, I know it's only 3-1, but they're changing the balls. At the end of the first set, Świątek asked to go for a bathroom break, which, yeah, you know, it's a reset break, we know. But as she went out, she stopped and her coach sort of called her back and started chatting. And the supervisors with her said, you're going to run out of time if you talk to your coach. But she was clearly not happy, and the coach was just trying to say, just
calm down.
Calm it down a bit.
Yeah.
Rybakina went over to her bench, and yes, her coach talked to her for much of the time, but she just reset her hair. She took the visor off, she undid the ponytail, she redid the ponytail, she put the visor back on. And that must feel quite fresh. She's in the shade, chatting to her coach, and looks very fresh and has won the first 3 games of the second set.
Yes, well, Świątek can't work out the puzzle of the big serve. It's dominating.
Well, she's got a second serve now. First point of the 5th game in the second set. What can Świątek do? She plunders it back down the middle of the court, and Rybakina goes long.
Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, I'd have thought, though, that if you get a second serve, surely you try to get Rybakina on the run.
She just hit it straight back to her, didn't she?
She hit it down the middle. It wasn't particularly deep.
Maybe she thinks...
but that's where
Rybakina's footwork's not too good. A ball coming down the middle, she might not just give herself time, move out of the way of it. Well,
this time, Świątek does get the first serve back. Forehand from Rybakina, netted. And a real strong fist pump from Świątek.
she's a great competitor. I mean, you know, she never considers that she's out of any match. So I think we've got a bit more to play in this one.
I think we probably have. Pegula and Anisimova wait, the All-American battle. That's the last of the 4 quarterfinals. On the second Wednesday, the 2 women's quarterfinals are played back-to-back because the winners today have to play tomorrow. They'll play later tomorrow evening. And Rybakina. Świątek is not reading that serve.
No.
I mean, it's a decent serve, but at 179, you can't say that she was blown away for pace.
No, there's quite a few faster than that with Sabalenka's serving faster.
Yeah, she is, absolutely. 15:30, Rybakina serves into the net. Rod Laver Arena goes quiet. It's not quite full. I'd say about 13 of the 15,000 seats occupied. Second serve sits up for Świątek to go to the backhand. Now she goes to the forehand of Rybakina. Backhand from Świątek is wide and wild. That didn't miss by a narrow margin. That was the tram lines and a half.
It was. You don't usually see players of this level when they're in position to make the shot miss it by that far. So
reminds me of Coco Gauff last night. I mean, Gauff just had a nightmare.
That was. I felt so sorry.
I felt sorry for. I mean, look, we've all been there. We've all had days like that, but most of us have them in private.
Yes.
We're just out. It's an ace from Rybakina. Only our friends and colleagues see us. She has hers with what, 10 million people watching around the world.
She just couldn't find the court with anything. Serve and forehand was. But they're the two things that have been a problem for her in her career.
Yes. But even the backhand wasn't working yesterday.
Yep.
It was just, everything was off. Rybakina serves, backhand return. Forehand Rybakina up the forehand wing, lobbed by Świątek. Rybakina will let that drop. It lands just inside her baseline. Forehand Rybakina. Forehand Świątek, cross court. Forehand Rybakina. Świątek down the backhand wing. Rybakina lofts this one. Backhand Świątek down the line, winner. And she's back to deuce.
Well, that was a tough point, and she did well to throw up that defensive lob and remain in the point. I'd like to see the players do a bit more of that instead of when they're out wide and in not a good position in the point. They still go for a big shot and usually miss it. I don't think the coaches spend enough time on teaching them a little bit of defence.
It's deuce. Rybakina Serves out wide an ace. She's having the aces as much out wide as she is down the tee.
It's just great variety because she served a couple of aces down the tee this game and then just takes a bit of the pace off, slices it wide.
And Swiatek is just not seeing it.
No. Well, they've played 11 times.
Yeah, I know.
This is the 12th. You think she'd...
I mean, these days the players put their ball toss pretty much in the same place. The days when if you wanted to slice it, you threw it to your right if you're a right-hander, and kick it, you threw it to your left. Another ace.
That's brilliant.
Out wide. I mean, there's no answer to this.
No, that's just brilliant serving. She's not only is it quick, but the placement's terrific.
10 aces now for the match.
That's a lot, isn't it, in women's tennis, and a set and a half.
Swiatek is going to have to hope that somehow within sight of victory, Rybakina just eases off a little bit.
Yes, well, she can be a bit wayward at times with her focus and her concentration and stuff.
No, I don't think we had this message away from Carissa in northern Minnesota, where it's 20 degrees, minus 20 degrees below zero.
Well, she says, I'm enjoying your coverage again this year from northern Minnesota. It's almost minus 20 below zero, but I just feel the sun and warmth in your commentary. That's very nice. I'm curious, what specific things do tennis pros do to reset mentally after a mistake during a point and throughout the match? As disciplined athletes, how do they manage so quickly from one bad point or moment of frustration? Thanks again for bringing us all the greatness of AO.
What was your experience of, what did you do to get a bad shot out of your mind?
Well, it took me a few years to learn it, actually.
And you did learn it, did you?
I eventually did, and I taught myself not to play rear vision tennis.
Yes.
Only look forward. Don't look in the rear vision mirror about what happened, what you should have done. You were unlucky, you got a bad call, whatever, all you thought was happening.
Well, there's a quote from Alex Diminor that I've mentioned a couple of times on AO Radio during this year's tournament, that to be a successful tennis player, you need a mind like a goldfish. Because as soon as it's happened, you forget it.
Yeah. That's very true, but it is very hard to do.
Yes, absolutely. Swiatek serving 1-4 and a set down. Slow preparation. It goes out to the forehand. It's long from Rybakina. The issue for Swiatek is not holding serve. She has to break once, and she may only get 2 chances to do so. Swiatek from the Yarra end. Rod Laver Arena is quiet. She serves. Forehand return. Backhand from Swiatek at the middle of the court. Forehand Rybakina. Backhand Swiatek is long.
I think the thing that puzzles me a little bit about Swiatek is she keeps going for shots all the time. I mean, she's struggling here. Once she just try to move the ball around, take a bit of pace off.
So what would you do? The moon ball? Slice?
Yeah, a bit of both. But she doesn't like to do anything but how she plays. What's got her to this great level that she's at.
Well, she's won 6 Grand Slam singles titles.
Can't be doing that much wrong.
Well, 4 of them are on clay where she has more time.
Yes.
She serves, backhand return, forehand from Swiatek, forehand from Rybakina. Swiatek lofts the ball to the forehand of Rybakina. Wrong-footed by Rybakina is a winner.
Well, she did loop that one up a little bit,
yes,
and it bounced up high, but it went pretty much straight to her, straight to Rybakina, and she's seeing the ball like a football though at the moment, so she just matched it pretty quickly.
15:30 on the Swiatek serve. She is living very dangerously here. Swiatek serving with the backhand of Rybakina. Backhand from Swiatek is wide. She's got cramped on that one.
Got tangled up, so I'm not sure she was wanting to initially think about a forehand and then quickly changed her mind to a backhand and just didn't get in position quickly enough. So that was a vital error there.
I'd like to see just a slice thrown in.
Something a bit different,
because
yes.
Rybakina is just feeding off her pace so well. Make Rybakina generate the pace, it might be different. This is almost match point. 15:40 on the Swiatek serve. Into the body, but too long. Second serve from Swiatek. Never stops taking absolutely every bit of time that she can, preparing for the second serve. Going to the backhand of Rybakina. Forehand Swiatek up the middle of the court. Backhand Rybakina. Swiatek cross court to the two-hander of Rybakina. That's caught the line.
Wow. Swiatek thinks it's out. She's pointing to what she thinks is a mark.
Yeah, that's an indication of Swiatek's state of mind. I have to say, though, my reservation about electronic review originally was the optical illusion.
Yeah.
Now, we saw the close call replay, and it was a tiny fraction of the ball that caught the line. And to the human eye, that looks out.
I would have called out there.
Yes, I would have called out.
If I was a linesman, I would have called out.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Through the air, I thought it was going out.
I don't think that reaction was wrong. It's just that Swiatek knows that she'll get nothing out of that. Rybakina serving for a place in the semi-finals. Forehand return is deep. Forehand from Rybakina. Backhand from Swiatek. Lofted. Backhand of Rybakina. Swiatek goes up the forehand wing. Forehand Rybakina. Flattened. Forehand from Swiatek. Again, right into the hitting zone of Rybakina. Rybakina plays a drop shot. Swiatek will get there. Goes cross court. That's too good. That's the varieties coming from Rybakina. Well, it didn't do any good.
Well, she doesn't need it at this stage. I wouldn't have played a drop shot there. The first point when you're serving for a set or the match is vital. There's always a little bit more tension, even when you're well in front, and she could have easily hit a deep shot into the corner there. So
she had a slight smile on her face then, as if to say that was a bit silly. I mean, she's 5-1 up, so, you know, however experienced you are, there was always that feeling of, I have a margin for error. But of course, if Swiatek were to break here and then hold, then suddenly it becomes very different. Rybakina serves into the net. Lost the sun momentarily. It's a nice day. Goes to hit a top of 24 Celsius. It's a little breezier, though. Quite breezy yesterday, actually. Made the 45 degrees bearable. Oh, it's a return of serve into the net. Second serve, and Swiatek just pummeled that into the net. It wasn't even onto the tape. It was about a third of the way down.
It wasn't a great second serve, but it was only 133, so the ball there was there to be hit. But still, she needed to absolutely make sure of that when she's got the first point and she nets a second service return.
She got too excited.
Yeah, just gave it away.
Rybakina has missed her first serve. She's kidding. Swiatek's had plenty of second serves to look at. 15 all. Second serve out wide. Forehand return is off the frame and wide. Swiatek is just not finding the middle of the strings enough.
No, her forehand's very wobbly, isn't it? And that sometimes can go. I mean, it's a sort of her whole game is sort of strange looking to me. It's sort of uncoordinated almost, which is ridiculous, really, when she's won 6 Grand Slams. So it can't be that bad, but it looks awkward. It all looks awkward.
And she's world number 2.
Yeah.
But she's never looked that comfortable on hard courts. Forehand return is lofted and it's drifting wide. And here are 2 match points.
I think the ball comes onto her too quickly with her big wind-up and exaggerated sort of swings. And she plays aggressively with all the ground strokes, and it doesn't seem to work on the hard court.
Well, the first set took an hour. The second is barely over half an hour. It's Rybakina at 5-1. Serves an ace. Oh, what a superb display of serving by Rybakina. Her 11th ace of the match. A resounding victory. 7-5, 6-1, and Rybakina moves into the semi-finals here. She's been a runner-up in the past, but I don't think she was playing as well then as she's playing now. Rybakina through to the last 4.
Well, it just shows you what a vital game that was, the 12th game of the first set. They were having quite a tussle there, no breaks of serve. And she broke.
Swiatek led 30-love.
Yeah, in that game. And she missed a couple of poor shots to set up set point, and then just an error on set point. And once that set was over, I mean, Rybakina just raced through that second set with brilliant serving. She served well the entire set, but winning percentage of first serves, that's a big serve. She's tall. She's very much a style of the modern tennis player, men's and women's tour. Tall, athletic, big hitting, winning shots, winning flat shots. You've got to have the weapons. And Swiatek doesn't quite have the weapons. She has the determination and spirit on the court, but she just doesn't quite have the big gun. So if she can't out-rally someone, she's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but then you made the point that actually the thing she needs to build into her game is a bit of variety.
Yeah.
And she did at Wimbledon. She used her slice.
Yeah. Well,
Swiatek acknowledges the crowd as she leaves.
Well, she had to there, didn't she? Because everybody tells you got a grass except slice, so she said, oh, well.
Yeah.
So she improvised a bit, but she hasn't allowed that to carry through onto all the other surfaces.
No, she's not had a great hard court season, to be honest. Okay, here is Elena Rybakina talking with Casey Delacroix.
Elena, congratulations. You are through and back into another Australian Open semi-final. How pleased and satisfying was this win today for you?
Yeah, really pleased with the win. Thank you so much for supporting, coming. It's really nice atmosphere.
Now, you and Iga have played many, many times before. You actually played 5 times just last year, so you know each other's games very well. What did you think was the big difference today?
Yeah, we know each other pretty well, and I was just trying to stay aggressive, and I feel like in the first set, for both of us, the first serve was not really working, so we were trying to step in on the second serve, put pressure on each other, and I think in the second I just started to play more free, serve better, and yeah, I'm just really happy with the win.
And your serve today was so effortless. It looks fantastic. It's obviously technically so reliable. How pleased are you with how your serve is tracking heading into the semi-finals tomorrow?
Yeah, really happy with the last 2 matches. It's a bit challenging with the sun, and but finding a way, and yeah, for now the serve is really helping, so hopefully I can continue like this.
And I have to say, I love your attitude on court. You're one of those players that, regardless of the score, you wouldn't really know kind of what's happening. You have a great demeanour. You're very cool, calm and collected. Is that how you are off the court as well?
Yeah, pretty calm outside of the court too. Of course, I can be fun too with the close people, but yeah, I'm just trying to not show too much frustration if something is not going well. But yeah, I think it's just my character.
And lastly, you do play again tomorrow. Give us a little bit of an insight into what you will do between now and the semi-finals tomorrow.
But it's probably too boring because I'm just going to do my recovery, watch my opponents, talk with the team, and yeah, try to do my best tomorrow for sure.
Well, congratulations. Go and enjoy this moment, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Everyone, Elena Rybakina.
Yes, what you see is what you get, really. You know, I mean, she's down to earth.
Well, I think she summed that up pretty well, didn't she, about the first set. And once she got that, she just relaxed, and that second set was brilliant. Apart from the sensational serving, she just hit plenty of winners forehand and backhand. And
she didn't think her serve was particularly good in the early part of the match, and I thought it was getting good from about 3-all onwards.
Yes, well, she served. She won 91% of the points when she got the first serve in, but in all fairness, her service percentage was only 45% in that first set, which for her was pretty low. But just about every time you got it in, and you know, she was winning it, and I'm sure it went up in the second set.
We've got an interesting question from Dave in London, who said, "What is it about the harder hitters that causes Swiatek so many problems? Ostapenko seems to have her in her pocket, and oh, it's disappeared. Press the button, Alan. Oh yeah, here we go. Ostapenko, Keys beat her in the semis last year. Rybakina always causes her problems. Sabalenka causes her problems. Is it just power, or is it something else?"
Well, power's got a lot to do with it. As you were watching that match today, you see that she does hit her ground strokes hard, but she's got a lot more topspin on hers. They sit up a bit, so they get a bit predictable after a while. She doesn't like to slice, which will keep the ball low. She doesn't like to loop the ball high to change it. Serve, I don't think, is a great weapon. I think it's probably getting a bit better, but still not a weapon. And she doesn't have a really good net game. So against the big hitters, she can't really change from what she's got. And if that's not going to win on the day, it doesn't win. She doesn't win.
It's interesting. Somebody's just asked her to sign a picture of Steffi Graf with the holding the Wimbledon plate.
She thinks she remembers Steffi?
Yes, I suspect
she would.
Aware
Yes.
of it. Yeah. Well, thus ends a sort of interesting month for Iga Swiatek. She goes home with a trophy because Poland won the United Cup.
That's right.
But she lost her last 2 matches in that against Goff and Bencic, and yet she leaves here at the quarter-final stage, and no career Grand Slam for her at this stage of her career. Do you think she'll ever win this title?
Look, she's too good a player, I think, and you know she's still, even though she lost pretty badly there,
mid-20s.
Yeah, and she's number 2 in the world. So, and she is determined. She's never seen anybody so focused on a tennis court as her. So she'll get. Well, I think what she's got to do though is make some changes, and that's a difficult thing, as you know, because pros are very reticent to make technical changes in their game because to do it properly you have to take 6 months off, and I don't see her doing that. But I think she's got to do something to try to add something extra to her game.
For the first time, she's working with a non-Polish coach.
Yes.
She's always had Polish coaches up to now. I mean, they'd be good.
Yeah.
But now she's working, with Wim Musetti.
Yeah.
And now he's got a good track record.
Very good, hasn't he?
I'd be surprised if he doesn't actually work up some variety into her game. But the question is she open to it?
Yes, see, that's sometimes when coaches try to get their player to make some changes, which he feels is necessary, he or she feels is necessary, the player has a bit of a go at it for a while, doesn't do well. The coach keeps wanting her to do it, so in the end she doesn't want to do it, or he, so they fire the coach.
Yep.
And get a coach who'll tell them what they want to hear, which is pretty much do what you're doing to get to number 2 in the world. But what about her whenever she gets a short ball, hitting it, she can hit it hard and come forward just to try to do something a bit different.
Yeah, use the volleys.
And often if you hit a good enough approach and she hits heavy ground strokes, your volley will be an easy one, or it might even be an error.
But volleys are a question of use them or lose them, isn't it? Because if you don't play the volley regularly, you'll feel uncomfortable, then you'll go to the net and you miss a volley. You've actually got to go through that.
Yeah, well, yes, you've got to come out the other side and say, well, I'm prepared to
drop a few points.
Yeah, drop a few points, but in the long run, it's going to make me a better player.
Yeah, exactly. Right, well, we'll see in a couple of minutes' time who Rybakina will play in tomorrow's semi-finals. I'm assuming that'll be the second of the semis because they don't get a day off. And if you're wondering what that sound is in the background, they have these sort of look like a lawnmower. It's basically a carpet sweeper.
Yes.
Although the court is not a carpet. Because it's a slightly sort of grippy surface with acrylic paint on the top, it does catch the tennis balls, and a little film of fur builds up. Yeah. So after every match, they go across as if they're mowing the lawn, but they're basically just getting the little fur off the ground so that players have maximum grip. They still slide on this stuff.
Because they needed that when Ivan Lendl played here, because he had sawdust in his pocket.
Oh, he did, and it kept falling out.
And he'd take out a handful to rub on his grip when we played here in Australia, because it was hot, as we know, and his hands were sweating. The grip would get a bit damp, a bit wet, so he'd get the sawdust out, rub it on his grip, and that's fine. He'd change ends. The player would come down the other end and start slipping and sliding on all the sawdust that he's left in the piles behind the baseline.
So it's nothing to do with the grip, it's just tactical.
They needed these guys with their lawnmowers to come in after him.
Right, we've got the other two players in the corridor. We'll be back very shortly with the match between Anisimova and Pegula, live on AO Radio.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Coming to you from Rod Laver Arena at Melbourne Park, just outside the central business district of Melbourne. I'm Chris Bowes, alongside me is Alan Stone, former doubles champion and mixed doubles champion here. And if you're hearing bits of commentary, that's because as the players walk past the champions in the corridor of champions, you get a bit of commentary from the match point when they won.
Yeah, some pretty good players there they're walking past. I saw the Monica Seles' photograph of her when she won. They played one of the greatest matches of all time with she and Steffi.
In 93.
Yeah. And Steffi played the best tennis she could possibly play in the first set, which she won. Still kept that level up, but was just comprehensively beaten by the brilliance of Seles.
And that was Seles' last Grand Slam before the awful stabbing.
Yeah, I thought she'd go on and win heaps, because she'd won about 7 or 8 as a teenager.
She'd won 8.
Yeah.
So Jess Pegula comes in from the southern entrance, Anisimova from the northern entrance. They've gone by ranking. Anisimova's the 4th seed, Pegula the 6th.
You like that idea of them coming in separate entrances?
Not particularly.
No, I'm not a big fan of it, because the crowd's just starting to applaud the first one, and before they know it, the second one comes out. So neither player, I think, gets the recognition or encouragement that they probably should, because it all melds
that's
together.
a matter of timing. They could still do the 2 entrances and have a better timing on that one. I just sort of feel that it's like in a football stadium, soccer stadium, or even a rugby stadium, an American football stadium. They all come out from the same place.
Yeah.
And I don't see. I mean, it's interesting as an idea, and good on them for trying it.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite worked for me. To be honest, I don't think Wimbledon coming through the centre, coming under the Royal Box works. I quite like that build-up of anticipation.
Coming out the corner, coming around the...
Few people see the players coming out of the clubhouse, and then you have that split second where only about a 10th of the crowd can see them.
Yeah.
Jessica Pegula is spraying herself. I'm assuming that was with sunscreen. Either that or insect repellent.
Yeah, it could be fly spray. We have a lot of
This is Daphne who's going to
certain weather conditions bring out the flies in Melbourne.
This is Jessica. Okay, so
umpire's Miriam Bly.
3 tie-break sets. The final set tie-break to 10 points. Shot
Kelly
clocks
Rask.
in all 4 corners along with the towel boxes. Jessica, do you want to take the white box? Amanda, if you take the blue box. ELC Live, so calling everything including foot faults, so wait until you hear the call, and video review. So if you want to review a call, you can wait until the end of the points, then challenge. Any questions? So, Daphne, do you want to ask Amanda? What's the question?
Mark, Edmondson, or AO?
Okay. AO. Serve? Okay, can we just have a picture facing this way? So turn around and sit and face that way.
Sorry, Kelly Rask is the umpire, not Miriam Bly.
Thank you.
They do look similar from a distance, but...
white towels and some more ice.
How many white towels would you like? 3?
Like a few ice
bags. Yeah.
A lot of the players like the white towels. The tournament obviously wants them to have the official tournament towels because it's good advertising, because they're for sale in the tournament shop. But the players like the white towels because they're more absorbent. They feel that the imprint just soaks up slightly less of the perspiration. I'm not sure it makes massive amount of difference, but once a player gets something into their head, you're a strange bunch, aren't you?
Yes, but this should be interesting. I was covering Pegula's match when she beat Madison Keys, and I thought she played a brilliant tactical match. She's overpowered, which she could possibly be in this match, similar style. But she was just too smart for Keys. She mixed it up. She put some sliced balls in. She came to the net, and she was terrific, running straight sets.
I mean, the thing about Jessica Pegula is that she slightly got stuck at the quarter-final stage of slams. She had about 8 quarter-finals and then couldn't get beyond that. And then the US Open in 2024, she got to the final but was beaten by Sabalenka. But I thought the way she played against Keys was one of the most mature performances I've ever seen from her. And it's possible that, I mean, she spent an awful lot of time in her mid-20s, stuck around 30-odd in the rankings.
Yes.
And then it was quite late, about 27, 28, that she actually got into the top 10.
Which is a little bit unusual, because by that age, your sort of form or your, is set. It's hard to make a lot of inroads past there. But she did it.
Just watching Anisimova giving Pegula a couple of smashes. Spider Cam is quite low at the moment.
Yeah.
And I would have thought that some of those lobs from Anisimova could easily have hit one of the wires that Spider Cam had.
Yeah.
The people that operate Spider Cam are generally very, very good. There was one incident in a cricket match a few years ago where a fielder was hit by Spider Cam, but then the area that Spider Cam has to cover in a cricket match is so much greater than in a tennis stadium. A one-court tennis stadium, because you played in a lot of these places, in particular Kooyong and Forest Hills, where they had 3 courts, where we had 2 courts in week 1, and then the middle court is a brand new court in week 2.
For the finals, yes. Even White City had that for the New South Wales Championships in Sydney.
2 minutes.
And we had some days at Kooyong where the 2 matches were on at the same time on the centre court, the east and the west court.
On the main stadium?
Yeah, on the main stadium, which is a bit tricky because the umpire, the tournament officials had to pick which was the main one, and that was the one that had the PA. Otherwise, you'd have 2 umpires in that same area on the microphone.
Right.
So if you were on the east course and the court, and they figured the main court was the west, you felt a bit like, second fiddle.
So it's a bit like the vast majority of club players around the world.
Yes, I guess so.
Gosh. How demeaning for you to have to play like the club players.
Well, yes.
I'm pulling your leg, Alan.
No, I know. But that was interesting, though. It wasn't that easy to concentrate because you're hearing the score being called and half the crowd is watching your match and half the other, or more the other if that's a better match, and more applause for that one.
But I tell you, club players around the world will say, you play a club match and it's like that all the time. But you actually, because if you're playing, say you've got 4 players and your first pair is playing their first pair and your second pair is playing their second pair, or the other way around, you're often looking at the neighbouring court to say, are we up in that one?
Yeah, how are we going?
We've dropped the first set. But it doesn't matter if they're winning theirs.
Yeah, that's right.
And therefore, there's constant distractions on that front.
30 seconds.
Right.
We're a bit more precious than the club pros.
Thank you. You can say that. I couldn't possibly have said it.
And chose to serve.
And yes, Anisimova. We've talked about Pegula a lot. Anisimova is at the peak of her career so far. She's reached the final of the last 2 Grand Slam tournaments. Wimbledon she might wish to forget because of the score against Swiatek.
Well,
did much better at the US Open.
Mind you, there have been 126 other women players who wouldn't have minded being in the Wimbledon final.
Absolutely. And I thought she, handled herself with great dignity afterwards.
She did.
And this is a young woman whose father, who was her coach as well as her dad, died suddenly when she was 17. She just reached the French Open semi-finals.
She did, yes.
And that sort of completely threw her, and in a way this whole progression is a form of comeback.
She stepped away from the game for a while, didn't she?
Well, she tried to come back to play through the grief.
Yep.
And then realised that
she
wasn't doing herself any good at all. So she did step away for a couple of years. But since she's come back, it's been gradual progress. It's been good. Don't forget to keep your messages coming to us. You can either go to ozopen.com/listen, and then just on the right you'll see the AO Radio logo. Click on Ask the Booth, fill the form in and send it to us, or just send us an email, aoradio@tennis.com.au. But let us know where in the world you are. And if you want to enter our competition, which we'll tell you about, you can also do that via those 2 methods. So it's Anisimova starting this match. She won the toss and opted to serve and nets her forehand on the 5th stroke of the rally. Fashion these days is very much to choose to receive if you win the toss.
Not something I ever did in my whole career.
Well then, but you played in the era of serving and volleying, didn't you?
You did, yes. I served. Vital to get one game in front all the time if you could.
Backhand from Anisimova, backhand from Pegula, cross court, backhand Anisimova. Pegula has to slice this one round the net post and hits the baseline, cross court by Anisimova, chopped on the forehand by Pegula. It's a remarkable rally, this one. A slice from Pegula, backhand from Anisimova is long.
Well,
Anisimova thought she'd won that when that slice round the net post from Pegula landed right on her baseline.
Well, it's only taken 2 points for Pegula to show us the variety in her game. Yeah.
And she hit a chopped forehand.
Oh, terrific slice, defended well, kept herself alive in the rally.
That spray, whether it's sunscreen or insect repellent, is doing a great job. Anisimova serves, forehand return down the backhand wing. Anisimova cross-court nets.
Love 40.
Well, this is a confident start from Pegula.
Love 40 on the Anisimova serve. The arena's rather empty at the moment. I would say about 6,000 of the 15,000 seats are filled, but that's people probably just taking a break after the first match. And they have Musetti, Djokovic to come, which could be an absolute corker. So could this one. Anisimova at love 40, second serve. Goes to the backhand of Pegula. Down the line, clean winner from the American.
What a start. And then just timing the ball beautifully, coming out of the centre of the racket. And that second point where she improvised so beautifully with slices and a squash shot into the corner from the corner, which is being used a lot more effectively by the players now, which is good to see. Keeps them alive, presents a low bounce.
Why don't more players, when they see their opponent shaping up for the squash shot, race in and try and take it on the drive volley or even a punch volley?
Well, ball doesn't have much on it, and unless you're a good volleyer, if they've got to sort of initiate a bit of pace, they're not that confident about doing that with the volley. But they could move forward a little bit because it's a defensive shot that comes back and they could be ready to attack it. And then maybe come forward.
Unless they're a good volleyer.
Yes, well, net play's not in most of their DNA.
Say no more, Alan. Say no more. Pegula serves, backhand return is onto the baseline of Pegula. Picked up by Pegula on the half volley. But the second shot is put wide by Anisimova. It's a slightly sleepy start by Anisimova. Pegula looks very, very sharp. She's understated. Pegula. Serves. Has an ace.
30 love.
This is shades of how she played against Keys, last year's winner. Did everything well.
Yeah, she presents a very calm image on court. 30 love. Yet to drop a point. She serves down the middle. Another ace.
40 love.
Well, perfectly placed. 176 is reasonable speed, but the placement was the key these last two serves.
The way this is going, we'll get Djokovic and Musetti during our commentary shift.
Yeah, we might.
Yeah. Pegula serves off the top of the net and wide. 3 matches in a shift.
That'd be novel, wouldn't it? Be good.
I'd be surprised somehow, but I think this match has got a long way to go. That's a perfect shot. First point for Anisimova.
15.
Flat into out forehand return. Sails past the Pegula backhand. Pegula. She's in an orange dress, has a white visor. Goes out right, just too long. White visor. She's strapped with Velcro just below the start of her long plait. Second serve. Into the body, backhand return, backhand Pegula cross court, backhand Anisimova, forehand Pegula, forehand Anisimova, both rolled up the middle of the court. Good angle from Pegula, defensive backhand won't come back. That was just a brilliant angle from Pegula, and it came out of nowhere.
Well, she was well behind the baseline and forced onto the back foot and still managed to time it that well that she got a winning shot.
So love 2. Anisimova waiting for the crowd just to die down, but you're waiting a long time if she does that. Goes down to the backhand, slice back by Pegula, cross court by Anisimova, slice by Pegula, a drop shot by Anisimova, just wide. I'm not sure if it was a drop shot or just a short slice.
I think if she was a short slice to come in, but that was another clever shot from Pegula. She was under attack. She didn't try for a big pass. She just played that little chip across court. I mean, that's where she's a smart player.
Love 15. Not been a great start for Amanda Anisimova. And forehand from Pegula is long. Good bend of the knee from...
15.
I was going to say from the American. They're both Americans, but, you know. We're going to have at least one American in the semi-finals. All. Anisimova serves, back and return. Anisimova just goes long.
15-30.
Well, she just really hasn't settled down there. That was a good serve, but she didn't really need to have to hit it that deep. Just play herself into a couple of these points and get the feel for the match. She's not really in it yet.
15-30 on the Anisimova serve. Into the net. Second serve. Is to the backhand of Pegula. Netted by Pegula. Anisimova at 30 all.
Well, that was a good second serve. That was deep and put a fair bit of spin on it.
all on the Anisimova serve. Do is just getting her first game. Goes down the backhand wing of Pegula. Good deep return. Forehand from Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Anisimova at full stretch into the net. And it's his first sign of frustration from Anisimova.
30-40.
But in some ways, I think she should be saying to herself, okay, great start from my opponent, and see how long she can keep this up. And maybe start working on ways of just trying to break up the Pegula rhythm. Pegula looking very, very comfortable. This a point for a double break and a 3-love lead. Serve down the middle from Anisimova. Now hits a backhand to the forehand of Pegula. That's a defensive forehand. Cross court from Anisimova. Pegula's read it, throws up the lob. That should be an easy put away. It is. Anisimova choosing to take the drive volley rather than the smash.
Juice.
Well, she did well because it was a fairly straightforward one, but when you're down a point for a double break, any floating ball like that coming to you presents a couple of nerves. I think she needs to just sort of play herself into some of these rallies. She's going for full power and timing's not there yet. She needs to just get into a couple of these points.
What were we saying that about another player half an hour ago?
I think so, yes.
It's a good serve from Anisimova. The return goes into the net. Yeah, it's the way the game's played these days. That someone, I think, has done some data analysis and says you've got a better chance of winning just going for your shots.
Yeah.
Because if they're both going to their shots, only one of them's going to win. 40-30. Anisimova serves. Actually, advantage, but same thing. Backhand from Anisimova. That's too good for Pegula, and Anisimova opens her account.
Pegula leads by 2 games to 1.
Pegula still leading 2-1 with the break of serve. Now, I told you we had a competition on, and we've got a $50 voucher. I had one last week, which was won. So we have a second one for this week for the Australian Open shop. Wherever in the world you are, you can buy from the Australian Open shop. It can be mailed to you. We're giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. This is obviously an imagination, but imagine you could have front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? It could be from any round, any Australian Open or the Australian Championships if you want to go back before 1969. And you don't have to have seen it before. The match could have sentimental value for you or be something that sparks your interest in tennis, or maybe you have a personal interest. Maybe you just want to see it again. You can't change the outcome of the match. We're basically offering you the chance to be a time traveller, okay? And you're just observing, but chance to watch it again. And if you win the voucher, you can use it online. So do have a look at AustralianOpenShop.com. Shop is available both on OzOpen.com and through its own website. A lot easier just to go to AustralianOpenShop.com and see what you buy with your $50. Is there one match that you can think of that you'd love to see again?
Well, I'd like to see nearly any of Federer's matches again,
yes.
if I could.
We have had a couple of entries.
His match with Nadal, one final here.
This 2017
Yeah,
one?
2017.
Yeah. Pegula serving at 2-1, forehand return. Backhand from Pegula is wide.
Pat Cash's final against Matt Verlander here, the first
final
1988, when we were so keen. He'd lost in 5 sets in the previous Australian Championship to Stefan Edberg at Kooyong, so he loses 5 sets to that Swede. Then he plays Verlander, just as good a Swede in the final here.
Forehand return from Anisimova, drop shot by Pegula. Anisimova gets there and pushes that long, gets to the forehand and then goes long. You've got to be so careful when you run down a drop shot.
And lost the final 8-6 in the 5th, an absolute classic.
I remember it because I wasn't here, but I remember thinking, oh well, because we can't watch the Australian Open, it's the middle of the night. But it was such a long final. We watched the final set over breakfast in Europe. I was in Switzerland at the time, so it was an hour later than Great Britain, Ireland and Portugal. It's Jessica Pegula serves, backhand from Anisimova, backhand to backhand at the moment. Now forehand from Pegula to the forehand of Anisimova. Pegula will go back to the forehand of Anisimova, down the line Anisimova. Pegula going back to the forehand. Anisimova can't get the angles she wants, and she goes back to the forehand of Pegula, who goes on the backhand wing. Anisimova cross court, a slice from Pegula, that drops onto the baseline of Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula, forehand from Anisimova, down the line, into the net. And that was a slight forehand desperation, I felt, Alan.
Yes, well, at least she got herself into the point there. She rallied nicely, but in the end she ran out of patience and wanted to do a little bit too much, perhaps, go down the line there. Pegula's just really moving beautifully, running all the balls down, and she's hitting them low over the net. I mean, she's really hardly making any mistakes at all.
It was 18 strokes, that rally. Pegula serves off the top of the net and doesn't drop over. Flew high. That net must be very, very tense. Very taut. Pegula serves, backhand return. Forehand Pegula to the forehand of Anisimova. A drop shot by Pegula. Anisimova will get there. Goes cross court. Pegula's ready to goes down the line with a winner. I have to say that Pegula is using much more of the court. Anisimova is playing a little bit safe. When she goes for the angles, they're not getting anywhere near the sidelines.
That was a good change-up again from Pegula, showing us all her variety. It wasn't the greatest of drop shots. But Anisimova picked the wrong way to hit it. The usual rule is when you're brought in the drop shot.
100 return from Anisimova down the line. Pegula, a lovely shot, makes it on the half volley.
Yes, the general rule, if you're brought in a drop shot, you hit the ball down the line you're closest to, and then that gives you net position. It's much harder to pass. If you go cross-court, then you expose the down-the-line shot, an easy pass.
Does it not depend where your opponent is?
It's usually you just you play the percentages and you get net position.
So 3-1 Pegula. We'll come to some of your messages at the end of the game. Serve from Anisimova is wide. Second serve from Anisimova. Goes to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova, netted. Anisimova not into this yet.
No, just hasn't settled down. She had a very worried look on her face.
Yeah, she did.
At the end of this game
Absolutely.
too, which Pegula wouldn't have seen, but we could see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anisimova, yes, walking very slowly between serves now. There's a lot of distance to cover, but at least she's trying to take her time. Serves to the backhand of Pegula. Good angle from Pegula, up the middle from Anisimova. Deep from Pegula. Forehand from Pegula down the backhand wing. Anisimova throws up the lob. Pegula will smash this one. Oh, it's a great smash because she did not hit it with power. She just steered it with angle and side spin. And it was a beautiful smash, wide of the Anisimova forehand.
Just the appropriate type of shot for the lob that came up. The sun has gone across the sky a little bit, so it's not really a problem, but still it was a difficult smash which she handled perfectly.
Beautifully done. Anisimova. Off 30, back and return. Backhand from Anisimova, deep to the forehand of Pegula. But Pegula gets tremendous depth and catches Anisimova. Anisimova's not moving well.
No.
I mean, I have to say, Pegula's length is phenomenal. She's hitting the ball so well. Her placement is excellent. But Anisimova, who's taking a really long time now, standing right at the back of the court in the shade, bouncing the ball, trying to just steady herself. But she's not moving. She needs to take lots of little steps at the moment just to try and get the juices flowing. Anisimova serves. Too long. Again, that slightly resigned look after the serve went long. No, not good body language. Easier said than done, I know, but keep up the optimism, keep up the belief. He serves. Forehand return is too long. Rare miss from Pegula.
15-40.
Tell you that we've had one American win so far today and 2 British wins. Because Christian Harrison, younger brother of Ryan Harrison, and Neil Skupski have won through to the semi-finals of the men's doubles, 6-2, 6-3 against Nusa and Rickel, Czech pairing. They put out the defending champions yesterday. Forehand from Anisimova's gone long.
Game. Pegula.
And that's a double break of serve for Pegula. And Anisimova looks very, very crestfallen at the moment. The other result, Luke Johnson and Jan Zielinski, new pairing this year. They have got through to the semi-finals. They've beaten Arevalo and Pavic, 7-6, 6-2.
So we've got a couple of messages, and this one is from Austin, and he's asking, I'm enjoying listening to the Oz Open coverage. First time listening to you all. One question, why do pros have so many rackets? It seems like some players have 10 plus rackets. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Thanks. Well, I don't think they have 10, Chris.
I think they have about 6 to 8. Yeah. How many did you have in your bag when you played?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Gosh, wooden rackets with gut strings.
Yes.
Well, that's risky, isn't it?
Well,
you can run out.
When we changed, we got some more when we got to London for Wimbledon. So the 3 had to last for our first part of the season, and then if we were good boys, then the Dunlop Salt Slazengers would give us another 3 for the second half of the year. But they have so many rackets because they aren't worried about string tensions and.
Well, they like to change their rackets every 9 games.
Every 9 games with the new balls.
So if you have a long match, especially a men's singles, which could go 5 sets, they need lots of rackets. They'll send some out to the stringers. They also like a choice of different tensions. They'll decide what tension they want, but they'll have a couple of variations in case they get out there and think, no, I need something tighter or looser.
Exactly.
Pegula serves out wide. So it's a good question, but that's the reason why.
Yeah.
So you often need about 7 or 8 frames.
Anyway, if you had 10, you don't have to carry them anyway. One of your coaching staff can carry them around for you.
We have to be quite high up to have that many people. Yes. It's the thing about these modern composite rackets is they're all the same, whereas every wooden racket was a little bit different. Oh, a horrible return of serve from Pegula. Not from Pegula, from Anisimova into the bottom of the net. I mean, much as Pegula is playing really well, this is a shocker of Coco Gauff proportions.
It is. She's got no confidence whatsoever in any part of a game at this stage.
Pegula serves out wide, an ace. And the 2 taps you heard there was Anisimova. I think she's tempted to hit her racket harder into the ground than that, but she controls herself. Difficult to know how to react when your opponent's playing well and you're having a shocker. But Pegula, another ace. Anisimova just stands there, hits the loose ball away.
I mean, this couldn't be any easier at this stage.
Well, you say easy. I mean, Pegula is playing incredibly well. Her serves are as well placed as her ground strokes. That one goes in and comes back down the line, chipped winner. Anisimova was stealing into the net, seeing Pegula having to take one hand off the racket, but Pegula just sliced it down the line for a clean winner.
Leads by 5 games.
Well, she can do no wrong. It's just continuing with the form she showed a couple of days ago against Madison Keys. This is exactly how she played. Keys was a bit better, though, than this. It was a much tougher contest.
Well, yes, the first set was very tight, wasn't it? Anisimova, 1-5. Serves down the middle, just too long. Second serve. From Anisimova. Into the body, forehand return. Forehand from Anisimova at full stretch. Onto the baseline, down the line from Pegula. Wrong footer from Anisimova. That was her best point so far.
Well, that might give her a little lift. That's her best shot, the two-hander down the line. Her backhand is really a classic shot. It's one of the great backhands in the game, but we're not seeing much from it today. She can't get in a position to use it as she'd like. She's missing too many other shots, forehands in particular.
Anisimova serving out wide. Misses it. The ball boy was slid then. They're all sliding on hard courts. What's the world coming to, Alan?
I don't know.
Second serve is into the body, backhand return, backhand from Anisimova, backhand from Pegula. It's too good. Anisimova at full stretch gets a racket to it, but goes into the ground. I learned to play with these sort of canvas shoes with rubber soles.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that you might slide on a concrete surface. You're lucky to just have them to play tennis in. Now then, 15 all. Anisimova not happy with her ball toss. I think she is looking into the sun from that end.
It's just slightly, isn't it? Yeah.
Serves down the centre, backhand return, forehand from Anisimova. Again, it's gone wide. But for me, more interesting there was that her footwork wasn't right. I just think her feet aren't working properly, and you must have had days like that.
Plenty.
Yeah. Well, the perceived wisdom is just get your feet moving. Lots of little steps. Because once your footwork is good, the rest of your game will come into play. Forehand from Pegula cross court. Anisimova pushes Pegula back to a chopped forehand. Up the backhand wing now. Pegula's there, goes cross court. And Anisimova with her two-hander. Forehand Anisimova. That's a clean winner from the younger player. Anisimova.
30.
That's the best point that she has played. She controlled the ball beautifully in that rally, hit them firmly, but the timing was there. And the crowd giving her a nice round of applause. They'd like to see, they know she's better than this. They'd like to see her be able to produce it, if she's allowed to.
Serve down the centre, an ace.
40-30.
Well, this is a better game for Anisimova. Move to 40-30. Anisimova serves, forehand return, forehand from Anisimova, forehand Pegula, forehand Anisimova. Down the line from Anisimova, cross court on the backhand from Anisimova. Now she has a short ball to put away, and she does. But again, Pegula just making her play the extra ball.
New balls, please.
Nothing Pegula could have done about that. At least
leads by 5 games to 2.
At least Anisimova is starting to find her game now.
I'd like to see her, as you mentioned, a little bit better body language. She's sort of walking around with shoulders slumped and that sort of stuff, and a sort of dispirited look about her. And, you know, you mustn't give your opponent any indication of how you're feeling, particularly if you see that things aren't going that well. There's no need to, enforce it. So we've got a message from Penny, Chris and Alan. In past decades, I look forward to listening to Fred Stolle every summer at the AO and the French. Your insights are certainly on a par with Fred. Gee, Fred would turn in his grave. I see Pegula as the favourite here due to her tactical nails. And as Fred would say, the sooner you get to the net, the sooner you get to the pub. Well, our great mate Fred unfortunately passed away.
A couple of years ago?
Yeah. And we do miss him greatly, particularly as a young Aussie. He helped me a bit on the tour when he was one of the star players back in the mid to late 60s.
He lost 3 successive Wimbledon finals, didn't he?
He did, yes. Roy Emerson was his nemesis.
Chuck McKinley won one of them.
Yep.
I think Emerson won 2.
Yep. But he did win a US.
Yes, he did.
He might have been unseeded.
And he won various doubles titles at
yes.
the majors. Pegula with the new balls
15 love.
at 5-2 and serving, and an ace out wide. Anisimova looking down, suggesting that ball was not in. We're looking at the replay. Well, the vast majority of the ball was beyond, but a decent chunk of it did catch the line. Yes, poor old Fred. But he had a good innings. Backhand from Pegula to the backhand of Anisimova, which is netted, and Anisimova is really frustrated with herself at the moment. She's trying to keep a lid on it.
And Penny also says that she sees Pegula as the favourite here due to her tactical nous. Well, no disagreement from us.
No, a tactical nous and just greater variation at the moment. 30 love, Pegula. Serves off the top of the net and long, so that's a double fault.
30-15.
Her first.
Do you like the red line that lights up and the one round the umpire's chair when there's a fault or an error?
As a commentator, I do find it helps.
Yeah.
I mean, when they first got rid of the line umpires, I found myself looking for the line umpires.
Okay, yes.
Especially if you're watching a match and you think, now was that in or out? And you see an arm come out or two palms go down together. And since we haven't got that, I actually find these red lights are quite useful. I'd rather we didn't have them, but I do find them useful, yes. That's a clean winner off for a second serve from Anisimova. 30 love is now 30 all.
I would find it annoying if I was playing badly because it would just be reminding me that I'm making all these mistakes and errors.
Well, the score might do that.
Yeah, but I don't have to look at that.
You hear it from the umpire.
Yeah.
Backhand return from Anisimova. Backhand from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova. Pegula goes cross court. She's overdone that one.
Yes, that's the first straightforward miss that she's made when she's been in a winning position.
And it's a break point for Anisimova. And suddenly this set starts to look a little bit more open. Pegula at 5-2, but 30-40. Serves. Oh, that's a long way long. Range has gone on the first serve at the moment for Pegula, which is exposing the second serve a bit. Generally a good second serve. Kicks this one, backhand return. Backhand from Pegula up the middle. Forehand from Anisimova. Off the frame and just long.
Juice.
She turns again in frustration. Spreads her arms. She's right in front of us. Just trying to breathe deeply.
Yes, trying to calm herself down a bit.
I actually think that the problem is not the calm. She needs to actually get her feet more excited, get them moving. Pegula serves wide. And not a particularly strong serve. Very good catch by the ball kid in front of us. Ball kid 3-6-3. We have numbers. Forehand return. Forehand from Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova. Goes to the forehand of Pegula. That's a winner down the line for Pegula. Great forehand.
Well, speaking of moving your feet, our Davis Cup captain, the late Neil Fraser, when we'd change ends, first thing he'd say, now remember, happy feet.
Happy feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd say that all the time,
All
so
right.
to keep us moving our feet. If you could see we were getting a bit nervous and that.
Happy Jessica Pegula, because she's at set point. She serves to the forehand return. Forehand from Pegula up the middle of the court is long. So happy feet was just basically dancing all the time, was it?
Yes, on your toes, moving, yes. And always if he thought we were getting a bit nervous, which very easy to do in Davis Cup.
Yes. And I wonder whether that's Anisimova's problem, is that actually she's a shade nervous here.
Yeah.
I know she's been in 2 Grand Slam finals in the last 2 majors, but...
Well, she doesn't have a good record against Pegula.
No, that's also true. This is their 4th meeting. Pegula's won the other 3. Pegula serves, backhand return, backhand from Pegula up the, forcing Anisimova to reach for that one. Up the line from Pegula, cross court from Anisimova, forehand from Pegula, down the line. Anisimova, slice by Pegula, a slice by Anisimova is netted. That slice from Pegula is so good.
It is good.
It just skims the top of the net.
And it's got a fair bit of spin on it, doesn't it? And it bites and keeps low.
It looks a natural slice.
Yeah.
It looks like she's been slicing all her life, whereas actually I think she's built the slice in to become a more important part of her game in recent months. Set point number 2 for Pegula. Serves down the centre, an ace.
And first set, Pegula.
Oh, that's a terrific set for Jessica Pegula, 6 games to 2 in exactly half an hour. Played beautifully, was helped by Anisimova's errors, but you have to say, Pegula played an excellent set.
And she's not really known to be a great server. I mean, a sort of good serve without it being terrific, but all of a sudden she's an ace server now, serving quite a few aces. And seemingly hitting the ball harder than I thought she was able to.
85% first serves won. There you go. That's pretty impressive. And she's had 7 aces.
So we've got an email from Bick. And he says, hello gents, watching from a chilly Boston and hoping Pegula can get to the next round. Glad to see some tennis players reaching their peak in their 30s. Growing up in the 80s and 90s, players who got to the age of 30 were ready to retire. Keep up the good work.
You were well into your 30s when you and Colin Dowdeswell got to the Wimbledon final, weren't you?
That was 1975.
Oh, so you were only 30 then?
Yeah, I was only 30.
Right.
But I gave it away at about 33, 34.
Okay.
But mainly because the television network here offered me a role as a commentator.
Okay.
I was still ranked about 50 in the world, but
Right.
it was getting near time, and my wife was making noises about how about we get a divorce.
Right.
If you don't retire.
Okay. Well, that's a bit of an incentive.
Well, you know, it's a bit costly. No, anyway, so that was that.
Yeah. No, I mean, if Pegula wins this, Pegula is actually having some practice serves at the moment, just to keep the momentum going, because Anisimova has taken a bathroom break, which I think we're not surprised about.
No.
If Pegula wins this, it means we've got 2 31-year-olds in the semi-finals. 2 of the 4 will be 31 years of age.
Well,
because Svitolina is 31.
Yeah, it's not a surprise these days. Bick, as you mentioned, there's so much money around now. It's just phenomenal prize money for the players that the incentive there is to keep in shape and keep working hard and practicing, and you can play right into your 30s. We've got Djokovic coming up next at 38, and he's almost playing as well as he ever did, as far as I can see.
Isn't it interesting? Do you remember that great match? It was the WCT finals in Dallas.
Yeah.
When Laver and Rosewall played a 5-setter.
I do.
Now they were what, 38 and 39 at the time.
Something like that, yeah.
And yet we thought nothing of it. Well, I say we. I mean, I was a small child at that stage, but you know, it's something that's. I suppose Federer, Nadal, Djokovic have brought it back.
Yeah, I think so.
I remember about 20 years ago, Gianluca Pozzi got to the top 30 at the age of 35, and we all thought that was amazing.
Yeah.
Federer's been winning slams at 35 plus, as has Nadal and Djokovic.
Yes, so I think it's good. That it's a bit of an issue, unfortunately, for the up-and-coming players, because these great players are still playing. So you'd almost wish they'd retire so that you get a chance to move through the ranks.
Talking about retirement, we've had a message from Saif, who lives in Tilburg in the Netherlands. Hi from Tilburg, where it's 3:45 in the morning. I'd like to give a shout out to Rohan Bopanna, who retired last year. The Indian player won the 2024 Australian Open Men's Doubles Championship alongside Matt Ebden of Australia, and also became the world's oldest #1 en route. Also remember his partnership with Pakistan's Aisamul Haq Qureshi. Duo were known as the Indo-Pak Express, a reference to a train that used to run between Delhi and Lahore. And he's acknowledged who I did. Yes, I think that's.
I'll read that out. A big thank you to Chris Bowers for his lovely interview with Bopanna a few years ago. I very much enjoyed listening to it and learned much from it. Keep up the good work. Well, it's nice to get a pat in the back sometimes.
Yeah, I've done a couple with him, but the one I did last year with him was basically about sportsmanship, because of the little gesture he made in the 2023 US Open final, men's doubles final, Grand Slam final, final set.
Was that where the ball hit his shirt?
Exactly. Bopanna and Ebden were a break down, desperately needing to hold serve. And Ebden hit a cross-court forehand, clean winner. And Bopanna said to the umpire, no, that touched my shirt.
Yeah.
On the way through, touched my sleeve, or just brushed my arm, whatever it was. And the umpire took a while to understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
And he actually had to explain to her, it should be their point.
Yes, it's illegal. Gee, you'd have to be pretty special to do that. I'd like to think I would have done it, but I'm not sure. It's just... spur of the moment thing, and you think, geez, did that touch my shirt or did it not? Or, you know.
He did say...
if it clearly hits you, you can obviously,
yes,
you know.
Yes, yeah. They said, no, we were brought up to, you know, you win fairly.
Yep.
They did lose that match, but they held that service game. So in a way...
It was justice.
Justice was done there. Right, Anisimova is back. We start the second set with her serving to Pegula. And the return is too long.
So shades of the previous match where Świątek left the court when she lost the first set. You ever see anybody who wins the first set leave the court?
Yes, I did once.
Did you?
And I remember thinking...
Did you mark down the day?
That's odd. Why are they doing that?
They must have really needed to go.
They must have. Maybe it was a hot day and they drank lots of fluids before the start of the match. Did once see it when the umpire had to say, I think he waited to the end of a set and he said, I'm afraid I need a bathroom break as well.
Yeah, just have a hit amongst yourselves.
Yes. Second point has gone to Anisimova with the forehand return of serve long by Jessica Pegula. Anisimova, in front of our commentary position, serving into the body, chopped back by Pegula, backhand from Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula, now backhand Anisimova, forehand Pegula deep to the forehand of Anisimova, forehand Pegula, forehand to forehand, and Anisimova into the bottom of the net. And it's strokes like that that make me think Anisimova is going to struggle to dig this match out.
Well, that was a routine rally. There was no real danger in that shot. If she'd hit 3 or 4 just like it, and then all of a sudden just gets over the top of it too quickly and smothers it into the lower part of the net.
I like the outfit that Anisimova's wearing. Sort of two-tone lilac top. In fact, it's a dress. It's a one-piece, but it sort of merges into a skirt part is black. She's wearing the lilac-coloured visor and sort of greeny-yellow shoes. She serves back and return. Backhand from Anisimova off the line, misses. That was a flat return from Pegula. Anisimova bent her knees, went down Radwanska style, and went up the line. Not a bad move, but she's just not getting her shots in the right place.
A little bit risky when you're struggling for your form, although she was ahead in the count.
30 all. Anisimova serves, just missed. Second serve from Anisimova. Goes all the way to the net. She's going for the body serve.
30-40.
And here's a break point for Pegula right at the start of the second set. Anisimova's reset by going for that bathroom break has not worked.
No, not yet.
Break point Pegula. Anisimova not going to serve yet because she's not happy with her ball toss. Everything's just going a little wrong for her. She serves too long. Second serve from Anisimova. This to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand Anisimova down the line, clean winner. And the scream was from Anisimova.
Yeah.
Trying to G herself up. That was a much better punch, a double punch. The serve out wide, and this time the backhand did hit the right place.
Well, she was fortunate that she got the break point to be able to be played with her best shot, backhand down the line.
But that was the shot she missed 2 points earlier.
Yeah.
Anisimova serves into the net. She's serving and volleying there. She's certainly running somewhere after the serve. Second serve from Anisimova. Into the backhand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova into the bottom of the net.
There's that rushed quick swing where she smothers it.
Is that what she's doing?
I think so. She doesn't get the racket head going towards the target long enough, so it gets to about here and then just in front of her and rolling the wrist over a bit sharply, I think.
So what can she do to...
Well, I would just for a couple of games take a little bit off it and just aim it a little bit higher until I start to feel that I've got the timing and got it back under control.
Second break point, a chopped forehand from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova down the line. Pegula with a defensive backhand, that's going to drift wide.
Well, see, that forehand, she gave it a little bit more height and played it a bit more calmly. She didn't rush it.
Does it help to maybe get the backswing in a little bit more quickly, get the racket back earlier?
Well, yes, I mean, a lot of the good players, I remember Serena Williams, I've never seen anybody take the racket back so early as she did. Almost too early, she had to wait a bit, but...
she did pretty well for herself, didn't she?
She
Backhand
did.
return from Pegula, netted by Anisimova again. As the backhand cross-court. Advantage Pegula. A third break point in this opening game of the second set. Anisimova. Serve. Looking for the big serve down the centre, but you heard the recorded voice of the person shouting out. Should be fault, shouldn't it, really?
Yes.
Fault if it's a serve, out any other shot. Forehand return from Pegula is out. Too long.
Well, the let off there, second serve on break point, she could ill afford a shaky start to the second set, as was the case in the first.
Anisimova serving. No, not yet. Now she's going to try serving at deuce. Down the centre, backhand return. Just inside the baseline of Anisimova. Goes to the backhand of Pegula. Good angle from Pegula. Up the line from Anisimova. Cross-court Pegula. Cross-court Anisimova. Pegula chops that back. Down the line, Anisimova's a clean winner. That was good tennis.
Oh, yeah, that was brilliant ball striking from her. And she had to, because Pegula was really scampering around the baseline, chopping the balls back, keeping them in play. And in the end, Anisimova had to come up with some of her best shot making to get that game point.
Anisimova serves. Backhand, no, the serve was just wide. Second serve. From Anisimova. Just taking her time on this one, and rightly so. Served into the body, backhand return. Forehand from Anisimova, forehand from Pegula, forehand Anisimova. Pegula goes down the line, misses it, and Anisimova holds. But interesting in that last point, she was just rallying, just happy to trade punches.
Yes, a bit more conservative there early in the rally. That's all she's got to do, just take her time a little bit more, just play a bit smarter. She's playing like she's...
So, Pegula coming out to pick balls in front of our commentary position. She takes 3, dismisses 1. She's wearing this bright orange dress that a lot of female players are playing, and there's a same colour shirt and shorts in the men's game. That particular company. Pegula, a set-up, lob one in the second, serves down the centre, backhand return is lofted. Pegula will take this on the full. Another lob from Anisimova, taken on the full by Pegula second time. The drive volley is good.
15 love.
Calmly played by Pegula. I mean, I like her presence on the court these last couple of days that I've watched her. I mean, she's really calm. She seems to be totally aware of everything that's around her, what's going on, what's happening with the match. It's all coming quite comfortably.
Pegula serving, looking to go down the tee. She favours the forehand of Anisimova, doesn't she?
Oh, her backhand's her best shot.
Off the top of the net, the second serve. Pegula just takes an extra ball. Dismisses the one that she had in her hand. I'm sure that's a superstition thing. Second serve is kicked to the back. Oh, and Anisimova, wild backhand.
13 love.
Again, having played conservatively on the game point that she had in the last game, why does Anisimova then go for that very difficult, spectacular down the line shot? Because it was a kick serve, so she was hitting the backhand way above shoulder level, which makes it a hard shot to hit, and she was going for the winner.
Well,
I think she just needs to rally with Pegula.
I mean, you've got to query the coaching about that. You know, there's certain times when you must make the opponent play the ball. And one of them is a game point with a second serve.
And Anisimova's just done exactly the same thing again. Serve into the body. Yeah. It was a good serve. It had a bit of movement, swinging into the right hip of Anisimova. But again, where is the... Just let's get the ball into play.
Yeah.
Serve from Pegula. Anisimova hits that into the corner. A very high lob from Pegula will just clear the net, but should be smashed away. And it is by Anisimova.
Yes, you've got to make your opponent beat you, you know, so because often they can't do it if you just nice and solid on the game points, and they're going to be a bit nervous, etc. So they've got to play smart tennis, and a lot of them, as you said, they just hit tennis balls, hitting it hard all the time, because that's what the coaching manual says these days. It's a power game, so you've got to hit it hard.
Pegula serves, backhand return. Forehand Pegula cross court to the forehand of Anisimova. Chopped by Pegula. Pushing Anisimova back though. A slice from Pegula. Anisimova waits, hits a backhand into the net. She's getting errors on the backhand side as well. And Pegula levels at 1 game all.
Well, just cutting it a bit too fine, those rallying shots there. Just net skimming shots. I mean, just raise the sights a little. Metre above the height of the net with a little bit more spin, until you get the opportunity to really hammer one.
Pegula right in front of our commentary position. She must be happy with this, but it's only 1 set. It may have been a very one-sided set. And Anisimova could find form at any time. 1-1, second set. Anisimova serving. Backhand return. It's long. See, that's a loose shot by Pegula. But be careful not to let those creep into her game.
Actually, you mentioned the one-sided set. We've seen a few one-sided women's matches on the Rod Laver Arena the last few days.
Yeah, it's funny. We got the top six in both the men's and women's singles, who got to the quarterfinals, and yet we haven't had great quarterfinals yet, have we?
No.
I mean, the first set of Diminor Alcaraz was fascinating, but once that set went to Alcaraz, the match fizzled out.
Yep.
13.
I'm very much looking forward to the next match on this court, Musetti against Djokovic.
Well, as long as he doesn't look at the stats and see what his head-to-head record is against Novak, 10-1.
The head-to-head is changing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And actually, I think Musetti is playing well enough that the variety he brings
he's very good.
Could trouble Djokovic. Anisimova serves, backhand return. Forehand from Anisimova, into out. That's too good for Pegula.
This just shows the value as she gets to 40 love of hanging on to that opening service game of the set when she saved a couple of break points.
Yes, they could prove important. Anisimova serving. Forehand return deep to the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova just clears the net. Forehand Pegula going back to the backhand, but it's long from Pegula. And Anisimova
leads by 2 games to 1.
Well, she stays ahead. 2-1 on serve in the second set.
Well, we've got a message from Dave Richardson, and his is enjoying the call in our architecture class studio, where our design project is a sports rehab centre based on regenerative health. Match from the past, as he's picked a doubles match. 1970 Australian Open men's doubles. Smith and Lutz with their only non-US Open major win over Alexander and Tent. Well, I would have been playing in that. I don't
played
remember.
In that tournament.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but they were a very good team, Smith and Lutz, and surprisingly didn't win as many majors as I thought they would have. They were very good.
They had a terrific record in Davis Cup.
They did, very good, yep. And I thought they were a good enough team to win Wimbledon, but they didn't. So
no, they didn't, that's right.
A lot of good doubles teams around, though.
Smith played with Van Dillen for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, he played Davis Cup match with Van Dillen, but they got destroyed by Laver and Newcomb in the final. That didn't help their teaming up after that. But Van Dillen was a good doubles player, though, in his own right.
Would have been the early 70s. Yeah, thank you for that one. It was Dave in Farmington, Michigan. Pegula at 1-2. Serves down the backhand wings, chipped by Anisimova. Backhand Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova is long.
15 love.
Anisimova's walking to her bench. How do I get my... What did she say? I mean, I can't get the ball in court, she says. Yeah, well, that's reducing it to its simplest. Pegula off the top of the net. The thing is, it slightly dragged Pegula's level down. Because Pegula hasn't had to be playing particularly well. Second serve is into the net.
13 love.
She's just trying to play too well. I mean, just get the ball over for a few shots and just see how the rally, how it goes. Don't try to hit too many good shots straight off the bat. Just not playing well enough at the moment. That'll come if you give yourself a bit of time.
Pegula at 30 love. Serves just wide of the sideline. Not by much. Second serve. Into the body, forehand return. Forehand from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova up the line from Pegula is long. So those shots were going in the first set from Pegula.
Well, see, that's nothing wrong with that point she played there. She rallied a couple of shots and then the opponent ended up missing it. Keep yourself alive in the rallies.
30-15, Pegula. Serving out wide. Backhand return off the frame is wide. Now,
40-15.
when she hits that off the frame, that's a sign that just coordination's not quite right.
Yeah, she just really sort of snatched at that ball.
And we all have days like this, but for most of us, it's like, you know, we knock the glass of water off the bedside table when we go to turn the alarm off, or we reach for our keys and push them behind the refrigerator or something like that. You know, days when just we're not coordinated. When these people have it,
yes,
they're in the goldfish bowl of global publicity. As Anisimova goes long again, and Pegula holds to 15.
2 games on.
I think she's just got to calm down. I mean, she's getting too, not showing poor temperament or anything, but she's just too annoyed with herself about this.
She is.
Not rallying as well as the shots aren't going as well as they normally do. As you said, you can't expect it to be like that all the time, and you have to give some credit for how solidly your opponent is playing, mixing it up.
Anisimova, 2-all, second set. She serves out wide.
15
An ace.
love.
Short-angled serve. Pegula wandering up to that and then changing direction and moving to the other side, which tells you that Pegula wasn't entirely sure. It was a close call. Anisimova serves down the middle. It's too good. That won't come back. As you love on the Anisimova serve. Serves down the backhand wing of Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula. Anisimova down the line, misses.
30-15.
You see, if she felt that she could get herself in by all these shots would just be eventually they'd come good, then fine, but there's no sign that they're coming good.
Well, she's going to run out of time shortly. Another impatient swing at that forehand there.
Anisimova serves, and that's too good.
Well, she's serving well this game.
Three good serves in this game. Yep.
What she's got to do is just keep hanging on to a serve, and eventually she'll be up 4-3, 5-4, 6-5, and might be able to just string together one good service game, and that would nearly give her the set.
Give you the winners and unforced errors in a minute, because they make interesting reading. Anisimova at 40-15. Serves. Oh, double fault.
40-30.
Winners are almost identical. 13 for Pegula, 14 for Anisimova. Unforced errors, 10-26. 10 for Pegula, 26 for Anisimova. And there's your story in the stats. Although we're seeing it in front of our eyes. She's just not playing well. But she's at least held serve again as Pegula nets her return of serve.
Anisimova leads by
That's what she's got to do, make sure she doesn't drop her own serve, just keep hanging on. That game in front is an advantage as the set progresses. And remember Andre Agassi saying that they were asking him why he didn't break serve more often with his great returns, and he says, I only have to break once. He says, I only have to have one game where I put 3 or 4 together. He says, it doesn't matter about the others, and which is what he did.
And, you know, Federer liked quoting the stat that he only won 54% of points that he played. I'm not sure if that is 100% true, but the fact is 54% is about what it takes to win a set 6-4 or 7-5.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you only need to be 2 points ahead in one game.
Yeah.
So it's not how many points you win, it's which points you win.
Yes, he's just putting too much pressure on herself to play well, I think, and is too impatient. As we said, if she keeps that one game in front, 4-3, 5-4, she'll put together 2 or 3 good ground strokes and maybe sneak out the second set.
Want to read that message from Gabrielle?
Yes, he says, will AO Radio call the doubles finals this year? Sue and Townsend and Dabrowski are all playing now. Fun is one of the doubles, and on-site Fun is one.
Fun if one of the doubles.
Yeah, Fun if one is a doubles fan and on-site.
Yes.
Thanks for the great coverage,
I think we're doing the main draw finals. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's the plan. That's always been the way we've done it over the years. Back in return from Anisimova is netted.
15 love.
Is that a contractual thing? Did we have to do the doubles?
No.
Which way, being a doubles player, I'd love to see the doubles.
Well, I mean, I think the thing about doubles is harder to call on radio. It's very difficult to call, difficult to describe. But if you win it, back in return from Anisimova, forehand from Pegula, Anisimova cross court, forehand from Pegula down the backhand wing, Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula, Pegula nets. If you win, you're on the Grand Slam roll of honour.
You are.
So I think that was always the thinking. I assume it still is.
That was a better point. Little nod of the head from Anisimova. More patient in that rally.
Pegula serves. That's a chopped return. Pegula takes it on the full. Backhand Anisimova. Pegula with a half volley. Backhand from Anisimova. Nets. Oh, she had a chance to pass then. And again, she's looking so frustrated.
30-15.
I don't know why she didn't go down the line there. She was right there, and that's her favourite shot, so that shows you she's not thinking as clearly as she usually does.
Pegula at 30-15. Serving off the top of the net and wide. Second serve. It's to the forehand of Anisimova. A slice from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova into out. Backhand Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand Pegula netted. And it's 30-all. Is the tide beginning to turn?
The signs are there. I don't think it's come in all the way yet, but
no,
it's turning, isn't it? This is a key point now. 30-all point is vital because whoever wins it is the first player to achieve a game point.
Pegula serves into the net. Second serve. Where's this one going to go? Into the body, forehand return, forehand Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova, Pegula with a defensive backhand. Forehand Anisimova, Pegula with a two-hander. Backhand from Anisimova up the line and misses.
Just.
40.
Well, at least she worked the point better.
She did. It was a good, well-played point, and Pegula just in front of us here getting balls from the ball boys, but a little unlucky there. Anisimova had the winning shot. It just went long. Sigh of relief from Pegula.
40-30, point for 3-all. Second set. Exactly an hour played. Pegula serves, backhand return, forehand from Pegula up the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova is long, loose from Anisimova. And so at 30-all, she had a chance, but a couple of
3 games on.
Slightly loose points from her.
No footwork on that last one. She just stood there and whacked the ball. No little adjusting steps. Wasn't a difficult shot. She was just too keen to hit a winner.
Pegula. Sorry, no. Anisimova from the Yarra end. Ready to serve now. Goes out wide, misses it. Second serve from Anisimova. Forehand return down the line, misses. That's a good second serve, actually. It had a bit of kick on it. Took it away from the Pegula racket. Pegula, who enjoys support from fans of the Buffalo Bills American football team. Her parents own it. And her dad, Terry, owns an ice hockey team. The Buffalo Sabres, I think they are. I'm afraid my knowledge of American sport is not as sharp as it should be. Second serve into the net by Anisimova.
15 all.
Well, at least she's still in this second set. Double faults like that will not help her. Anisimova serving. Down the centre, back and return. That'll go over the net, but will it be put away by Anisimova? Yes.
30-15.
The stronger serve of the two players. Although Pegula served pretty well today with a few aces and placing it very well also.
Anisimova serving out wide, backhand return, forehand from Anisimova. Pegula's read the forehand, goes cross court. Attempted wrong footer by Anisimova, but Pegula adjusts. And this time she can't get that one back. And Anisimova moves to 40-15.
Made sure she hit down the line that time on her two-handed backhand.
.40-15 on the Anisimova serve. It goes out wide, but too wide. Bounces on the advertising hoardings and the ball kit in front of us. It's a long run for it. Second serve. Into the body, back and return. Backhand from Anisimova is hooked wide. And she was late on that one.
Yeah, no footwork there, just sort of leant away from the ball instead of a couple of quick little steps.
I mean, this happens to players. I mean, at all levels of the game. You suddenly find your feet don't move, but you have to find a way of getting them to move.
She's just too keen to hit a first shot winner, or a first shot really forcing error from her opponent.
Anisimova serves, forehand return. Forehand from Anisimova to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova, it's forehand to forehand at the moment. Now Pegula goes up the backhand wing, cross court from Anisimova. Slice from Pegula, drifts wide. And Anisimova holds for 4 games to 3.
4 games to 3.
Well, she's doing what she's got to do as far as the serve is concerned, holding them all, just keeping her nose in front. And she's got the ability, if she just calms down a little bit and uses her shot selection a little better, she's got the ability to break serve and win the set, really. It's on her racket.
We've been bringing you a couple of doubles results. Christian Harrison, Neil Skupski, beating Musa and Rickel to reach the semi-finals of the men's doubles. And also through to the semis, Luke Johnson and Jan Zielinski. Only beaten Arevalo and Pavic. There's a match on court between the number 5 seeds in the women's doubles, Gabi Dabrowski and Luisa Stefani, against the number 3, Su Wei-Xie and Elena Ostapenko, and that is 3-1 the first set to Dabrowski and Stefani.
Time.
Doubles nearing their conclusion as well. A fair bit of mixed on court. We've got women's doubles on Rod Laver this evening because there's only one men's match.
It's the Aussie combination, isn't it?
Yes, 7 o'clock the men's match tonight, 7 o'clock Melbourne time. Ben Shelton against Jannik Sinner. And then women's doubles, Enna Shibahara and Vera Svonareva. Svonareva now 41 against Kimberly Birrell and Talia Gibson. The Australian wildcards got through to the quarterfinals. Right, Anisimova has taken the first point on the Pegula serve. So, love 15. Pegula. Serves out wide, just too wide. Now then, chance for Anisimova here. Second serve. The forehand of Anisimova, and that's hit wide.
15 all.
Well, it wasn't a bad second serve there. It had stretched her, and it was worth giving it a bit more care than that. She still wanted to hit too good a shot.
I think Anisimova needs to completely reframe the whole thing. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's amazing that she's still in this, given how ground strokes are not working. Backhand from Anisimova to the forehand of Pegula, netted by Pegula. Just a few more errors now from Pegula.
15-30.
Well, the key thing in this set is she's been able to hang on to each serve, which was absolutely crucial. And now she's almost in a position to, she's threatening to take the set. 15-30, up 4-3. A couple of good points here, and she'll be serving for the set.
Pegula serves out wide, backhand return. That's a tip from Pegula. Anisimova should put this away comfortably. She does, and she has 2 break points.
Well, we said play a couple of good points. That was an absolutely stunning return off a good first serve. The angle that she got off that.
Yes. Pegula getting there with a good slice, but Anisimova able to run that down. And hits 15-40 on the Pegula serve. Pegula goes into the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula is a wrong footer. Goes back to the forehand of Anisimova, who was running to her backhand wing. One breakpoint saved with a very, very good serve and forehand. Still a second. Pegula serves, forehand return, the forehand of Pegula, backhand from Anisimova, backhand Pegula up the forehand wing, Anisimova cross court, Pegula up the middle, forehand from Anisimova, Pegula doing all the running and goes to the backhand of Anisimova, and Pegula nets.
Game. Anisimova, new balls please.
Winning a tough rally there at that point.
Anisimova leads by
She didn't overhit, didn't overplay, made sure she was solid there, and ended up being rewarded. That's the beauty of what I was talking about. You keep your nose in front by hanging onto your serve, even if you're not returning well or you're missing a lot of ground strokes. If you keep winning your serve, now she's got a break and she's ahead 5-3.
Yes. Hour and 9 minutes played. And it's Amanda Anisimova serving for the second set. Well, a slightly unlikely position for her to find herself in, given the way she's been playing, but she's hung in there. Missed her first serve. So many of the shots she can generally rely on have been not just missing, but missing by quite some margin. Second serve. His forehand return is deep. Forehand into the net from Anisimova. She's just not recovering from the serve when the ball is thundered back at her feet.
That was a pretty ordinary second serve, and it was hammered back at her, and she just didn't have time there. Only 134 Ks that serve straight onto the forehand.
Anisimova serving. Nope, not at the moment.
A lot of her ball tosses have been a little bit too far left today.
I just think she's having an off day. Back and return from Pegula is a long way off. Just think how accurate she was in the first set.
Yep. If she could have kept that up, would have been finished this match 20 minutes ago.
Well, quite.
Yep.
Yes, there was one stage I thought, I'm not sure if this is going to get into a second hour. Svitolina beat Goff in 59 minutes yesterday. Backhand from Anisimova, backhand Pegula. Backhand Anisimova, forehand from Pegula. Backhand Anisimova's netted. Oh, again, she snatched to that one.
Yeah.
15-13.
She's having trouble not accepting that she's not hitting the ball as well as she wants to, and she's still going for a lot of these shots when a little bit more conservative play would benefit her.
I think just throw in the odd slice. Float it if necessary. You don't have to hit too flat. Big serve down the middle, but missed. 175 kilometres. Hour and 11 minutes played. Second serve. Just to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand Anisimova. Pegula goes up the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova. Backhand Pegula. Again up the middle from Pegula. And Anisimova nets. And it's 15-40.
15-40.
Well, and doing all the good work that she did by getting the break, hanging onto her serves and getting the break, and just at the crucial time, just can't get the first serve in, not getting any free points, and then again, a bit too impatient on the ground strokes.
15-40, Anisimova bouncing the ball in front of the president's box and serves down the centre, misses it. Taking her time for the second serve. She's now ready for. Losses the ball. Oh, 400 turn. Backhand from Anisimova. A slice from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova across court. Pegula's there. Up the line from Anisimova, but just a bit careful. The rally goes on. Anisimova playing far more conservatively here. Plays a backhand to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula is long. And Anisimova gets the reward. She can do it.
13-14.
This shows you, though, she will not come forward. She had a couple of opportunities there to hit the ball into the corner and come in and make a volley, but she knew what she was doing in the end.
Still break point for Pegula. This to get back on track. Pegula is set up. Anisimova leading 5-3. 30-40 it is. She serves too long. Margaret first serves in at the moment. Amanda Anisimova. Second serve. It won't go anywhere just yet because she's not happy with the ball toss. Now she's ready. And serves into the net.
Cain, Pegula.
She sort of almost bends over. I wondered at first whether she might have an injury, but I think she's just so disappointed with herself.
Yeah. Well, that was very, as you mentioned, disappointed with herself. She should be, because it was a gutsy effort to get a break and to be in a position to serve it out when she hasn't been playing well, and then really served badly in that game and finished it off with a critical double fault.
So it's 5-4, still to Anisimova. We're back on serve. Remind you about our competition. You can win a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop if you tell us which Australian Open match, any match in history, Australian Open, Australian Championships, which one would you choose and why? And the best answer, as judged by our team, announced on Saturday, will get a $50 voucher. You can enter the same way as you send us messages for commentary box. You can either go to ozopen.com/listen, scroll down a little bit and get to the AO Radio icon on the right, and under that is Ask the Booth. Click on that, fill in the form, send it off, and it lands in our inbox, or you can just send us a conventional email. Our address is aoradio@tennis.com.au. Send us questions, send us comments, or send us entries for our competition. Which match in Australian Open history would you like to be at? You can't change the outcome of it. You can sit in the front row and watch it. Pegula, 4-5. Serving to stay in the second set. Backhand return. Dropped forehand from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Anisimova with a two-hander deep to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Anisimova with the forehand into out. A slice from Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova. Good quality tennis this. Chipped by Pegula. Deep to the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Up the backhand wing. Anisimova's there. Pegula's there. Goes cross court and misses.
One of the better rallies that Anisimova has produced. She was really timing the ball very well in that point. Pegula was pushed from corner to corner and defended well, kept it going as long as she could.
17 strokes.
Now under a bit of pressure on serve here. Just Pegula having lost that opening point.
Pegula serves down the centre.
First serve.
Pegula serving down the tee, forehand return, forehand from Pegula cross court, clean winner, beautifully struck.
Yes.
15.
Well, that was a good sign there. She didn't just try to be careful and play safe with it, having lost the first point. She saw the opening and she went for it and made it.
Pegula, 15 all, serves down the centre. Still going for these big serves. Making far fewer of them than she was in the first set. An excellent set from Pegula. Second serve to the forehand of Anisimova. That's again struck
30,
wildly. I'm the same as you, Alan. I don't get the tactics. She's having a bad day, fine. Take that as read. We all have those. But she's in a Grand Slam quarter-final. She improves her chances of winning by getting into rallies.
Yep.
She's got the evidence of the last few minutes. It's a good serve from Pegula. No
40,
excuse.
15.
No embarrassment for not getting that one back. 2 points for 5 all. Pegula serving out wide, forehand return, half volley from Pegula, backhand from Anisimova, backhand Pegula, forehand Anisimova cross court, Pegula's there, goes on just a little bit long, and winding up for that running forehand, just overdid it.
Do with the first serve here to get to the relative safety of 5 all.
40-30, Pegula serves, forehand return is long. Well, she got it, and she got the error from it.
Pegula.
Well,
5
just
games
what it
all.
looked like Anisimova maybe was going to really continue to pick a game up with that break of serve. She's played a couple of ordinary ones.
With 5 games all, second set. Anisimova serving. Not yet, she isn't. She pulled out of the service motion, didn't even toss the ball. Waiting for people to settle. There's a bit of movement. They do let people in after every game, even if it's an even number of games. Big forehand from Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula. Anisimova goes into the corner, but Pegula's there. Forehand from Anisimova. Pegula cross court. It's cross court down. Now the line from Pegula just missed it. It was good hitting.
Yes.
15 love.
Both players there. High quality rally, that one.
Love on the Anisimova serve. Rod Laver Arena goes quiet. Anisimova serves into the net. Second serve from Anisimova. Oh, it's a horrible serve. I mean, that was... I think she apologised to the ball kids.
Yeah.
That nearly hit them. That's how off it was. The ball kids at the net.
And it nearly hit the photographers.
Yeah.
She just wrapped that all the way around the frame. This crowd just murmuring and muttering. They don't see too many serves miss-hit like that on this court.
I mean, when you think of what the kick serve is, it's always possible that you can hit it that far wide. 15 all, chopped forehand from Pegula, forehand Anisimova. Now Pegula nets her forehand.
Well, as you brush up sharply from low to high across the ball, so it's just glancing on the ball, and sometimes you can catch a leading edge. And one of the great serve volleys of all time, Stefan Edberg, used to catch a few on the leading edge of doing a kick serve.
And they'd go into the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 all, second set, 30-15 on the Anisimova serve. Down the middle, just too long the serve. Second serve. Anisimova bouncing the ball 6 times. Lost the sun. Not for long. Forehand return. Forehand Anisimova. Chopped forehand from Pegula is into the net. That chopped forehand isn't working too well at the moment.
15.
No, she was hitting everything so well in the first set. It was all gold. But pretty hard to keep it up as well as she was playing there.
40-15. Anisimova points for 6-5. Serves down the middle but misses. Second serve. It's on its way. Umpire Kelly Rask just asking the crowd to calm down. A double fault.
40-30.
Just standing still there, trying to collect her thoughts.
Second point for 6-5 for Anisimova. Serving. Oh, and again she catches the ball.
There's that ball toss that's going too far left again. She's sort of hooking it out of her hand.
At what point does this become the yips? She serves, backhand return, backhand Anisimova up the forehand wing. Pegula's there with a chopped forehand, pushing Anisimova back. Backhand Pegula, cross court, two-hander from Anisimova. It's backhand to backhand at the moment. Up the line from Anisimova. Pegula is there, forehand from Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula. Pegula goes back down the forehand wing, cross court Anisimova, cross court Pegula, and Anisimova nets.
Tough rally there. The player giving an inch, and it was Anisimova who weakened, made the error.
Anisimova at deuce. Now, it's not been a great performance, but where she showed her inexperience is in not being able to develop an alternative strategy. Anisimova serves too long. Opening here for Jess Pegula. Second serve. Off the top of the net and long. It hung in the air.
It did. Just teased her really, but it's the second double in this game. Just when it looked like she might be able to take it to a third.
A seventh of the match.
Yeah. Irma going around the crowd.
A break point for Pegula. Forehand return from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Pegula is there up the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand Pegula is netted.
Oh, good depth though on that one from Anisimova.
Anisimova again showing great frustration. She won the point.
She looked a bit emotional there when she was looking at her camp.
She's just frustrated with the way she's playing. I'm not surprised. Deuce on the Anisimova serve. Missed the first one. Second serve. Someone shouts, "You could do it, Amanda." Not supposed to shout out with your first and second serves, but it's a fairly minor infringement. That's a clean winner from Pegula. Great shot.
Second serve just straight down the middle of the court to her forehand. So that deserved to be dealt with, and it was.
Second break point for Pegula. This will give her a chance to serve for the match. Serve from Anisimova, backhand return up the forehand wing from Anisimova. Pegula's there, backhand Pegula up the middle, forehand from Anisimova, netted. Pegula breaks.
Pegula.
And she'll serve for the match, serve for a place in the semi-finals.
Pegula leads by 6 games.
That just about sums up her day, Amanda Anisimova.
It does, rather.
Yeah, she's fighting hard, doing her absolute best, struggling with the game against a very resolute opponent. She was hanging on, got a break and led 5-3, but the ground strokes just haven't been good enough all day, and has now dropped 3 games in a row from 5-3 up, and it's hard to see her breaking back here, I must say, the way she is hitting the ball.
Well, yes, because I mean, it's not been as good a set from Pegula as the first one was.
No. She's making sure she's playing solidly and not making too many errors, because she doesn't have to. She knows that if she can just move the ball around, mix it up a little bit, Anisimova's going to continue to go for the big drives.
Yeah,
Time.
we're just seeing a replay of that real outburst of emotion from Anisimova. It's interesting entry to the competition from Seth in Bronx, New York. If I could attend any match in Australian Open history, I'd attend the 1983 junior first round between Stefan Edberg and Darren Cahill. Cahill won the first set in the tie-break. Edberg then dominated, winning 3-2. I'd want to attend the match to see them on the cusp of their careers. And Edberg, that was the first match of his junior Grand Slam.
He did, yes, that's
he
right.
won all 4 that year. Fascinating entry. Really good one, Seth.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Pegula serving for the match, goes up the backhand wing. That's a lovely double punch. She served out wide to the forehand, which left the backhand wing open, and she found it with a precision placement of her forehand.
Is there any other player who's won the Junior Grand Slam?
No. Monfils won the first 3 and then lost US Open quarterfinals.
Right. I knew you'd know that.
The serve down the middle from Pegula. Forehand cross court. Anisimova's there. Forehand Pegula up the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova into the corner. A high defensive ball taken on the full from Anisimova. Now she has to play a low volley, which she plays well, but Pegula's there. Throws up the lob. That'll be smashed by Anisimova and put away. Nice rally, though I can't help feeling Pegula chose the wrong shot.
Well, one of the best points of the match, coming at a crucial stage, 30 love or 15 all. I think she just got a bit conservative there, Pegula. She was there in time to make a pass, I think. Threw up the lob, but she knows that their opponent's a bit nervous, a bit worried, and so I guess not a bad choice to make it play an overhead.
Yeah, if she'd missed it, we'd be praising Pegula, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Pegula misses her first serve. 15 all. Second serve. Is out wide. Forehand return. Forehand from Pegula into out. Defensive backhand from Anisimova. Attempted put away by Pegula. Got back by Anisimova, but Pegula will smash that away. And again, Anisimova is frustrated with herself. I don't see why, actually. I think that point was genuinely won by Pegula.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Pegula 2 points from a place in her first Australian Open semi-final. This is her 4th Australian Open quarter-final. She serves. Missed the first one. Going for a sliced serve down the centre, down the tee. Second serve is a loft double fault.
Well,
she's getting a bit tight.
Well, wouldn't be surprised. Everybody does when they're serving a set or a match. Can't help get ahead of yourself and say one more good game and I'm in the semis.
Well, Pegula is still 2 points away from that place in the semis. 6-5, 30 all. She serves down the centre. She's looking for the ace. I wonder whether she might have been better just taking 10% off and getting that first serve in. Second serve to the backhand of Anisimova. Backhand from Pegula up the middle of the court. Forehand from Anisimova. They're both playing up the middle, neither really going for an angle at this stage. Forehand from Anisimova, a bit more of an angle. Pegula goes cross court, down the line Anisimova. Pegula there. Backhand from Anisimova, clean winner. And those were tight shots by Pegula.
Yep.
He wasn't swinging freely.
They were all landing a bit short. They were a bit conservative. And unfortunately for her, the last one, she landed it right on Anisimova's favourite shot, the backhand down the line. She made, and a chance to break back.
Yes, this for a tie-break, a second set tie-break. Pegula serves, forehand return. Backhand from Pegula is going to drop long, I think. No, it's on the baseline, down the line from Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula that's long.
Anisimova.
Well, from 30-15, Pegula did not play
6 games all.
good points.
Tie-break.
And that will give Anisimova hope. If she can somehow eke out this tie-break.
Well, she was walking towards us and then looking at her camp, and she had a look on her face of surprise or a bit of disbelief. Hey, I'm still alive. I'm still in this match. She could believe it, really. She was down 30-15.
Take the luck when you can get it. Over the last 52 weeks, Pegula has won 47% of the tie-breaks she's played, and Anisimova has won 57. Not that that really means much going into this one. Anisimova serves, plays a backhand to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand Anisimova. Pegula with a two-hander just long.
1-0. Anisimova.
This shows you, doesn't it? However well you play the first set, it is only one set.
Yep.
And whether you win it 6-love or 7-6 or 6-2 as Pegula did, it's just the one set.
When you serve for the match, that game assumes so much more importance that
exactly.
It's very hard to win.
Pegula serves, backhand return, backhand Pegula up the line. That is a gorgeous double punch.
That is, yes.
1-all.
Flat serve out wide. It wasn't a bad return from Anisimova. Pegula saw the gap up the line and found it. Just set herself well. Weight off the back foot on that two-hander. Pegula serves, forehand return, forehand from Pegula, tries the wrong foot, Anisimova pushes this back, Pegula should kill it, she does with a drop shot.
Smart.
2-1, Pegula.
She did that a couple of times against Madison Keys on a big point when she came in, and it looked to everybody as if she was really going to hammer it for a winner. She just took all the pace off and just dropped it over delicately.
She has that option. You know, her slice is good, and it makes for a, you know, if you can adapt your slice, it makes for a good drop shot. On the backhand side. Anisimova serves off the top of the net and wide. Second serve. Anisimova will go to, no, every time I say that, I anticipate where she's going to go. And she catches the ball. This time she does serve. Backhand return. Forehand from Anisimova is long. She snatched at that.
3-1.
It wasn't a great return.
Pegula.
Down the middle from Pegula.
You just can't string the points together. A good one and then a couple of errors. There's just no continuity of her play today.
But she's still in this. There's a set down. 1-3 in the second set tie-break. She serves out wide, forehand return, backhand Anisimova netted, and that's the sound of her bashing a racket on the
4-1.
On the concrete.
Pegula.
And I get the frustration. I like the Rafael Nadal school of, if you break a racket, you know, what did his uncle say to him? If you break rackets, I won't coach you. There are kids in Africa who'd love one of your rackets. Don't break them. Yep. I love that attitude, but I understand the frustration that Anisimova must be feeling. Pegula serves, backhand return is long. And Anisimova stands there and screams at her bench.
Yes, well, just the frustration of it all. I mean, nothing the bench can do about it, really. I mean, she's better off putting that energy into the next couple of points.
Do you know what she needs? She needs a hug from someone. She's just got that look about her.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think it's going to come from the coaching team.
It's not going to come from the coaching team. No. Or not now. It might come in about 3 minutes' time when they meet her in the player area. Pegula, 5-1 in the tiebreak. She serves down the centre. That's not coming back. Beautiful placement.
6-1, Pegula.
Well, Pegula played an outstanding first set. Much, much tougher in the second. The level dropped. Anisimova's picked up a little bit. But here, after an hour and 35 minutes, Pegula has match points for her first Australian Open semi-final. Anisimova serving to the backhand of Pegula, goes cross-court, Anisimova into the net. That sums up Anisimova's day. It's been a shocker for her. She's just had one of those awful days, but Jessica Pegula, she's smiling. She's into the semi-finals for the first time here. And you have to say, her first set was outstanding. Better, it wasn't a bad second set. And she played well on the points she really needed to in the tie-break. But her first serve was excellent, and she will be a threat.
Yes.
You know, that will not be straightforward.
Well, I've commentated, yes, I've done her last 2 matches as Anisimova leaves, disappointed for her because she's a better player than that. But you can only play as well as your opponent lets you, and she was pushed around in that first set. She did everything right, Pegula, and she's in really good form. She's beaten Keys and now Anisimova in straight sets, so it's going to take a pretty good performance for someone to beat her.
She will fancy her chances against Rybakina more than she would have done against Swiatek.
Yeah, I agree.
I suspect.
I absolutely agree, yeah.
So Rybakina against Pegula, and Sabalenka is still going to be the favourite. But Svitolina's playing well as well. Got 2 31-year-olds in that group. Anyway, we're going to hear from one of them. Jessica Pegula is talking to... Is that Coco van der Wey?
Well, first and foremost, I got to congratulate you on your first semi-final here at the Australian Open. What does it feel like to reach this milestone in your career?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you know, I've been able to go deeper at the U.S. Open the last couple years, but here was the first slam that I really broke through at, and I was a 3, and then this year 4-time quarterfinalist. So I was like, it's got to be coming, you know, like the next round I got to get to the semi because I feel like I play some really good tennis here, and I like the conditions, and I've always felt like even matches I've lost here that I've played well. So I've been waiting for the time where I can kind of break through.
Well, I'd say that's a breakthrough right here. You played so well in that first set, taking the racket out of Amanda's hands, which is no easy feat, that's for sure. What was clicking for you so early in that first set?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, went over a lot of strategy. I had a lot of thoughts and ideas that I thought were going to happen, and I feel like I did a really good job of sticking to that and kind of trusting that. Certain patterns I felt like I could take away, certain patterns I felt like I could implement on her, and I knew she was going to step it up in the second. I think I had some chances to break, especially that first game, and I was a little annoyed with that, but I just, you know, told myself to keep, you know, trying to hold on to my serve, and then being able to break back late there was obviously huge. And you know, it was a little windy out here too, so I had to kind of play into the conditions and just really work on my footwork.
Well, hard critic on yourself there, Jess, because I thought it was absolutely flawless in that first set. But you get in the second set, like you mentioned, and you were serving for the match. I know there's very few people in this stadium that have probably been in your experience of serving, so maybe give us a little insight of what was going through your head when you got broken and were heading to that tiebreaker. I felt like I was winning a lot of the points. It was just like, I felt like I could win the rallies, and I felt like I could put pressure on her serve. So I just told myself to just gear right back up. You got to win this tiebreak unless you want to go to a third set, and I really didn't want to. So luckily, yeah, I was able to kind of switch that flip. It's tough serving it out. I was against the wind. She hit such a big ball, you know, you kind of are screwed a little bit if you're not making first serves, and I didn't make that many. So put in that double, you know, that could have been possibly 40-15, and who knows if I would have closed it out then. But it's always tricky, especially against her, which I feel like when she's down, she really plays with nothing to lose, and that's really dangerous. So I'm happy I was just able to flip that in the tiebreak. Well, you don't have an easy opponent in your semifinal match. Elena Rybakina, you got to see her advance through before you came out to play. You're 3-3 head-to-head overall. I watched the last one that you played in the year-end championships.
last year. What is the big difference in Jess Pegula from 2025 to 2026?
Well, considering our season's like 11 months, it was only like 2 months ago, so I'm not sure that much has changed. But no, I was playing really well. I mean, she was playing an unbelievable level in Riyadh, and I thought I played a great match. I was really upset after that one, actually, because I felt like I should have won, but I mean, it was really, really close, but she's just tough to play. She has a massive serve, big groundies, cool as a cucumber. You get nothing out of her, and she's been playing some great tennis, honestly, since the end of last year. But I'm going to do my best to hopefully crack the code on her for the next round, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, we'll see if you can crack the code. But first of all, congratulations to Jess Pegula. You're on to the semifinal.
So, Alan Stone, 2 cucumbers in the semi-final.
Absolutely, yes.
Trying to crack the code.
I thought that she analysed her performance there particularly well in that interview, and it just shows you the poise that she had there as how she explained how well she played and what her thoughts and plans were. It resonates with the way she actually hit the ball, and she deserves really to be in the semi-final.
She does indeed. Right, that concludes the women's action. We have the semi-final lineup set. We now head for the third of the 4 men's semi-finals. Lorenzo Musetti against Novak Djokovic. What an appetising prospect that is. In the early stages of that match, we'll be in the company of Jill Krabas and Simon Cambers. Alan Stern and I, Chris Bowers, will make way.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
You are indeed listening to AO Radio. Thank you very much, Chris Bowers and Alan Stone, for sterling commentary on a very interesting match between Jessica Pegula and Amanda Anisimova. Pegula getting the job done in straight sets through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open for the first time in her career, having been enjoying a very good couple of weeks and really sort of worked out Anisimova in that match. Anisimova was very stressed late in that second set and she let slip a 5-3 lead. But Pegula is through to the semi-final. So we have our semi-final lineup in the women's singles set. Simon Cambers and Jill Krabas with you for this.
Good
next
afternoon,
couple of hours.
Simon.
Hi, Jill. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
We're reunited after yesterday.
Yes, we had so much fun yesterday.
Exactly. This is my last shift of the fortnight,
That is
so
sad.
let's make it a good one.
Yes, we will.
It is. I might even take a picture in a minute. Very exciting. After your picture of the pictures yesterday that you took.
That was good. That was very good of Alcaraz's team.
So the women's semi-finals are indeed set, and it will be, having seen that Jess Pegula beat Amanda Anisimova, she'll take on Elena Rybakina, who beat Iga Swiatek in the first match of the day. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I was courtside. I was lucky enough to be courtside for that. And Rybakina, I think I thought this was going to be difficult for Iga, especially after watching Rybakina's previous match against Mertens. I mean, I know very different player, but I just feel like the way Rybakina was striking the ball, I think it was one of the cleanest matches she's played this year. And also, she felt it was really good. And you know, if she's feeling good about it, then she was going to be it. But I mean, I know their head-to-head was very even, But I just feel like if Rybakina's playing well, I feel like she's the type that can hit through Iga. And Iga got a little stressed, I think, in my opinion. It was 5-all in the first set, I think, and she was serving. I think she was up 30-love, and she lost that point, and she made a reaction. Is that right or no? Or it's close.
It was 5-6 maybe, yeah. Or what was the score in the first set?
No, I'm saying there was just a point she lost, but it was still even, and it was still even in the score, and she lost her point, and she got stressed about it, and I was like, well, are you still? It was just a surprising reaction because it was still even. And so that was very telling that she was just feeling a lot of tension out there. And then in the second set, Rybakina freed up so much. I mean, she just looked so calm all of a sudden, so much looser. So I thought she played great.
She did play great. And when in the tough moments in the first set, the important moments, she served brilliantly.
Yeah.
She just banged down some aces.
And she wasn't having the best service day.
No, until then.
Yeah.
But when you've got that in your locker, it helps, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
So she is through, and she'll play Jess Pegula, who beat Amanda Anisimova. And we were just watching that in the wings, waiting to come on here. Anisimova looked very stressed in that match.
She did. Yeah, I'm very stressed and anxious a little bit, but just I felt like she was like that in her previous match too, and the one she was winning. So I was hoping she was going to let that go. I just felt like this tournament, she's been holding in a lot of tension and stress. It seemed that way, and you could see it on her face.
Because of expectations, or?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind, right? Is now she's kind of in a different position where she's almost the favorite, one of the favorites to win a slam. Sabalenka said last year that she thinks Anisimova is going to win a slam this year. So, everyone's talking about it, so she's probably hearing all that.
Smart move from Sabalenka to say that. Just get it in their head there. I don't think these players do anything by accident. I know they always.
That even crossed my mind. Goodness.
Call me cynical. Maybe I'm cynical. That's one semi-final. Of course, it will be Aryna Sabalenka in the other semi-final, trying to win the title for a third time, and she will be very, very interesting to see how Lena Svitolina plays in that match.
Yeah.
She was absolutely brilliant against Coco Gauff and in the round before. It's not a great matchup for her against Sabalenka. So, what do you make of that one? What do you expect?
I mean, we know Svitolina is so consistent, but I feel like there is a different feel about her. I would say there's a different, I think, inner confidence and she's always had the fight, but like even more so now. I don't know, she has this like really determined look about her. So I would never rule her out. I mean, Sabalenka, yes, has a lot more firepower. And she can kind of use that and try and make the point shorter against Svitolina, which I think is a good tactic. But it'll be interesting to see, because this is some of the best tennis I've seen Svitolina play. Yeah,
it'll be very interesting as Jess Pegula makes her way from the Rod Laver Arena just in time, because Novak Djokovic and Lorenzo Musetti are about to walk out. Wow, that was pretty quick. That's a bit of a quick turnaround. We're getting ready for the first of today's two men's quarterfinals between the 10-time champion here, 38-year-old Novak Djokovic, making his way down the corridor of champions to Rod Laver Arena, and Italy's Lorenzo Musetti, he of the beautiful one-handed backhand.
He just has a beautiful game.
He does.
I love watching him play.
He is great to watch. A reminder to you to get your emails in as the players are about to come onto court through the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or on email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Tell us where you're listening from, remind us of your name, and we will try to read as many of those out as we can. Djokovic is going to be on the court very shortly. So is Lorenzo Musetti. They split and go through different entrances here on Rod Laver Arena. It's new for this year. It's quite interesting, not coming out the same entrance, one behind the other. Used to just queue up to come on, and they wait for their announcement. And here comes. There comes Lorenzo Musetti, first onto the court at the far end as we look at it. Takes the applause of a full crowd here, and here is Novak Djokovic, aged 38. Sure, we'll say that a few more times in the next couple of hours, but looking to get to yet another Grand Slam semi-final. Unbelievable record he has in almost everything, but especially here in Australia, 10 times the champion, looking to make the last four yet again, and up against a man who Jill Crabassi knows pretty well from their previous matches.
Yeah, this is the 11th time they'll be facing each other, and only one time Musetti has won, and that was completely different circumstances. That was about 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, in Monte Carlo on the clay, so different conditions, and we know this is Djokovic's best slam that he's had. So, I mean, he knows he thrives here. So this is going to be difficult for Musetti. I mean, but I think you've seen a lot of his matches. I only saw a little bit when he played Taylor Fritz, and I know he's playing unbelievable. And I even talked to Taylor's physio afterward, and he was just like, he played absolutely incredible, and he's going to need that today.
Well, I think we'll come to that in a minute, as they will just listen into the coin toss.
The same format as your previous matches. Any preference on towel box, blue or white? No, we go blue, Lorenzo, white, Novak. Any questions? No. White towels. White towels. How many do you need? 5 white towels, 3 white towels. Gotcha. Okay, Lockie, what do we have here?
Just checking how many towels they get.
Got
to give to their family and friends.
Mark Edmondson. Anyone to go? Fantastic. AO it is.
It's always AO.
Okay. No, I've heard it a
Can
few
we have
marks.
a photo with Lockie,
I have.
please, facing this
Have
way?
you?
Svitolina picked one.
Did she?
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
Good.
And I've heard a couple other ones picked,
I was feeling very sorry for him. 50 years since the last Australian man to win the title, and it's going to be longer because Alex de Minaur went out last night to Carlos Alcaraz, who put on a bit of a masterclass. And de Minaur's now lost in 7 out of 7 quarterfinals, and just finding a couple of players in particular, 2 big ones, too difficult to beat at this level. Yeah, so we come to the draw, and Musetti's had to work pretty hard to get here. He dropped a set in the first round against Raphael Collignon of Belgium, and was 3-2 up in the 4th when Collignon retired. Then he had a good win, straight sets over another Italian, Lorenzo Sonego. Then he took 5 sets to beat Thomas Mahatch, which is a tough 3rd round battle. And he came through a very good match against Taylor Fritz. Fritz slightly on the, maybe not 100% fit.
Not 100% healthy, yeah.
But still a very good performance from Musetti, and now he gets to play Djokovic yet again, as he said, for the 11th time. 9-1, Djokovic leads, and Djokovic, I wonder what he's been up to the last few days, because he hasn't been playing any tennis. He got a walkover in the last round, and so he's not played since he beat Botic van der Sandskool. Didn't have to play Jakub Menšik, so he's had a few days off. And how will that factor into this match, Jill? Because Novak has spoken quite openly about the difficulty he's found beating Sinner and or Alcaraz at a Grand Slam, partly because when he gets to the semi-finals, he's been tested quite a lot, and it's pushed him too hard.
Because of the physicality. I mean, Alcaraz and Sinner bring such high intensity. I mean, it's so physically demanding, and it is in general to go through a 2-week event, but they obviously bring another level. So I think it would help him, and I feel, sometimes when you have days off that string along, that's not normal, that you get three days off, it can be disruptive almost.
Throw your rhythm.
Yeah, it can. But Djokovic is so experienced that I just feel like that wouldn't bother him at all. I feel like he obviously understands exactly what he needs to do at this point.
I mean, surely at 38 it's a benefit to have a couple of days off.
Yeah, yes. So I think I was referring to more the rhythm. Like, I don't think that's going to bug him at all. Yeah.
Well, we have seen that before when players, especially when the first round is staggered. Some players have 2 days off completely, and it can be difficult.
Yeah.
Or when you get a walkover like Novak did. Last time they played each other was in the final in Athens, back end of last year. And Djokovic won a tight match, 7-5 in the 3rd set. So Musetti knows that he can push Djokovic, but in Grand Slams. Well, the big one was the Wimbledon one, where he was 2 sets. Was it 2 sets up or 1 up?
No, it went 5.
He went 5 sets, and then Djokovic ended up winning on in Roland Garros in the 6-love in the final set.
Yeah, I think Musetti just ran out of gas. He literally just ran out of gas. He was pretty...
And the first time they ever played each other, which was at Roland Garros as well, Musetti won the first 2 sets, both on the tie breaks, and then realised what it takes to play 5 sets against Novak Djokovic, and fell apart in the rest because Djokovic just pulled away. Big round of applause for Djokovic, as you might imagine. Very popular here at Melbourne Park. 10 times the winner. Incredible record. I'm going to read you some of the stats because they are Just quite ludicrous. Didn't play a match actually before the Australian Open this year.
1 minute.
But he is, as we said, he has such a phenomenal record here. And he's breaking records almost every time he plays. He's trying to reach the semi-finals for the 13th time here. He's already in second place with 13. Roger Federer made 15, so he can't break that one this year.
30 seconds.
But he is looking to extend his record for the most semi-finals in a Grand Slam made on the men's side, 54, which is ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
That
is ridiculous.
How many people play 54?
The numbers just get more ridiculous. Go ahead.
Yeah, they really are.
I mean, I honestly stopped reading them after a while because I'm just like, I get it. He's breaking everyone's record.
That's true. But it's interesting when you find one that he doesn't know. So this is good. He's trying to reach his. There's some of the stats are a bit out there. Trying to reach his 12th Grand Slam semi-final since turning 35, and that's more than anybody else. As you might imagine, because he's just kept his level so high. He owns the record, or he will own the record, for most Australian Open match wins today, if he wins. So he shares it with Roger Federer on 102. So that's a nice incentive for him. And it's his 1400th match today.
Do you think he's aware of every single one of these?
No, not everyone.
Do you think he's aware of the 102? He might be.
Yes, probably, because he equaled it last round. This is his 1400th tour level match today. Third in the all-time list between Federer, 1526, and Jimmy Connors, 1428. As we said, 10 times champion. He's already got the record for the most quarterfinals here, 16. And he is looking to get through to the semi-final. The big effort for him, of course, is to try and win the title again and win that record 25th Grand Slam. So, we're ready to go. And it'll be Novak Djokovic to get us underway. Blue shorts, green shirt, white and green shoes. Serves down the middle to the backhand of Musetti, chips it back, then tries to play another chip under pressure on the baseline and puts it wide. Just rehearses the backhand that he should have hit. The full swing on the beautiful one-handed backhand. And it is nice to see, I mean, I don't know about you, Jill, but I think it's nice to see a one-handed backhand player still up there.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. Yes. I think it's still so beautiful, too, because you don't see it that often, really.
Exactly. There is a breeze at Melbourne Park today, ruffling the shirt of Djokovic. Didn't ruffle his backhand, though, straight up the line. What's the key for Musetti here today? Hope that Novak falls over.
No. I think he's beaten him before. So I think, and I think he can beat him on hard court. That was on the clay. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much variety he uses, because he has so much of it. How much he's going to use the drop shot, but I would love to see him come forward a lot in this match. Just apply pressure to Djokovic in some different way, other than just trying to out-rally him from the ground.
Yeah, not many people can do that. Tries to run around a backhand, hit a forehand, and mangles it wide.
He's staying super far back right now, Musetti, on these serves. I mean, he does have kind of those bigger swings, so he needs more time on the ball. But Novak's serve right now is bouncing super high. I mean, even with how far back he is, it's still way above his shoulders.
Well, if he keeps staying a long way back on serve, in fact, he's further back on the second serve. Stands up to return the first serve. Drive volley from Djokovic back to Musetti. Musetti off balance, sticks his racket out on the backhand side and guides a backhand slice down the line.
That was incredible. He didn't even look like he was going to have a chance on the ball. He's completely back-footed. His movement was going the wrong way, and he just took one step and redirected the slice down the line. That was amazing.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he stands back a long way on the second serve, I wouldn't be surprised to see Djokovic serve and volley here and there to get in and take advantage of that. So Musetti standing not too far back this time. Maybe 3, 4, 5 feet behind the baseline. Djokovic serves at 40-15. Again, Musetti runs around the backhand and pulls the forehand cross court. Good depth from Djokovic. Djokovic banging the ball that's just long. Noise some of these players the ball makes off their racket. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the sound. And that's so important to a player, the way the ball sounds off your racket. You get so many cues from your opponent of how hard the ball is coming, how much spin is coming off the ball, it really does give you a lot of information. I know it's like within a millisecond, but it makes a difference.
Yeah, and when they can't hear it, it can be really weird, like if airplanes are flying overhead or something like that. Serve out wide, Djokovic goes back behind Musetti, gets a racket to it, but he's not going to get it back into play, and it's good hold of serve for the number 4 seed, Djokovic, as he opens the match and leads 1-love. Sometimes when they play in places where there is a lot of noise and you really can't hear the ball, then you can't judge the spin or...
Yeah, but it affects you, yes, 100%, and it affects you when you're hitting the ball too. Like players like hearing that sound off their racket.
Sort of unique sound that some players make. The Sinner forehand, when he cracks it, really does feel like a pistol whip or a absolutely amazing sound.
We have messages already, if I want to do one quickly.
Yeah, please do.
David, who lives in Turret Hill in Perth, Western Australia. Love listening every year to AO Radio. It's what I call stereo ping pong.
Stereo ping pong.
I like that. Are there any results so far in this tournament that has surprised you? Shout out to the broadcast crew as well.
Well, there haven't been many surprises, have there?
Lorenzo, Musetti.
In this tournament so far. That's the top 6 seeds both getting to the quarterfinals for the first time in the Open era. That's unusual. What would your shot? Would it have been Goff losing yesterday?
Yeah, that was a surprise. I don't know about losing, but I think the way she lost surprised me with how, it just seemed like everything affected her yesterday a little bit.
Yeah. She did say that it wasn't one of those days that she just woke up feeling rubbish, which can happen, as Musetti starts in not the best way with the double fault, just shakes out his right hand.
I think also Alexandrova going out in the first round. That was surprising.
That's true,
Yeah.
There have definitely been a few, but the top guns, the big guns, have made it through to this stage, which creates, it might have been a sort of slowish build, but it does create a pretty exciting end to this tournament. As Musetti serves down the tee, Djokovic gets there, pulls it into court, didn't catch all of the ball, but the forehand comes back cross court. Up the line goes Musetti, then he plays one of those lovely slice backhands down the line. It gets Djokovic on the run. Djokovic finds the backhand into the middle of the court, and Musetti mishits just gets it wrong on the forehand side and goes wide. And it's love 30.
Love 30.
We can already see Musetti trying to really get that height and heavy spin on the forehand side, and that's a tough rhythm to get used to. Obviously Djokovic, they play each other a lot, so Novak knows what to expect, but still, it's never easy. That really low slice, he's barely skimming the net, and then a high, heavy forehand. Just that all those different looks can be disruptive.
I love 30. Musetti serves out wide. Djokovic was on it straight away. Amazing ability to read the serves. I know he's played Musetti a lot, but still seems to have that intuition as to where the ball's going. Kicker to the backhand of Djokovic. Musetti hits a heavy forehand back to Djokovic. Now Djokovic can unload on a backhand of his own. Slice backhand on the defence from Musetti, and another one, but that's going to be put away by Djokovic, who's quickly into the net and does so.
This is a tough start for Musetti. Yeah.
Love 14.
I'm not sure what he thought he was doing with that last slice backhand, because it just floated to Djokovic.
It almost looked like his foot got stuck, though. I think he just got off balance.
He's wearing a sleeve on his right arm. You do wonder, he's had a lot of tennis to get to this point. I know he does do that quite a lot.
Yeah, it's cool, actually.
It is cool.
It's nice and colourful.
not cool for him is it's love 40. Love 1, love 40, second
tough
serve.
on your first service game.
I know, you really just want to get through your first service game, get on the board. Unfortunately, that's not what's led Djokovic to 24 Grand Slam titles, as he returns to the backhand of Musetti, hits a nice slice that dips and then rises. This time he wrong foots Djokovic and can come forward off the forehand. Drop shot from Musetti's good. Djokovic gets there, plays a nice shot. Oh, beautiful hands from Musetti. Saves one of the break points.
I mean, how calm was he? That was so cool to watch, and he just held the backswing. It looked like he was going to throw in the lob for a moment, and at the last second, he held the backswing so long that it really just fooled Djokovic. He actually caught it behind him a little bit, I think on purpose.
Yeah, just waited and waited.
Yeah.
He was inside the service box, and he just sort of hit a little paddle shot cross court. Very nicely done. That's the best point Musetti's played so far, but it's still break point. He misses the first serve, not by much. Second serve. The Italian with the blue racket. Oh, nice that. Serves to Djokovic, who's slightly off balance as he returns, and that's why the forehand of Musetti has good impact. He's at the net. She puts the smash away nicely. Wrong foot, Djokovic again.
Well, I like it was a perfectly placed forehand into the corner, but I like the fact that he followed it in right away. He didn't actually hesitate. He didn't wait to see if it was that effective of a shot. It was just a very committed play in his mind, just hit and go in.
He does like to go forward.
I do. I know. I like that. Yeah, and I'm hoping he does it a lot today.
Yeah, the drop shot was a good sign. The way he played it, certainly. Love 40, still facing break point though in his opening service game of this quarterfinal at the Australian Open on AO Radio. Big serve, backhand up the line from Djokovic, and Musetti gets a forehand all wrong, lifts it over the baseline, and an early break of serve for Novak Djokovic, 2-love in this first set.
I felt like that almost hurt him, that it was such a hard serve. It just came back even harder and faster.
Yeah.
And so, and if you want to go with pace, that accuracy has to be so spot on, because Novak with that short backswing on the backhand can just block it back.
Yeah, he seems able to make any of those returns, doesn't matter how hard you hit it at him. So it'll be Djokovic to serve, 2-love in this first set. Musetti wearing sort of dark grey-blue shorts, a much lighter sort of aqua blue shirt, looks a bit like a tie-dye shirt. Then he's got this slightly purple and blue sleeve on his right arm.
There's a lot of different coloured blues happening.
Yeah.
And everything.
Hard to describe. Thanks, Lorenzo. You've given us. Maybe players should give us actual details of the colour of their shirt, so we don't have to embarrass ourselves. Or in my case, as to trying to describe it. Double fault from Djokovic to open this game.
I think it's like a light aqua.
That's a good description.
The shirt and the headband.
Yep.
But then the sleeve is more of like an ocean blue, and then the racket is what? Like a dark sky blue.
Nice colour racket.
Pretty.
Isn't it?
They're all pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. He did a photo shoot for Esquire Australia just before this tournament. Dressed him up in some fun stuff. First serve missed by Djokovic. Love 15. Any ball bounces. We'll see a lot of those today. Kicks it to the backhand of Musetti. He was waiting and really deep, and he's caught out of position as he chases a drop shot from Djokovic, who plays the volley back behind Musetti. That cleverly done.
Well, that play's going to make Musetti think a little bit, because we've been saying how far back he is, and Novak obviously recognizing that. It was a good play to throw in the drop shot. I mean, Musetti, he's so quick, and he got to that ball, but he couldn't get there in time enough to get it high, and he just had to pop it up.
He's just not going to win the point from that far back. That might make him, as Jill Krabas said, stand a little bit tighter. That was a second serve that he waited for and ripped the backhand return. The first serve missed by Djokovic. I was watching the Alcaraz serve last night to try and see the comparisons with Djokovic. It was quite fun. Quite nerdy, but quite fun. Second serve. Musetti runs around it, hits the forehand straight down the middle of the court. Then a backhand topspin into the backhand corner, follows it with a slice, which is fairly short. In comes Djokovic. Backhand up the line from Musetti, and Djokovic nets the volley that he really should have made.
He's the one coming in right now, Djokovic. It was a great approach, and you're right, that was on his racket. He just tried to cut it a little bit too fine, going for that short volley. It's the right volley to go for.
Yep.
But Musetti, it just skimmed the net, so he did well to keep it nice and low.
Annoyed with himself, Djokovic. I think it was in his last press conference when he was asked what advice he would give his younger self. It's a question that comes up in a lot of press conferences, and he said it was calm down, jerk.
Yeah, it was a good answer. It was a good answer. That was on court.
Oh, it was on court.
Yeah,
yes,
it was
right.
on court.
It's a good answer, because
and he laughed.
Yeah. Because the players get stressed. You do get stressed. There's a lot on the line.
It's a stressful sport.
Absolutely. You say that with a lot of experience and feeling there. Slice backhand from Musetti into the backhand corner of Djokovic, who's hitting a forehand from that position, but now Musetti can pull the ball cross-court on a good angle. Djokovic also gets a good angle. Musetti behind him, plays a backhand slice down the middle. Djokovic plays the drop shot again with a bit of fade. It's a good one. Beauty from Djokovic, back to 30-all.
He's been practicing that shot, I think. I mean, this is the best I've ever seen him execute it 3 times in a row.
He plays that backhand drop shot, in particular, the one down the line, so well.
Yeah, but it's staying a little bit lower, I think.
Yeah, that was a particularly good one.
That's really good. And with these courts, like with the slice, it's taking the courts and skidding through. And I think, it's smart to keep that one low with a little bit more pace on it, even shorten the court, because it just does not come up.
And how annoying is it to run for a drop shot and not make it?
really annoying. Or to run for a drop shot, make it, and you just pop it up.
Exactly.
And it's put away. You're like, why did I make so much effort?
And that's a factor in. Oh, it's a poor return from Musetti. Gets everything wrong.
That was serve a little bit
14-13.
off pace there
Yeah.
from Djokovic. Just caught Musetti by surprise.
That's right. That's why the drop shot's so effective. Not just because of what it does in terms of how good a shot it is, but it also puts doubt in the mind of the opponent and annoys them when they can't get there. Lots of little things, nuances to the shot. As Djokovic serves at 40-30, sliced back on the backhand by Musetti, and a poor backhand by his standards from Djokovic into the net.
Yeah, that was unusual. You could hear the angst from Djokovic. He ended up reaching for that backhand, just needed one step more forward to that ball.
It's my favourite French tennis word for the drop shot. You know what it is?
What is it?
Amorti, which is like death.
Oh, really? Is it really?
Dying.
I didn't know that. Amorti.
Which is very French,
That
of
is
course.
funny.
But it's good. Does sum up the drop shot when
It
it's hit well.
does, yeah.
Djokovic serving it to love, Juice. Out wide again to the Musetti forehand. This time he blocks it back and gives himself time to get back in the rally, but then makes a mess of the backhand and shakes out his right arm again.
Maybe just feeling a little nerves or tension, yeah.
The stress. Surprising. It's a big stage for him.
Yeah, just trying to loosen up a little bit.
As the sun comes out, been sort of in and out of the clouds so far today. It was a lovely morning after yesterday's brutality of 43, 4,
It was
5,
brutal.
or whatever it was.
No, there was one area, Victoria, that got to. I was with you, 48.9 or something.
Absolutely nuts. That's a record, isn't it?
Yeah.
A record you don't want to reach. Missed first serve, Djokovic, at game point. Thankfully, much cooler today. Much more pleasant for fans and players alike. Djokovic served down the tee, good second serve. Forehand down the middle from Musetti's on the run on the backhand slide. Hits a shortish backhand. Djokovic tries to flick a backhand up the line and just finds the tram lines.
Again,
that shot not quite on yet.
not on yet, but it will be, I'm sure. But I don't feel like Djokovic feels that threatened on the return right now. I mean, it's just kind of, Musetti's just kind of hitting it in the, he's not doing much with the return. I'm sure that'll change a little bit. So I just feel like right away Djokovic kind of has control of the point.
It was a big second serve, has to be said, 190.
That's true.
And
Good
maybe
point,
he didn't
Simon.
have shots on that one. No, but you're right. He needs to vary the way he's returning, and he actually is starting to block a few. Tighter in, tries to slice that. In comes Djokovic on a serve and volley, forehand cross court. Musetti sticks a racket out to lob over Djokovic's head. Gets the smash just inside the baseline. It wasn't good, and that's terrible from Djokovic. Wow, he just mangled it over the baseline.
I mean, I don't.
It's not sunny.
I was just going to say, I don't feel the sun is out. It just completely misjudged that. I think he thought he was in position, and I think the flight of the ball, maybe he thought was going to be way higher. Well, the first one wasn't
Mishit the first one.
Yeah, the first one wasn't that convincing either. That could have been part of it too.
Yeah, he sort of got a little bit cramped trying to hit it. It wasn't that high. But it is the only part of Djokovic's game that is not top-notch.
Yeah.
And it's really funny because his serve's good. Very good. He serves down the middle to the blocked forehand of Musetti's drop shot. But Musetti's read this one, but he's not read it well enough because he nets the backhand and just...
He's won every point on the drop shot so far.
Yeah, that wasn't the best one, and Musetti saw it coming.
But that's what I mean, it's so low.
Yeah.
I mean, even that was a forehand drop shot.
Yeah.
And it's just not bouncing up because the way Djokovic is striking, sometimes you get that backspin on it and it pops up, but then it goes away from you. But this one is a little bit more lower and and now he's giving it low and short. I mean, it's tricky.
It is tricky. Like a lot of players, he's better at the drop shot on the backhand side. More feel from that slice, maybe. And Nadal was always better on the forehand, and so is Alcaraz. Good return this time from Musetti, much better, much more aggressive. Gets a short ball to put away and just about adjusts his feet in time to put a ball onto the sideline. Great point.
Yeah, that was an excellent return. He went after that one a little bit more, had more aggression. And he kind of just waited for Djokovic to make a move, and that's why he got a little bit careful, just tried to place the forehand.
Had to jump a little bit to get his feet in the right place. Break back point, 2-love. Djokovic serving, advantage Musetti. Only about 6 feet, 7 feet behind the baseline. Service down the tee, blocked back by Musetti. A bit of height on it, and Djokovic nets the forehand down the line, and a bit out of nowhere gets broken back.
Wow, that was a surprise.
Yeah. Didn't see that coming. 2-1 Djokovic leads.
Yeah, especially because that return just sat up. But sometimes that off pace can throw you off. But we have some more messages.
Good.
David, who lives in Tustin, California, in the United States. Good day, and I think this is, good day. As always, I enjoy your commentary. Happy for Pegula, yet was hoping for 3 sets. Me too.
Yeah.
Do you think the men's matches can go 5 sets tonight?
Well, this one could. They've gone at 5 sets a couple of times in their Grand Slam meetings, both at Roland Garros. And then Sinner Shelton, well, it's going to be good, but it just feels to me like Shelton might win a set. But Sinner will, I don't know, he's so strong and solid and rarely plays a bad match that Shelton will have to play great to take it to 5 sets. He does have he's got the game, he's got the...
It's just checking if they'd ever play 5 sets against each other. They have not.
What's the head-to-head in that one?
8-1 for Sinner. And the one time Shelton won was the first time they ever played in Shanghai. And Shelton won 7-6 in the third. And then ever since then, Sinner's never lost a set against him. So 17
ominous.
Sets in a row he's won, something like that.
Am I right in thinking they played here last year? Is that?
I think you're right. Yeah. Sorry.
That was a match that. Let's see. Here last year they did in the semis, and it was tight first set, really good first set, and then easy second and third for Sinner.
That's why we always say that first set's so important sometimes for the underdog.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like in this case with Musetti, he really wants to win this first set. Not got a good record against Djokovic. He's not alone in that, of course, but it's 9-1 Djokovic's favour. And the time that it did go 5 sets, in the first time they met, Musetti won that first set, and he won at least one of the first 2 sets in Roland Garros in 2024. But he also won the first set when they last played in Athens last year, before going down 7-5 in the third. So he knows he can push Djokovic, but it's sort of like a lot of these matches, seems to be on Djokovic's racket. He starts the Musetti service game with an off forehand return winner. Also standing fairly deep, Djokovic, right behind the Melbourne sign on the court, as you look at it. Musetti serves on the tee to the forehand of Djokovic. Return hits the tape and falls back his side. And Djokovic just leaning back in frustration. 15-all. Musetti serving. The sun's moved round. The first couple of matches in the day on Rod Laver Arena, when you're serving from the far end from our commentary position, that is very tricky in the sun, but the sun's moved round enough. Or we have, obviously, because we go around the sun, that he's okay now. Djokovic misses the backhand up the line again. Just that shot hasn't quite found it.
Which is strange, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of his best shots, is that backhand out line. I mean, it seems like he desperately wants it.
He's going for it again and again. I mean, there aren't many shots he doesn't make most of the time. It's 30-15 Musetti. Quiet in the Rod Laver Arena as the serve goes down the forehand side of Djokovic. Musetti hits a topspin forehand, not that much depth on it, and Djokovic starts to up the speed in the backhand from Musetti on the slice up the line, moves Djokovic around the baseline. He goes cross court, then he goes back down the line and misses, and his radar's slightly off early on.
A little bit, and it's interesting because I feel like Musetti's ball is really jumping right now, and that's why Djokovic is getting a little bit late when he's changing directions down the line. He's just not finding that angle more inside the court right now.
One thing to point out, I suppose, is that Djokovic is not that used to playing in the daytime here. He spent so long winning the title all the time that he played at night.
And the ball does jump higher during the day when it's warmer.
So it'll take some adjustment for him. 40-15, second serve, Musetti at 1-2. Serves to the backhand of Djokovic, who was right there waiting for it. Forehand from Musetti is just too long. Not much in that.
A little bit of mishit of the return from Djokovic. Musetti had so much time on that ball.
Yeah.
Probably saw Djokovic moving to that corner and then just overhit it.
Djokovic having a discussion with his team. Lots of head shaking going on. Probably about those shots he missed. Still game point Musetti at 1-2, 40-30. Musetti serves Big flat serve out wide. Drop shot from Musetti. There's quite a bit of air on it. Djokovic's going to get there. Flashes a backhand cross court. Musetti gets it back. Then he gets another backhand slice back. Djokovic is back to the baseline. Baseline rally between the two. Djokovic unloads off forehand. Backhand slice from Musetti, drifts long.
It's great inside-out angle on the forehand side from Djokovic. Just kept able to get the ball wider and wider throughout that rally. And just put Musetti in really vulnerable position.
Musetti taking his towel from the box alongside his team. He's coached by Simone Tartarini and Jose Perlas. Giving him a little bit of advice, no doubt. Back to Deuce. Musetti serves wide to the forehand of Djokovic, but it's long. Second serve from the Italian. Number 5 seed. Kicker to the Djokovic backhand. He's right on top of it. Nice backhand topspin from Musetti. Then he runs around it to hit a forehand. Sun comes out as the rally goes on from the baseline. Forehand down the line from Musetti. Not that much depth, plenty of pace, but he's moving backwards to hit a backhand as Djokovic starts to get the length he's looking for. Forehand inside out from Musetti with height and spin, and Djokovic misses the backhand down the line again.
It still feels like Novak's trying to get used to that height and spin. Really good patience there from Musetti just to keep going for that particular ball.
And I know it's Novak Djokovic, sorry to interrupt you, but is part of the game plan to move him as much as possible for Musetti? Could that really be it? I know he's 30 because he's 38.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, you always want to try and spread the court and get that width if you can move your opponent. And yes, you might think at this age that he would maybe be a little step slower, but
just to tire him out.
Or just to tire him out. But because Novak's been he's expressed how much he has to do now for recovery. Like it's almost twice as long now to get his body to recover.
Yep, I know what he means. Not at that level, but still. Backhand down the middle from Musetti. Big forehand flat from Djokovic down the centre of the court. Musetti gets to it. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, just wide. Hit it well, just into the tram lines, and it's 2 games all. Djokovic having broken early on, leading 2-love, but Musetti now levelling up.
Well, we do have a message from Phoenix, who lives in Dubai, asking this exact question that we're talking about. How do you think Djokovic will play in this quarterfinal, seeing as his recent matches he has defeated Musetti? I mean, I think he'll play well, but right now it's kind of up and down, I think, right? He's making some mistakes that we're not used to seeing.
He's certainly not going to be, given the who he is and given the head-to-head record, he's not going to be frightened of what's coming from the other end. He'll think, I'm sure, that if he plays well, he's going to win this.
I think so too. I mean,
that's a nice feeling to have.
Yeah. I mean, he obviously likes this matchup.
Yeah. But he's been pegged back after that fast start. 2 games apiece as he serves. We're back where we were at the start of this match. Serve out wide from Djokovic. Slapped back by Musetti, but he's out of position. Up goes a high backhand lob from Musetti. Djokovic waits, going to hit it on the bounce smash. He's much better at those than he is the normal smash, but that's a great get by Musetti. Djokovic's going to have to do it again, and he does. Very nicely. Puts it away, second time of asking.
This is just bounce everyone.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, that other one he could have waited and just let it bounce. It was so short.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he did handle those very well.
I think Nadal was so good at bounce smashes, and Andre Agassi.
And from way back in the baseline, right?
Yeah, but he would always do that thing where he'd run back way behind the ball and then run to it to hit the smash. He's moving forward.
Yeah.
It's a very good lesson for anyone who wants to learn how to do that shot. Another high backhand lob from Musetti. Brilliantly gets it back into play. Djokovic underneath it on the backhand, on the bounce smash. But Musetti's back in the rally and he hits a heavy topspin forehand. He's on the run to hit another one. Djokovic still in control but pulls the forehand wide. And sort of gets a bit of his own treatment in defence there.
Yeah. But
done
again,
that so many times in his career.
It was a complete change of rhythm. I mean, the high heavy one, and then the next ball from Musetti was so flat and hard, and Djokovic just pulled off his forehand.
Terrific lob by Musetti at full stretch on the backhand side. So, I mean, I've seen that from Djokovic millions of times in his career. You think you've won the point, and he gets it back with a high lob. Takes a little bit of pace off the first serve, gets the space he's looking for, but then misses down the line again. 15-30. Definitely not in the right rhythm that he would like yet.
He was in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
and
then he started missing.
And then Musetti started getting a lot more consistent, these longer rallies, starting getting into the match, finding his rhythm.
Djokovic just wiping a bit of sweat on the back of his shirt, off his hand. And he will serve at 15:30. A few more bounces of the ball this time. And it kicks to Musetti and comes in, but what a return that is. Ripper of a backhand up the line from Musetti.
That was so good, but the fact that Djokovic chose to serve in volley and he used the kick serve as a first serve, that's not a bad play because it gives Djokovic time to get into the net, but it also gave Musetti a lot of time to see Djokovic coming in.
Still took some hitting though, that shot. It was high
amazing.
Above his shoulder.
It was amazing.
Way outside the tram lines when he hit it.
Strong.
Slammed it down the line. What a shot that was. It's given him 2 break points. Serve down the tee from Djokovic. Chop back from Musetti. Deep-ish on the backhand. He's going to put another high lob up on the forehand. Djokovic's going to take it out of the air, and it's a good one. Musetti gets it again. Is this going in? Yes, it is. Bounce smash from the baseline from Djokovic. Musetti fairly short with a forehand. Now he hits a slice. Djokovic comes in again. Backhand volley. Musetti gets there. Lob over the Djokovic head. Djokovic runs back. Lob goes up from Djokovic. Musetti backpedals. What's he going to do with the bounce smash? He carved it into the corner. Break of serve for Lorenzo Musetti. What a point that was.
Amazing response from the crowd to such a good effort from Musetti. And just like you said, Simon, he's making it physical. Making it very physical.
It was really like a mirror of so many Djokovic points you see over the years.
I know,
defense into attack, lobs over the head. Brilliant smash to finish. A bit of a turnaround in this match from a shaky start from Musetti, and now he needs straight 2.
That was fun. That was a fun game to watch, just the effort of both of them. We have another message from Marty Goodman. I think this is related to the competition.
Oh, good.
Should we talk about the competition?
Yeah, let's remind you what the competition is for week 2. Another $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away. We are asking you which we're giving you an opportunity in your mind to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? You can't change the result, but we just want to know what it means to you, why you think that would be a great one to be at. You can use the voucher anywhere from online. Get in touch with us through the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au and tell us who you are and where you're writing from. We will pick out a winner on Saturday. Entries close 5 p.m. Saturday afternoon, Melbourne time. Winner to be announced on the Nat Edwards Evening Serve Show.
Well, this is a good one.
Okay.
So it's from Marty Goodman from Dover Heights, Sydney. Growing up playing at Lynn Park Tennis Center, Rose Bay. I now live in Irvine, California, which is where Lauren Tien is from, but I still call Australia home. So the match is 1987 Wimbledon Pat Cash versus Ivan Lendl. Why? Because Cash is better than a Czech. That's pretty good.
That's a good one, yeah.
And because he was the first to climb into the stands to give his team and family a hug.
It was.
I will always remember his winning stance, arms out wide and raised high, pumping the air. P.S. I missed the serve and volley game.
Oh,
well, we might see some today.
Me too.
Right now.
Me too. I love watching serve and volley.
Serve and volley game.
Yeah, it's really great to watch, especially nowadays when you don't see it very often. But when it's played well, it just offers such a nice contrast in styles.
Yeah.
Why hack it around from the baseline when you can get it over and done with quicker?
We're seeing it sporadically come into play. I mean, I saw a Sinner serving volley the other day.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Exactly. All right, this is interesting. First point on the board to Musetti. So big serve to Djokovic, who misses 2 returns in a row. Definitely not quite on his game at the moment. Musetti has had a lot to do with that, with some of his shot making and defence. 3-2, 30 love. That's a good call. That match, I remember that really well. I actually listened to it on the radio because I was doing some school walk of some sort. And I liked watching Pat Cash play.
Yeah.
It was a good win. Lendl was desperate to win Wimbledon, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Return from Djokovic just over the baseline. 40 love. It'll be 40 years next year since that win. Unbelievable.
40 years.
Unbelievable.
You just threw that at me. I was like, wait, 40?
I know.
That is unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe 2000 was 26 years ago.
Don't even start. I feel so old. It's terrible, isn't it?
Me too.
Start talking about all these things. Musetti serve down the tee. It's 40 years since Cash helped Australia win the Davis Cup for the second time in a few years.
Oh my goodness.
And he beat Mikael Pernfors from 2 sets down. to make it 3-1 and give Australia the win. Slice backhand with side spin from Musetti, who then goes back behind Djokovic, who nets another ground stroke. Ground strokes are totally gone.
It's that combo, though, that low slice and then the higher one again. I mean, I know I keep repeating myself, but it's working.
No, it is working, and that's why Musetti keeps doing it, because he leads 4-2 in this first set. Feeling much better about things, having trailed 2-love early on, lost his first service game.
But I mean, he would have definitely expected this. I think Musetti is a little bit heavier. I think the spin on the forehand, I mean, there's got to, I think it's a little bit more aggression that's just jumping up.
Well, maybe there is a little something in the fact that Djokovic hasn't played for a few days and he's just not quite in the rhythm that he'd normally have yet.
Because the last time they didn't play that long ago, right? It was just last fall.
In Athens, yeah.
Yeah, in the final. That was indoors. It's different.
Yeah, it is different. Djokovic, brilliant indoor player. Brilliant return from Musetti from wide outside the tram lines. Ball barely made it over the net down the line, but it did. Djokovic couldn't get there in time to do anything with it. Love 15.
You know, he's understanding that down the line from the wide position very well right now, because it's tricky because you have to hit in, like outside in, and you're so vulnerable with the open court, but he's striking it so well.
And usually that's a very effective serve for Djokovic, the slice serve out wide on the deuce court. Djokovic serves, better serve to the backhand of Musetti, chips it straight down the middle. That one almost didn't make it over the net either from Djokovic. Now he hits a better one. Oh my word! Musetti bashes a backhand cross court. Past Djokovic at the net. No, Djokovic was nowhere near it. Flat and what a shot.
That was so good. And at that moment, I mean, I was expecting him to slice. So Djokovic is expecting the slice.
Didn't even make an attempt on the volley. He got nowhere near it.
Because I think he was surprised. I think he thought that slice was just going to pop up for him.
Oh, it's love 30. 2-4, love 30. Just waits for, I think, a helicopter flying overhead. It's getting a bit ratty. A little bit rattled by what's happened in this first set. So the aircraft flies overhead and Djokovic bouncing the ball a lot, but he's into his service action now. He serves and he blasts a forehand well wide and long, and it's 3 break points for Musetti for a second break.
He's definitely rattled Djokovic. He's trying to stay calm, but I think he can feel it building up inside, I think.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of a shouting element coming on soon. Get it out of his system. That's a better serve, but Musetti gets it back. Djokovic at the net on the volley. Wow. Nicely done on the angle, the backhand side.
I actually didn't think he was going to hit it at first because it looked like it was going wide, that return. I mean, better to be safe, and because there was a high volley for him, he controlled that really well.
Sometimes does this, Djokovic, when he's under pressure a lot, starts coming in a lot, serving, volleying a lot.
Well, he's missing off the ground, so he's been doing well at the net so far.
Yeah, exactly. The drop shots were good early on. To have gone away from the drop shot as well, but that's partly because Musetti's hitting the ball much better.
Yeah, much bigger, yeah.
Second serve, 15-40, 2-4. Djokovic serves to the backhand, and Musetti waits for it, fires it straight down the middle. That's a better forehand from Djokovic inside out. It was sat up for him to hit, but he did hit it well.
He needed that because now Musetti knows that he can't get away with just putting that in the middle of the court, that return. That was good pressure from Djokovic. Still has break point against him.
Good speed on that forehand, 154 kilometers an hour. That's harder than the serve. Serve was 152. He just laid into the forehand, but it is break point still for Lorenzo Musetti to get a second break in this set. Serve down the tee. Musetti chops it back on the forehand deep. Now he has to run across to another forehand. Djokovic has got a lot of court to play into. Slice from Musetti's good, but Djokovic at the net. Drop volley. Musetti gets there, but nets.
And he was fast. So fast he went from all the way to the back of the court to get there. Wow, that was a good effort. He missed it because he had to go for broke and just go for a winner.
It was asking a lot for him to make anything off that ball, but he did incredibly well to get there. He came from way behind the baseline.
It was a great volley under pressure there from Djokovic.
Yeah.
Didn't try and do too much.
From love 40 back to deuce. Could be an important game in this first set. Djokovic serves. Down the tee, backhand slice return from Musetti's pretty short. Djokovic pulls it inside in. Good angle on the forehand cross court from Musetti. Better angle from Djokovic on the cross court forehand.
Well, he's corrected something. Now all of a sudden he's just unleashing, can't miss.
Well, he was pulled wide. It was a good effort from Musetti, but that was a brilliant flashing forehand from Djokovic. Musetti just nodding in the direction of his team. Thinks, you know, he's doing the right things. It's not his fault if Djokovic comes up with something special. Game point to the 10-time champion. Tries the slider down the tee, just misses. Blows a bit of air onto his wrist. Knows about his routine for his second serve. Kicker to the backhand of Musetti, waits for it, pulls it wide on the angle. Djokovic out of position, now comes back into play on the forehand. Forehand's down the middle from Musetti. Djokovic getting on top of the two-hander. In comes a drop shot from Djokovic. It's I thought it was a good one. It's just wide.
It was a good one, but it was wide, yeah. If his margin was a little bit better, it's actually still perfect, that low one that's just, he's been striking so well.
Well, I think even if it had been in, Musetti got there and played a very nice angle of his own. Probably would have won the point. Forehand just cut across the court.
Well, now Djokovic has been using the drop shot so much that I feel like Lorenzo's a bit more alert and ready for it. That first step's a bit faster forward.
Yeah, you need those fast twitch fibres in your legs. Certainly got those. Back to deuce. Djokovic misses the first serve long. What does he do on the second? Does he go for a big one? He's been putting in a few big second serves here and there. Does like to mix it up. Second serve goes wide. Musetti read it. He's going to have to move across to his backhand side. He goes up the line. He's not going to make that. That was an ambitious bullet down the line he tried. Just wide.
Much better shot from Djokovic. Just more pace behind that backhand cross court. It has to be when you're going in that direction because you're leaving that line open.
Game point again for Djokovic to cut the deficit in this first set. This quarter-final of the Australian Open. Musetti leading 4-2. Djokovic serves down the tee. Musetti blocks it back on the forehand. Djokovic pulls it inside in. Then the backhand from Djokovic cross court to the backhand slice down the middle from Musetti. He's in the forehand corner, hitting forehands. Now the backhand side, it's another slice. Takes all the pace off it. Djokovic doesn't get much depth, and Musetti makes him pay with a big forehand.
Yeah, it's great. Anything short, Musetti's got to do that. He's got to step up in the court and get the ball, get Djokovic on the move. Moved up to that well, good acceleration through the forehand.
Sometimes players with lots of variety and options struggle to make the right choices, but Musetti seems to be doing...
Well, I think he's learned that, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think he's learned that in the last 3 years. You're absolutely right. It can be because you have so much you can use, but I think he's gotten so much better at that.
Yeah, he's mixing things up very nicely. He hit that little slice, and Djokovic mishit the backhand. He pounced on it with the forehand. And it's deuce. Second serve, Djokovic. Musetti waits, twirling the racket in his hand. And he returns, tries to return the serve on the backhand side, goes deep to the Djokovic forehand, but he just overhits.
That curved into his body a bit, huh? I mean, I think he just overran it.
Well, those ones look like he came out of the middle of the racket, but didn't go in.
Yeah.
You're always like, oh, I hit that.
Well, we have such a good view because we're right behind him as he's returning, and you could see the flight of the spin of the ball, and it looked like he was in a good position, and all of a sudden the ball came into his body at the last second.
Yeah, so chance for Djokovic to cut the gap. Serve out wide, coming in on the serve and volley off. Chip return from Musetti, a little bit unfortunate. He's on the angle, finds the tape, and Djokovic gets out of a big hole there, saves 3 break points.
Musetti leads by 4 games difference.
Closes the gap, but Musetti's still ahead by a break at 4-3.
He's seeing out of the corner of his eye, though, when Djokovic is coming forward.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it in your peripheral vision, but you still have to focus on the return. I mean, it's pretty good that he's noticing that.
It is good.
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of people who sometimes wouldn't be hitting the return, then
Just
it would be a surprise.
Yeah.
And you suddenly see the opponent at the net.
We have a message from, I hope I'm saying this correctly, Saif Shaheen, who lives in Tilburg, the Netherlands. Greetings from the Netherlands.
Ah, yeah, okay. Saif,
Saif. Where it is a darkish 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened to Iga today? I missed that match. Hope you can share some thoughts on it.
Well, yeah, she lost to Elena Rybakina. Tight first set and then an easy second. it was a good first set. It was really tense, wasn't it? And then, as you were saying earlier, you think Rybakina always felt like she had a bit more. The matchup is good.
Yeah, the matchups, I mean, it's an even matchup when they play each other. It's been very close. Rybakina won their last meeting at the WTA Finals last fall where she was playing so good. That was indoors. I felt like Iga, throughout this tournament, has played more at night, and a lot of the players have been saying the conditions are a lot different during the day, where it's going to be a little bit faster, which is going to feed in a little to Rybakina's favor with the pace off the ground. I agree, it was a very tense first set, very close first set.
Yeah.
But I do felt like Iga, to me, the whole time had this little bit of, she's a little bit stressed, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And a little bit anxious. And there was a moment it was even and she lost a point, and we could see that tension. And I was like, we're still just even now. Like,
Mr. Djokovic.
Oh, warning, just taking some time. Djokovic, time violation.
Is that for time?
Oh,
yeah, because the time's just run out and Musetti was ready to serve.
So anyway, I think Rybakina then just loosened up and she played amazing.
Okay, yeah, exactly. She did play very well. I was on court for the back end of the first set for that. And when Swiatek saved a set point, I thought, oh, that was good. That was well done. But from that moment on, she didn't really have much her own way. It'd be interesting to find out what she said about the match in her post-match press conference. Good kick serve from Musetti, backhand return missed by Djokovic.
I saw Iga's sports psychologist afterward, Daria, and I just said, oh, sorry, like tough match, bad luck, and she just said, oh, it's sport.
Yeah,
that was her.
That's good. That's how much did she charge for that? Probably a lot. Backhand from Djokovic on the run. Musetti in command in terms of space on the court. He's got an easy smash to put away, and he does on the bounce over the top of Djokovic, who yells towards his team. Sometimes Novak needs something to get him going.
Yeah, that's true.
And that time violation might have been helpful.
I mean, do you think... I almost feel like he knew he was going to get it, he'd be okay. Like, he just wanted to kind of slow things down a little bit.
Once.
I mean, and a warning's not too bad to get.
Sometimes just needs a little something seemingly go against him, but uses it to his own good. Musetti serves to the forehand, then he's got a forehand that he lifts, doesn't catch all of it. Djokovic attacks on his own forehand, slice backhand down the middle from Musetti, then he steps into a big backhand down the line, but that never looked completely comfortable, and he puts it long.
They kind of like sideswiped it again. Off that backhand, it just curved away from him. Still, like, everything was different in that point. Every single ball that he was throwing at Novak was completely different.
Yeah, and even if you're someone as good as Novak Djokovic, it's not easy when every ball's different.
No, it's not. I mean, I remember no coaches that like purposely have scheduled practices where their player they make them hit a different ball every single time.
Yeah.
One, it gets you better at throwing in variety. Two, it makes you like think shot selection, and I thought it was a great exercise.
Yeah, it's a really good thing to do. Musetti serves second serve to Djokovic, who returns inside out forehand. Slice down the middle is short from Musetti. He goes to a forehand. Djokovic at the net misses a simple volley for him and just raises his arms to the air. It's like, what am I doing? How did I miss that?
Yeah, I could not believe that. I mean, I can't believe he missed that.
A little shake of the head, puff of the cheeks.
A little careful there with the volley. Just kind of hesitated.
Almost a bit casual.
Yeah.
Just not feeling the ball as well as he would expect to at this stage. It's 40-15, Musetti trying to extend his lead in this first set. Serves into the top of the net. Gets to position for his second serve. Djokovic standing about a foot behind the baseline, looking to move into the return. He does on the forehand side and just misses again. The number of times he's missed by maybe an inch or so down the line.
Yeah. But you just know he'll find his range. I'm kind of watching him, waiting for him to, I don't know.
Shout
or something, yeah.
Let it out. Let the frustration out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to seeing him chat a little bit more. He's kind of just like nodding his head, and I don't know.
Yeah, when he lost that last point, he sort of just blinked and, like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Well, what he's doing now is serving to stay in this first set. Trails 5-3. Serving from the end nearest our commentary position, really down low, get a great position to see what the players are up to, and Musetti almost makes another of those flashing returns up the line and puts it in the net from a wide serve from Djokovic. Do keep your messages coming, we're really enjoying them. Oz Open tennis.com via the Ask the Booth form, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Jill will edit them as she goes through and then read them out, depending what's in them. Keep them clean. This first serve for Djokovic, just a little side eye towards a bit of noise to his left. Big second serve down the tee. Forehand back behind Musetti on the backhand side. His backhand slice lands right on the baseline. That's a big forehand, heavy forehand from Djokovic. Musetti, good defence, gets him back into the rally. The backhand down the middle from Djokovic. High topspin forehand from Musetti. Big backhand from Djokovic down the line, and even Musetti's defence can't get that back.
That was huge. That was, I think, the biggest shot that Djokovic has hit in this first set. Really went after that last ball and targeting Musetti forehand, that corner.
Yeah, his team enjoyed that. I think Djokovic enjoyed that as well. Big ground strokes from the former world number 1, world number 4. Semi-finalist at all the slams last year, 38 years old. Serve down the tee, chopped back by Musetti. Shortish for Djokovic to attack. Up goes a very high lob. Djokovic moving back to the baseline, hits a bounce smash down the centre of the court. Musetti rather casually just dumps it in the net. That was a better smash.
Again, as a bounce one. He used to bounce every single overhead.
I mean, they are easier, aren't they, bounce smashes?
No.
Don't you think?
They are when they're at the service line, not when, not that one where it's all the way at the baseline.
Well, you don't have to take it out of the air.
I don't think they're that easy.
No, I'm not saying they're easy. Easier.
Oh, easier.
Easier than a full-blooded smash off
probably,
a very high ball.
Easier, yes. I agree with that.
Serve and volley from Djokovic. Little touch, half volley. He's going to get past easily by Musetti. He got there in oodles of time. Just flicked it cross court.
He is so good at holding it, holding the racket head. I mean, you think he should have hit the ball by now. He just waits, and then Djokovic has to go one way or the other.
Yeah, he was a bit stranded
So
there.
good.
Off a good return. Little half volley from Djokovic had too much height on it. He guessed, tried to cover the line, and Musetti went the other way. 40-15. Still a couple of game points for Djokovic at 3-5. Serve down the tee is good. Just catches the outside of Musetti's racket to deny him the ace, but cuts the gap. But it'll be Musetti to the serve for this first set at 5-4. Just noticed Diego Schwartzman's here again.
Yep, he's been at almost every match. He's loving it.
Quite amazing, isn't
He
it?
hit with Carlos Alcaraz yesterday, remember? Warmed him up. That worked well. I wonder if he'll warm up again.
Looking very casual in a pair of trousers and
He does
white
look
t-shirt.
very relaxed, yeah. Clay Stunfors has written in from Bentonville, Arkansas in the United States. Hi, I'm Clay, and I'm 8 years old.
Oh,
I'm getting
fantastic.
to stay up late to watch the tennis. It's way past my bedtime.
Oh, brilliant.
I hope Pegula and Shelton win it all. See ya. Hope I'm on the radio.
You are now. Fantastic. Thank you very much for your email. That's really lovely.
Mariana has written in, Dear Jill and Simon, fabulous women's matches, even though I only got the Rybakina win. I was rooting for Anisimova win, but I think she just got up on the wrong side of the bed, a bit like Goff yesterday. I could call Musetti's shirt more like Mediterranean blue, as ocean blue is a lot darker. Comparing the Ionian Sea, where I live now, and Huntington Beach, California ocean, where I lived for 10 years.
You could have given me a heads up. You could have told me, hey, Novak, hurry up. Right?
See, he's a little bit upset about the time violation. Yeah, that was Djokovic. Yeah, he said he would love the umpire just to let him know that he needs to hurry up. They do tend to do that. They do tend to tell the players, hey, you're getting close to the time, so you need to get going. I'm just going to finish this message. Hoping Djokovic gets his 25th, as he is now based in Athens. Maybe he can help some upcoming Greek players. Thank you both, as always, for making all matches so much more exciting. From rainy, cold 9 Celsius, Corfu.
Oh, rainy Corfu. What's going on, Mariana?
I love rain.
Unbelievable. Mariana's been getting up at 2:30 every morning to listen to us.
She's devoted.
On the radio
we love
and watch
it.
the TV.
Yeah.
Fantastic dedication from her. Good serve from Musetti, but he makes a mess of a short backhand. He's just trying to play a little angle and made a mess and put it in the tram lines. Serving for the set of 15.
I almost think he wanted to hit that short slice, but saw Djokovic just take the step inside the baseline and then tried to go for the deep one.
Yeah, there he had lots of options and made certainly executed it wrongly. And it is love 15. Musetti served down the tee. Ace. Ace from Lorenzo Musetti. I was just trying to... Djokovic's got a cap on. wearing the cap. He's not wearing the cap when he comes up our end of the court. He's sort of been using it, looking into the sun a little. 15-all. Musetti serves out wide. Good serve, and Djokovic gets a racket on it, but puts it in the net.
Really great serve. Looking very composed right now, Musetti.
Especially after missing that first backhand.
I know, because you think, 1 point down against Djokovic, that's like feeling like a lot of stress.
Especially the first point in a game when you're serving for the set. He's got himself in a good position. 30-15. Serving big is Musetti. 194 that was, but just into the top of the net. His familiar serving routine. Second serve. Big serve down the tee and gets a reward as the return from Djokovic flies over the baseline. 180 kilometers an hour, that second serve.
And deep, too. Deep in the service box. Got Djokovic on the stretch on that forehand return.
Very brave from bold serving from Musetti, and it's given him 2 set points after 53 minutes here on Rod Laver Arena. Musetti serves. Again going for the serve out wide. The angle was wrong that time. Into the top of the net. Would have been wide anyway. Djokovic waiting. Both feet on the baseline. Looking to attack. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic. It's high on him, but he gets it back deep. Then he goes up the line. Musetti can hook a forehand deep. He does so, and the forehand from Djokovic lands just on the line. But Musetti bashes a forehand down the line. Wins the point. Wins the game. Wins the set.
That was amazing forehand. He had it on his racket and he took it. I love seeing that in that big moment for Musetti. Incredible finish to that set.
It would have been quite easy to think that forehand had landed on the line. Oh no, that's not good enough. But he just smashed it down the line. Brilliant play from Lorenzo Musetti. And the Italian takes the lead. He leads by a set to love.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
So, work to be done for Novak Djokovic if he's to extend his incredible record in Grand Slams and try and get to another semi-final. Got to all 4 semi-finals last year, and of course, he's won 24 Grand Slams, so he's not going to panic. But he is trailing here.
Players are ready.
Lorenzo Musetti fighting back from an early breakdown in that set to take the first set 6-4. And it'll be Djokovic who begins playing the second set. Musetti, has to be said, played a particularly impressive set from Love 2. That was some great ball striking, a lot of variety, some great defence to get him into it in the first place. Oh my God, he starts the second set the same way he finished the first, with a whip of a forehand up the line from almost round the net onto the sideline.
I think he knows that serve's coming. I mean, you said that's one of Djokovic's favorite serves. Yeah. If we're saying it, Musetti knows it's taking that basically his favorite serve away from him, or trying to.
Yeah, that's right. If we know it, then chances are the players know it. Goes down the tee again on the juice serve. Musetti waits, doesn't commit, and then hits a backhand cross court for a winner. He makes a little apology to Djokovic. I think he slightly mishit it, but not much.
He did. He slightly mishit it. He's way ahead of it.
But he still meant to go cross court.
He did, yeah. There wasn't much on that approach shot from Novak.
Hey, and that's Musetti was waiting because he thought he was in an awkward position, but he just waited till Djokovic went one way and then he pulled it right onto the sideline.
That's how good his hands are.
Yeah.
I mean, even when he mishits it, he can find that control.
That's right. It was only a minor apology. It's like, yeah, I still meant it, just not to do it that way. Love 30. Djokovic just misses down the tee. A bit of early trouble for the Serbian in this first game of the second set. Here on AO Radio, Simon Cambers, Jill Krabas with you. Intriguing matchup as the off backhand return from Musetti. What an angle that was. And the forehand inside out. Musetti is playing lights out right now.
He's putting it on his racket. Anything off pace that Djokovic throws at him, he's taking the initiative. It's good to see.
It is good to see him play like this because sometimes he gets sucked into being a little bit defensive, but this is nothing of the sort. Love 40. Djokovic was love 40 in his last service game. He got out of it. Will he get out of this one? Serves. Down the tee again. Blocked back by Musetti, but just long. Wide, sorry.
15-14.
Just rehearses the shot. Maybe thinks he could have got a full swing on that. Djokovic is serving predominantly down the forehand side on both wings. Musetti's just returning very well, and any time he gets a chance to slap it, he is doing it. 15-40. Serve down the tee, chopped back on the backhand side by Musetti. He's got a chance for another pass. Is Djokovic at the net? It's a good volley. Lob from Musetti is absolutely perfect. Djokovic thought it was going to be a pass. He just hoisted it cross court with so much spin.
That's what I mean. I think Djokovic is really confused about what is coming. I mean, he kind of like at the net, he leaned forward, then got on his back foot. He just doesn't know what shot Musetti is going to hit. His disguise is actually out of this world. Like the way he just holds the racket head, it's unbelievable.
Hit the backhand pass from so far back in the court that Djokovic thought he could play an offensive volley, and he actually got good depth on it, but then the lob was just brilliant. Over the head of Djokovic, who was standing on one side, anticipating a pass down the line, and it was absolutely the right choice, and he played it incredibly well. And Musetti takes the early lead in this second set. Break serve, 1-love, having won the first 6-4. He is playing pretty great tennis right now, Musetti.
I know, I feel...
I'm not sure he can play any better than this.
But everyone's been saying that, how well he's been playing this week.
It's true. Sometimes when
2 weeks.
When you're playing this well, you wonder if you can sustain it, and what happens if your level dips a bit, but he hasn't dipped yet. Forehand to the forehand of Djokovic. Better forehand to Djokovic up the line for a winner. Injection of pace.
Yeah. You know he's going to respond, Djokovic. He's still put his hat on. He didn't have a hat before. Now he's put his hat on. He means business.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't want to ruffle that hair. Covered it up. Sun shining, fairly weak sunshine at the moment, but starting to come out again. Love 15. Musetti misses the first serve. Quite long. He will go back to his mark on the ad court. 4 slow bounces of the ball. He kicks the serve to the forehand of Djokovic, who gets right on top of it. Musetti, under pressure, nets the forehand.
And no surprise, Djokovic going bigger now on the forehand and looking for that forehand a little bit more often and hitting it a lot flatter.
And staring into our box then, which was slightly disconcerting.
Yeah, he did kind of look right at us.
Love
he can't hear us.
30 love. No, he can't hear us unless he is listening to AO Radio, in which case, Novak, give us a wave. Don't think he is. He's focused on trying to get this break serve back in the second set.
Let's go service.
Yeah, Musetti catches the tape, lands in. It's going out wide. He'll try again. Move into the second hour of this match. Musetti serves out wide again. Djokovic gets there quickly and whips a forehand cross court. Then he goes with a bit more height on the forehand to the backhand of Musetti, and that works out nicely because the backhand goes long from the Italian, and it's love 40.
Love 40.
He was down love 40 in his first service game too, right? In the first set. He was, yeah.
He was, yeah.
He lost that game.
Yeah.
I'm blanking.
But he has broken this
broke
time,
back.
so it's okay. It's not as bad as that one was. He was love 1, love 40. And here, Djokovic looking to get the break straight back. Musetti serves. Just misses going down the centre line. Musetti, second serve. To the forehand of Djokovic. Off return from Djokovic is good enough. The backhand goes in the net from Musetti, and quick as you like, the break of serve is snuffed out. We're level again at 1-all.
He never panics, Djokovic, as we know. Just really, and didn't even have any sort of emotion, just stayed calm and composed. David has written in from Tustin, California, his match.
Yep.
Which I think a lot of people would have said this one too. Nadal versus Federer, Wimbledon 2008.
Yeah.
5 sets. I watched the matches from the first serve, first set. My wife dressed our 4 children for church. It was the 5th set. Darkening skies. She asked, "What is more important?" I will always regret not answering Wimbledon tennis.
Yeah, that would have been my answer. I remember,
that was an amazing match.
That was obviously one of the greatest
one of the
Wimbledon finals. Forehand cross court from Djokovic, forehand down the line from the Serbian. Slice back up the middle from Musetti, not much pace on it, not much depth on it, and it's attacked by Djokovic. The forehand goes in the net from Musetti.
Starting to clean up his game a little bit here.
Yeah.
Djokovic much more consistent, even with the extra aggression.
Yeah, good serving, helps with that. After losing his serve in the opening game, thanks to some incredible shots from Musetti. It's 15-love. Yeah, I think a lot of people would pick the Nadal-Federer match, maybe. Good serve again, 30-love.
I would throw in the Sinner-Alcaraz match last year at Roland Garros.
Oh, yeah.
That final. That was ridiculous.
Amazing. Yeah, that was ridiculous. One of those ones where when you're writing, you've already written it, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
On the buttons, match point, bang. Oh no, another hour later, still here. Going on, and then you end up writing 2 pieces, one of which is always slightly better than the other one, and the other one always happens.
No, really.
It's Odds law.
That's why I just don't write.
Just keep talking, it's all good. 30-love, Djokovic serves. Sun comes out here on Rod Laver Arena. Wayward backhand from Djokovic, just annoyed with himself, shakes himself loose a little bit. 30-15. Takes a couple of balls from the ball girl at the back of the court. His team all dressed in the same kit. I find it. What do you think about all that when the coaching team are wearing the same kit?
It's happening
more and more.
More and more here.
Yeah.
I mean, Sinner's whole team are like identical every single match, but in different colors every single match.
Musetti's are not wearing the same stuff. Djokovic's are. Musetti gets to a good serve from Djokovic, who hammers a forehand up the line. He's got a backhand slice to deal with. It hits the top of the net, sits, bounces up way up in the air. Musetti then pummels a forehand inside in. Then he goes back behind Djokovic on the forehand. Djokovic hits the ball way over the baseline.
Wow, that was a big miss from Djokovic. Surprising, just completely lost control of the forehand. Again, jumping up high above his shoulders. It's obviously a sponsored deal that they're all wearing the same thing.
Yes,
but I don't think you have to wear the same. They wear the same color every time.
Yeah, I know. Why not wear some? Mix it up a little bit.
It's becoming more common. I mean, I do think it kind of looks cool. Actually, they look like they're really a team.
Yeah, well, I suppose so. Yeah, they still look like a swim team or something. On the sidelines, just waiting to go. Serve out wide, chopped back by Musetti, gets a good angle, he's got a chance at a forehand pass. Djokovic is there on the backhand, Musetti gets there, plays a great backhand, he can't get back into play quick enough to pick up that volley from Djokovic.
How good was that? So I did not think Musetti was going to get the ball, but the shot that he produced, I mean, Djokovic did well to be ready for that and just stay mentally alert. Musetti's been all over the place, his movement's even faster.
I was waiting for one of those big backhands down the line, but he went cross-court with a good enough shot, but Djokovic equal to it. And he gets himself to game point. 1 game all, 40-30, second set. Kicker first serve to Musetti. Djokovic doesn't come in. Plays the backhand up the line. Musetti sticks his racket out. The ball catches the baseline. He's back in this rally now. Backhand from Djokovic down the middle. Slice backhand down the middle from Musetti. Ball catches the tape again from Djokovic. This time it stays his side. And he gestures to his team. He can't believe Musetti hit the line. How dare he?
I think he's also like, how am I not able to get that low slice again? I think he's pulling off of it. And in those cases, you have to just keep accelerating even faster through the ball. That's what helps you bring it up and down.
What does his team say to him when he says the stuff to them? It's always an interesting dynamic. Most of them just sort of sit there and take it and say nothing. So down the tee from Djokovic at deuce. Backhand inside the service line. Backhand deep from Musetti on the run is good. Forehand down the middle from the Italian. Down the middle goes Djokovic. Forehand inside out from Musetti, and Djokovic misses the backhand in the net. Break point.
Advantage Musetti.
For a third straight break in this set. He sort of fell off after missing the backhand. He fell
he's done
backwards.
that a lot. Yeah, he's like kind of falling off the ball. And it's not just, it's both sides.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but occasionally when he's made the mistake.
He's bounced the ball a lot on this serve, which comes in and is wide. Second serve, Musetti waits about 6 feet behind the baseline. Djokovic is going to come in. Thinks about it, doesn't. Backhand return down the middle from Musetti, has to adjust his feet, slightly off balance. But the forehand from Djokovic goes long, his arms are thrust out wide. And that is indeed a third break of serve in this second set. Musetti leads once more, 2-1 with a break.
By 2-1.
Having taken the first 6-4.
Wow. We have a message from Steve from a freezing cold, snowy and icy Maryland.
There's a lot of snow. I saw some pictures.
There's a lot of snow. It was a really big storm. Hopefully everyone is okay. But he says it's getting really late over here as Australia is 16 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time. If Novak gets to the finals, who do you think he will play? And how do you think he will play against that person in the finals? Why? It's probably, you can't go against Alcaraz, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
If he gets there, it would have to be against Alcaraz because he's going to have to play Sinner in the semis if it's Sinner.
If Sinner wins, right?
If Sinner
and
wins
Shelton
tonight.
play tonight. And if Alcaraz beats Zverev in the semis.
That's very true.
So there's a lot of ifs.
One of our colleagues print colleagues, Christopher Clary, sent me a message yesterday. A picture of what he's doing. Just shoveling snow. In America, they've had a huge
it's a huge storm. I love snow, but I think this was like... I think a lot of people have died from this snowstorm, so it's not
serious.
It's serious, yeah. So hopefully everyone is okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But thanks for your message.
And then Sarah from Cardiff, Wales, UK. Loving the commentary, although it makes me go to bed far too late. Leaving home at 18, I didn't have a television, so I started studying with the Open University and needed one to watch course programs. It was 2006 when the unseeded Cypriot, Marcos Bagdatis, beat Andy Roddick, Ivan Ljubicic, and David Nalbandian to reach the final against Federer. I think I'd like to watch the match with Nalbandian because I'll never forget how nervous and excited I felt cheering on the underdog. Keep up the good work, and thank you.
Oh, thanks very much for your message. That was a good Australian Open. Amazing run to the final for Bagdatis. His only Grand Slam final. That had most of his good moments in Australia.
Yeah.
Including that epic long match overnight with Leighton Hewitt.
Yeah, he's playing the legends here.
He is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to come back.
30 love.
Ace from Musetti to quickly get to 30 love. 2-1 with a break in this second set. Took the first, 6-4. We're starting to get to a position where Novak where you start to wonder. Does he...
I don't think you ever rule him out. He never goes away.
No, and he's trailed 2 sets to love and 2 sets to 1 to Musetti in the past before and still come back and won. So it takes an awful lot of doing to put Novak Djokovic away. As he stands to wait to return this second serve from Musetti inside the baseline, gets straight onto the backhand, slice from Musetti down the middle. Djokovic pulls the forehand inside in, it's good. But that's a good forehand on the run from Musetti. He's really getting after his forehands, and he hoists one just wide. He's sort of enjoying himself in that rally. Can't believe he missed it.
It was a good idea. It was the right shot to go for. But it wasn't out by far. But I like the intention again of going for targeting that corner, that high heavy ball.
30-15. Musetti serving. Packed crowd inside Rod Laver Arena, as you might imagine. Down the tee, return right inside the baseline from Djokovic on the forehand. Backhand straight down the middle of the court from Djokovic. Now he goes inside out with a forehand, heavily hit. Forehand inside in from Djokovic. Musetti on the run again, but he doesn't have to hit the forehand because it's marginally out from Djokovic going cross-court.
I mean, I would have expected some of these balls to start, getting inside the court, but I think Musetti is moving so well, as like side to side especially. He's covering the court much faster, I think, and so Djokovic is going for a bit more.
Yeah, and he's not missing by much most of the time, but he's missing by enough to give Musetti a lead. Musetti ace out wide. Djokovic this time misreading the serve, guessing to go to the backhand, and he just continues his walk across to his towel as Musetti extends his lead in the second set to 3-1.
This is impressive from the Italian. I mean, you really, at this stage, just got to think he just needs to have this level of focus and concentration. If you start thinking about the situation, the moment, then that's when you start maybe making some unforced errors or trying to be a little bit more tentative, just getting the ball on the court. But he's playing unreal right now.
He's outplaying Novak Djokovic, that's for sure. 18 winners to the 11 of Djokovic. Djokovic starts with a good forehand up the line. High lob, hoisted up by Musetti, but Djokovic puts this one away. Wasn't going to miss that. Or he did miss one similar earlier.
It was on top of the net. Yeah. I mean, Musetti just couldn't get the depth. He caught the ball behind him. Really good first ball from Djokovic there. Got such good length.
Yeah, just looking through some of the stats. That much in it. Djokovic's first serve points one is low though, 51%. Musetti doing a good job in returning them. Djokovic usually so effective on serve, first and second. It's 51 on the first serve, 47 on the second. As he serves to the backhand of Musetti, who goes up the line with a good one. Djokovic's forehand catches the tape. Forehand from Djokovic cross court. Musetti back to the forehand of Djokovic. Slice in the net from Musetti.
He just didn't get there on time. Good low ball from Novak. Musetti just waited a little bit further on the baseline. Just need one more step forward.
Not missed many of those backhand slices, but
no,
that was one of them.
Yeah, I think that might have been the first one he missed.
Yeah,
I think.
Feels like it. Djokovic serving at 30 love, 1-3, second set. Serves down the tee, backhand slice return from Musetti, gets onto a forehand. Djokovic goes back behind him on the forehand side. A whip forehand from Musetti. Quickly back into position. He's got the backhand slice to play, and Djokovic gets his backhand down the line all wrong.
It's interesting how he wants to change direction on that one. I mean, that's not an easy one to go down the line.
That would have been a much more sensible shot cross court.
I think because he's not loving the slice. I mean, he's not loving the slice right now.
Well, you're saying how low that was.
Yeah.
He must have hit it around shin height. And usually he does that little flick cross court.
Yeah.
Try to go down the line. That was ambitious. 30-15. Djokovic served out wide. Backhand, full backhand from Musetti. Forehand back behind the Italian from Djokovic. Now Musetti can start to take command of the baseline rally, although he has to slice because Djokovic does get a backhand into play nicely. Good forehand cross court from Musetti, and then he misses the backhand after good defence from Djokovic.
Well, it was really good forehand on the defense from Musetti, how he was so strong from that position, and all of a sudden Djokovic was on the defense, and I think finally a ball that Musetti had a lot of time on, just again got a little close to it.
Yeah, almost overran it. You just expect him to make all these backhands. Such a great shot to watch. A couple of game points for Djokovic at 40-15. So Musetti bends low and stands tall to return. The serve goes wide from Djokovic just. Some encouragement for Djokovic, but he has to then take a couple of extra seconds before getting into his service motion. Backhand return from Musetti straight down the middle onto the baseline. Now the slice down the middle. Djokovic whips a forehand, thinks about coming in. Just as well he didn't, because Musetti rifles a backhand up the line for a winner.
And this is when's the last time he used that backhand down the line? He's been hitting it cross or slicing cross, and I feel like just when he maybe thinks Djokovic is getting used to a certain pattern, he can just change it up the line. Yeah. Connected with that well.
Very smart play. Just flattened that backhand out, slammed it straight up the line. Still game point Djokovic. 1-3, 40-30. Serves into the backhand wing of Musetti, slightly mishits the return. Djokovic gets up to a short ball quickly, whips it away for a winner. The team like it. Djokovic holds, but Musetti still leads by a break 3-2 and by a set to love.
By 3 games to 2.
Nikki has written in from Hampton, United States. Hello, AO Radio. Your broadcast is keeping us warm through this negative 12-degree night here in a very chilly Hamden. It's always a bit surreal to watch 2 weeks of sweaty tennis in neon colors in the dead of winter, and even more so when snowed in. Anyway, we are loving all the drama this Australian Open has to offer and can't wait for things to heat up even more.
Thank you very much for that. It's like it's a bit like we always found with when you're writing stories for newspapers in Britain. Newspapers love the Australian Open because they can put bright pictures in the paper, really sunshine, and they like to lift spirits in what's a miserable time of year, January, February.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that goes on.
But to be honest, I don't find that time of year miserable.
Because you're here.
I love the. That's true. But that's true. Actually, that's a good point. But I was in the cold right before here, and I love. I mean, I'm just used to having it cold in the winter for Christmas, and I like it.
I like cold winter. I like cold, snowy. Well, we don't get much snow where I live.
I like snowy too.
I would like snowy winters.
Yeah.
I like crisp, sunny days in the cold.
Me too.
That's
Me
nice.
too. Yeah.
And of course, we say all this while we're basking in lovely sunshine.
I know.
Sorry, everyone.
But I even liked it because I was in the Northeast for Christmas and it was snowing and I loved it.
That must have been cold.
It was very cold.
Yeah, nice. Well, Christmas should be in the cold as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think because we're used to it. Yeah, that's what I think. I live in California now. I think it's weird during Christmas to see it's like 70 degrees and there's blown up snowmen on people's lawns. Well, it just seems bizarre.
It's the same here in Australia. That's what I was saying the other day. It was funny to hear someone on the trams talking about that he was wearing his Christmas shorts. I was like, what are you talking about? Who wears shorts at Christmas? And then I remembered, as the weather is much nicer, as Djokovic starts the Musetti service game in better fashion with a forehand up the line and wins the opening point.
Yeah, that seemed like normal Djokovic, I think, that point. I mean, just kind of locked in, very much more balanced off the ground, moving a little bit better.
Yeah, I think sometimes the only time he ever looks out of sync is when he's off balance. It's so rare. He was occasionally in that first set and a bit. Looking to get the break back here in this second set. Musetti leading 3-2, love 15. The baby's had enough of it. Serve down the tee to the forehand of Djokovic. Backhand on the topspin backhand of Musetti down the middle of the court. But Djokovic is in command in this rally, starting to attack. But here comes Musetti with a slice to break it up. Forehand cross court from Djokovic is good. Musetti gets there. Forehand in the net. Djokovic again reaching for the ball and puts it in the net.
Just not going to that ball. I mean, that slice is still off-putting for him, and he's just not getting his body and balance and feet up to the ball.
But he must be used to it. They played 10 times
before.
He
would definitely be used to it. Oh, it wasn't a slice. Sorry, I got that wrong. It was a forehand.
The slice was the one shot before it, wasn't it? But yeah, he's having to look at different balls every single time. Serve wide from Musetti. Good length on the Djokovic forehand return. Musetti just waits behind the baseline and he's back into the baseline rally. Then he ups it on the forehand side and he has a backhand. It's a drop shot from Musetti. Oh, that is absolutely sensational. Just fades underneath it, palms it away. Like the ones Djokovic hit early on in the match, but even better.
13-15.
Just beautifully struck. Again, I think the previous forehand before down the line completely surprised Djokovic, who was waiting for the forehand cross court, and Musetti's just doing such a good job of hitting his targets really accurately when he changes it up.
30-15, Musetti. Serve out wide, Djokovic at full stretch on the two-hander. Lovely one-handed backhand cross-court from Musetti again. He goes back to the backhand of Djokovic, hits a slice with not much on it. Djokovic changes the direction down the line. Forehand on the run from Musetti is just over the baseline. Better from Djokovic, 30-all.
I think Djokovic actually got a little bit lucky with that backhand. Yeah, because he kind of still swiped off of it, but ended up hitting the line and hitting with good depth as well.
That's 30-all. Get the schedule out for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bring that to you in a moment. Musetti serving. 3-2, 30-all. Runs around a backhand and pulls the forehand too much inside in, into the tram lines, and it is break-back point for Djokovic.
I almost feel like he had too much time to think about that one. It was just floating in the court.
Yeah, he could have gone either way. Decided to go inside in, missed it. And this is a big moment here for both players. Djokovic, chance to break back in this second set. A little wind ruffles the shirt of Musetti and makes him take an extra couple of seconds. And he serves. Down the tee, Djokovic gets there, hits the return into the court though. Backhand slice from Djokovic, sliced by Musetti down the middle. Slice from Djokovic into the backhand corner. Musetti lifts a one-handed topspin backhand deeper. Then there's a bit of lack of depth from Musetti and Djokovic goes after it on the forehand side. Chopped back by Musetti. Djokovic cross-court. Musetti hacks it back into play. Djokovic forehand goes cross-court back to Musetti who's waiting for it. Short though. Djokovic nets the forehand with the court at his mercy.
Oh, what a rally. Good consistency there for Musetti. Break point down. 17-shot rally.
Juice.
It's good patience from the Italian. Again, causing Djokovic to not quite get in great position.
As the forehand on the run, squash shot style, got him back into that point. Till then, it looked like Djokovic was going to get the break. As it is, it's 3-2 juice. Sunshine having disappeared momentarily. So down the tee, Djokovic sticks out a racket. The ball lands inside the baseline. Pulled forehand into the corner from Musetti. High lob from Djokovic. It's on the baseline. Musetti hits the bounce smash. It's hard. It's good, but Djokovic gets there. Then hits a brilliant forehand cross court. And Djokovic on the slide on the run on the forehand nets.
I'm curious to see the difference in court coverage. We have that on here somewhere. I haven't really figured out how to work this computer. But
can't even see it.
You can't even see it.
Without my glasses.
Like the distance, distance covered.
It feels like he must have been running more than Musetti.
Huh?
I think he would have been running more than Musetti.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it says the match 1431 meters for Musetti and 17.
350 extra.
Yeah.
360 extra. That is a lot.
Felt that way.
Musetti gets a little luck off the top of the net, but he'd hit a good forehand inside in anyway, and he holds serve, saves that break point, and he leads 4-2.
That's a good effort, really good under pressure from Musetti. Again, showing some strength. I go back to how he won that last game to win the first set, went after it really strong. I mean, a lot of times you have these opportunities against the top and you tend to play it safe, but he went after it. Same here, how well he's handling the challenge of having to save a break point. Just looking really strong.
Still more aggressive than Djokovic too. 21 winners to 13. So commanding a lot of the points, dictating a lot. And Djokovic, his serve is not fired. He's only hit one ace. He usually hits quite a lot of aces. Musetti's hit 3. And as we said before, he's not actually winning that many points on his first serve compared to what he usually would. What you'd expect. He's winning 53% is Djokovic, whereas Musetti's at 64 and 59 on second serve to the 42% of Djokovic. So a lot of work to be done for the Serbian to get back into this match. He trails by set and 4-2 as he serves from the end where we are commentating from. This is the first serve. Gets ready for a second. A few more deliberate bounces of the ball. And he serves into the body of Musetti, who hits an off backhand return. High tariff shot that just drifts into the sidelines, and it's 15-love. Djokovic looking to stay in touch in this set. Had a break back point in the last game. Couldn't take it. We're going to have a change of commentary in a minute after this game. Steve Pearce and Kate Kearns ready to take over. And, this match getting very interesting. It's been a cracker already. Djokovic serves down the tee. Musetti read it. Whips the forehand straight down the middle of the court. Djokovic plays a little backhand slice to the slice of Musetti. Such an elegant shot, that slice from the Italian. He carves the ball with a bit of side spin as well. Djokovic in command and plays the better forehand. Right back behind Musetti. Cross court for a winner.
That looked much more calm from Djokovic and a little bit better getting up into the court on that shorter reply from Musetti.
143 kilometers an hour from Djokovic on that forehand. Gets him quickly to 30 love. 2-4.
Let's for service.
Play try again as the ball boy gets a little round of applause, waiting for the high ball to bounce back off the net. And he picks it up. All quiet inside Rod Laver Arena, except for a couple of coughs here and there. Serve down the tee from Djokovic. Backhand chopped back into play by Musetti, and then a horror of a drop shot from Djokovic.
Completely changed his mind at the last moment. He disrupted himself because he looked like he almost tried to disguise it way too late.
He just moves immediately back into position to hit his serve. 30-15, serve down the tee. It's a good serve. Forehand block return from Musetti, lands mid-court. Djokovic just about finds the baseline with a good forehand.
The flight of that ball was so high, it looked like it was going to fly out, but just enough topspin to bring it back down.
A couple of game points for the Serbian to at least cut the gap.
Thank you.
In this second set. Musetti in charge though, 6-4, 4-2. 40-15, Djokovic finds his first ace of the match. We were talking about that. He gets his first one. He does cut the deficit, holds serve. 200 kilometers an hour, that one. And we are going to take a short break. And when you come back, it'll be Steve Pearce and Kate Kearns.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Rod Laver Arena is where we are. As, of course, you will know, having been listening to the last couple of hours with Jill and Simon describing, this contest latterly, which has been intriguing to this point after 90 minutes on court. Of course, it's Lorenzo Musetti with the advantage of a set and a break here at 4-3. Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio now, alongside me, and a very good afternoon to Kate Kearns.
Very good afternoon to you, Steve. Good afternoon.
Not so much on centre court, though, is it? Because tennis is pretty hot out there. Beautiful backhand from Musetti on the run. The forehand just goes long from the Italian.
Yeah, nice change of direction from Djokovic. Forehand from that cross court.
It's been a bit of an error-riddled performance from Novak to this point.
It has. What are we? 28, 29 unforced errors at this stage.
Up against just 16 for Musetti. Of course, he's just got a simple equation here. Hold serve a couple of times, and he's got a 2-sets-to-love lead on the 10-time champ. Musetti finds the net. He's hitting some wonderful winners all over the court, Lorenzo. So much for Novak. It's the backhand of Djokovic. He goes straight down the middle of the court, rocking back. Musetti plays a forehand, then slices that backhand low over the net. And the ball you heard slap into the net was from Novak Djokovic on the flat backhand.
Yeah, just fell off that ball, didn't get himself in position. It's not what we're used to seeing with Djokovic, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, it was a rocky
Feels
first set
today.
with 18 unforced, already 11 in this second. So unless you're going to pummel the winners down there, you can't be racking up that many mistakes, especially when they're in the unforced column. Inside in goes Djokovic, well covered off by Musetti, and he gets back into position to play the slice low over the net. There's another one. This one's a bit higher. Djokovic runs around it, doesn't have to play through the ball, though, because it floated just long. 30 all.
Yeah, Musetti hasn't done too much wrong today. And just the flair on that backhand, not on that occasion, however, I should mention that was a bit of a floater, but he has been hitting big winners off that wing. He gets himself so deep in the court, but he finds the short angles.
So big point here at 30 all and 4-3.
Let's first service.
Musetti's first serve, as you would have heard, just catching the net cord on its way through. Djokovic sets himself. He knows this is a moment right here in this match if he's going to get back on serve in this second set. Says he serves. Well, he's not going to get a look in because that was pummeled out wide. 188, so not incredibly fast, but pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah, it's still a big serve, and it hasn't been the weapon, I don't think, so far in this quarter-final. His percentage could perhaps rise a little more as we get in deep into this match.
40-30. Serves Musetti this time down the middle. Djokovic gets this back on the lurching forehand and then plays a regulation forehand and then runs around his forehand to go up the line. Well covered off by Musetti. Goes back cross-court, Djokovic. Musetti returns the favour. Up the line, Djokovic pulled the trigger, but it was off as soon as it left the racket and went into the tram lines. And Djokovic now must serve to stay in the second set. An attempt to avoid trailing by 2 sets to love.
We've seen that a lot from Djokovic in this match. Having to go down the line on the forehand and way wide on that occasion. Very uncharacteristic.
As quiet as you can, please.
As quiet as you can.
Ready for play.
We're a bit ahead of ourselves, but I'll tell you anyway. Djokovic 8 times has come back from love 2 down in a 5-setter to win, so it's not untrodden territory.
No, recently though. Sorry, Steve.
Sure, I can tell you that. Onto the forehand. Musetti just stand and deliver forehand over the high part of the net, but stepped inside onto that Djokovic second serve and just eased the ball away for a beautiful winner. And it's, well, it's on the Italian's racket right at the moment.
I like how very deliberate he is in his shot making. Musetti just sets himself nicely on court, seems to have a lot of time.
Djokovic this time clips the tape.
You're looking for that stat, aren't you?
Serving here, forcing Musetti out wide. Djokovic came in for the serve volley and knifed the backhand volley beautifully at the net.
Yeah,
15 all.
That was lovely from Djokovic, really closed quickly onto that ball. Didn't let that float. A bit early, dealt with it.
Djokovic won't have given up this set yet. You don't get to win as many majors as he has by giving up on set. So he'll be holding in here and slams an ace down the middle. (30-15).
He has had breaks in both sets, hasn't he, Djokovic? So knows he can break the Musetti serve.
Let's first service.
Just needs to hold his own.
Catches the tape and falls back on the Serbs' side. 30-15, 3-5. Packed Rod Laver Arena on this Wednesday afternoon as Djokovic doesn't serve because the ball toss just went wrong. Wearing the white cap, he serves onto the backhand of Musetti, goes back behind the Italian, slicing. Djokovic comes to the net, makes a nice volley, but it's going to sit up for Musetti, who clips, just went wide.
Yep, it's gone
just
wide.
went wide, caught the net cord. Whether Djokovic had it covered or not, it looked like he did, but it caught the net cord as Musetti tried a really acute angle thought he'd actually try and go down the line there.
Yeah, I mean, he got the acute angle on the backhand cross court to bring Djokovic into the net, but you could see Djokovic moving towards...
I thought he'd just try and curl that down the line.
Yeah,
It seemed like the shot
he just
was there.
felt like he had to... Well, safer shot is to go cross
Mr.
court.
Djokovic has told us he touched the ball, conceding the points.
Oh, wow.
30 all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay. So Novak has gone to the umpire, the chair umpire, James Guffathong, and has advised him he did in fact touch that ball and has conceded the point. You can't actually tell on the TV replay. It must be that finer touch. Djokovic with a heavy serve out wide, comes away for the 1-2 punch, puts it away well, and has a point to hold here at 4-5. Well, that's the sort of sportsmanship you want to see.
Absolutely. And it has been played in that manner today, this match, hasn't it? I've never seen that happen before.
Thank you.
Have you ever called a match where that's... No.
I don't think so. I think where people have said it's up, but
yeah, that's right.
The umpires said it was up, but the player has gone, no, it bounced. I think I can remember that, but I don't remember that, lurching sideways to try and get a touch on it and just catching the end of the racket, but imperceptible on television from what I could see.
From the eye.
Landed very deep from Musetti on the run, goes cross court. Djokovic changes the angle, goes up the line, slice from Musetti, and then into the net. And the backhand from Djokovic when he had the game just sitting there for him.
Yeah, he's wanting
misses
to...
a rally ball.
Yeah, wanting to find the short angle on the backhand, Djokovic, but unable to get enough on that ball.
Tennis gets some bad raps sometimes for its intensity and
the way it's played.
Sometimes the way it's played, exactly. With some degrees of gamesmanship alleged, but that was very much in the sportsmanship category from Novak Djokovic. It's akin to someone being given a penalty at football and saying, no, he didn't touch me. That never happens. Djokovic serves onto the backhand there of Musetti, who goes straight down the middle of the court, winds up and slices very low. So does Djokovic, very low over the net, onto the forehand from Musetti. He had enough of that, and Djokovic kind of blinks in that rally again, as he has done quite often this afternoon. Musetti. It has not been a vintage Djokovic performance, and he finds himself facing a set point here to go 2-0 down.
Yes, terrific depth from Musetti. It's been spot on all day.
Novak facing set point, serves and should put this away. Musetti doesn't quite get there. Nearly ended up sitting down after playing that shot. He was traversing at such pace, he nearly ended up on his seat, but he couldn't make the forehand. It just dipped onto the court.
Yeah, he had to decide whether or not he was going around the post or over the net. In the end, he just found the ground.
It was a nice touch from Djokovic.
Yeah,
so he saves the set point, back to deuce. It's a light plane that goes overhead. Very pleasant Wednesday afternoon here in Melbourne. Be a second serve for Novak. Cannot see a spare seat in the house. Serves here onto the forehand. Musetti finds that very deep. Well picked up on the half volley by Djokovic, but he's defensive in this rally, and the backhand goes long as he tries to reset the balance there, and he's going to have to face another set point, and it feels like a bit of a damn wall in this set anyway.
The tide's going out.
Yeah.
He'll battle on.
Sure. Phone going off somewhere. Wisely, someone's put it on silent as Djokovic serves, facing set point, but this one's just too long. Not a good time to get a phone call. Make sure my phone's on silent. Djokovic serves, goes down the middle. Forehand from Musetti is high, kicks up high, flattened out by Djokovic. Backhand cross court on the run. He'll go cross court on the forehand. Musetti saw that coming and unloaded on the forehand over the high part of the net. It was beautifully done from the Italian, as has most of the 1 hour and 41 minutes on Rod Laver Arena this afternoon. And in commanding fashion, Lorenzo Musetti, the 5th seed from Italy, takes a 2-0 lead over the 4th seeded and 10-time champion Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, it's a long way back now for Novak, who looks like he's called the trainer. And just seeing now, he's taking his shoe off.
Heavy strapping on that right shoulder.
Yeah, he might just need some, and I bet you there's some heavy strapping on the foot as well. Might need that. Yeah, it's just
there it is.
Blisters.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The camera decided to move away because there's nothing
wisely.
There's nothing less attractive in this world than a tennis player's foot.
There's a few layers of skin missing.
Rightio. It's drinks time. Cup of tea, whatever it is that is your fancy, and in a couple of minutes' time, we will have the third set of this encounter between Djokovic and Musetti, and at this stage, it's heavily in the favour of Lorenzo Musetti.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
So as you come back here, Novak Djokovic is still receiving treatment on that right foot. Blisters and some nasty matters that he's dealing with there. He looks like he's in a fair degree of pain.
They just applied the antiseptic, so you know what that's like. Everyone knows what that's like.
No pain, no gain.
Oh.
Yeah. So Lorenzo Musetti is just taking his time. He's not out jumping around on the baseline, but he's just calmly standing up and taking some water on board.
He's also taking notice to which foot that treatment's happening to.
Yeah, but it does give us a chance to have a look at a couple of your messages. Do keep those coming in, aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can use the Ask the Booth form, and that's for the competition as well, which is tell us about your Australian Open match that you would like to come back and watch again or see for the first time, and why. I think that's pretty much it in a nutshell, isn't it?
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
that's it in a nutshell. Yeah,
that's it.
Well, that's the shortened version. Tell us about it. Which one is it? Well, we've had a lot of good entries over the last 3 days or so since this was launched, and that'll be finalised Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon, not Sunday?
No, Saturday.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, evening show, right. Evening serve.
I like how, you were very hard on that one.
Absolutely.
No,
got to be firm.
No wavering.
Got to be firm. Got to make decisions here. Much like Novak's foot doctor there.
Did you mention how people get in contact with us,
yes,
Steve?
I did. Yes, yes. aoradio@tennis.com.au or through the Ask the Booth form on the app.
Indeed.
What have we got, Kate?
Well, I'm not sure if Charlene, if this one has been read out already.
Charlene must be from
because
Australia.
I think Jill was, ready to go on it, and then we threw her out.
Okay.
So, hi everyone.
Hello.
Love all the great ball calling and the chat that goes on. You guys make tennis come alive. Oh, that's so very nice. For those of us who are blind and or visually impaired, and I suspect for lots of others with no vision loss. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much. It's 10 o'clock almost here in no snow but very cold Bend, Oregon.
Wow.
Oh, yes. There's been so much snow in the Northern Hemisphere. Go Pegula and Shelton.
Especially in the States as well. It's been some awful weather over there and some tragic situations as well. So thoughts with everyone dealing with that, what we now call a weather event. Anyway, just the bad weather.
Yeah, horrible.
Very cold weather.
Well, of course, Pegula getting through today.
Yes,
and,
great performance.
and Ben Shelton this evening. Yeah, fascinating.
It's going to be a tough one for Shelton. I mean, Musetti is showing here that you can turn around horrific head-to-heads, and okay, he hasn't won the match yet, but he trails this head-to-head. What is it, 9-1?
But
and 8-1 is Shelton's against Sinner. But the difference is here, I think. You know, Djokovic is clearly way closer to the end than he is to the beginning, whereas Sinner and Shelton are almost both in their prime.
Yeah, exactly. It's a different...
but Djokovic is never done. We're not going to write him off.
No way.
It would be very, very foolish to do so, I would suspect. Although, almost if it was any other player, we'd be thinking, OK,
this is going to be difficult.
Like it's pretty much a mountain to climb. But you never know with Novak, that's for sure, as we get this third set underway on AO Radio. But that is the perfect way to start it for Lorenzo Musetti, just caressing a backhand down the line.
Yeah, it's a short backswing on the backhand, going back behind Djokovic. It's so stylish. You can watch that all day long.
Yep. Serving out wide, Djokovic unable to get this ball back into play.
30 love.
Yes, 193 kilometres an hour. It's not his biggest serve by any means, but it's accurate and it's jumping into the backhand of Djokovic.
Semi-finalist in Paris and London before, but never here, Lorenzo Musetti, so he would be breaking new ground in his career. For a third semi-final, kind of dwarfed by Djokovic's number. Serves to the forehand of Djokovic, gets this back. On the run, though, Djokovic had given up the chase, but it went wide from Musetti just.
To be fair, everyone's record looks insignificant against Djokovic.
Well, he does. There are some ridiculous statistics, and some of them are just...
pages of them.
Almost, really, you know, most quarter-final appearances by someone over 37.5, or, you know, you get into that sort of category. But there are a couple of interesting ones, and one of them is the amount of semi-finals that...
He must be taking on a lot of, or taking a few of Ken Rosewell's records, right?
Yeah, he's certainly, he's getting there. Almost got them all. Forehand there from Djokovic, cross-court. Musetti there to cover it on the run, goes with the slice. Djokovic is happy to flatten that out and come to the net for the first volley on the backhand. Up goes the lob from Musetti. Will this land in? Yes, it does, very deep. And the smash from Djokovic, looking high up into the sun. He made it into the net.
Yeah, Musetti's defence today has been outstanding, and a lot of them have been shots where he's forced Djokovic to hit from way behind the baseline and asking him to smash that. It's a, you know, normally...
But he took it flat. He didn't put some of that cut on and buy yourself a bit more margin for error, as you often do right from the back of the court. He took it on and dumped it in the net. 40-15 points for a one-love lead in the third set for Musetti. And there they are.
Musetti.
He just needs the one heavy serve onto the backhand. Djokovic nets, and it is 1-love, but 2 sets to love to Lorenzo Musetti. It's 53 semi-finals for Novak Djokovic up to now. If he were to win this afternoon, which as the time goes by, it looks increasingly unlikely. But 53 semis puts him well clear of Federer on 46 and Nadal on 38, and then Connors and Lendl. I mean, you know, his longevity and his success in the game is extraordinary. Clearly, he can't and won't go on forever. But he has talked about competing at the next Olympic Games if he can stay fit and if he can keep playing to the sort of level that he's playing now and the level that he played last year. Los Angeles. Yes, so it's 2026 now this year, isn't it? So Olympic year is 20, 24, 28. So that's another 2.5 years from now. I mean, it's something to aim for, but I think Novak will not want to... Well, I think he won't want to be an also-ran.
No, and I think, I mean, a lot can happen in 2.5 years. Well, in 6 months, in 3 months.
I mean, in 6 months' time, I think he's just about finished. We're finished Wimbledon, aren't we, in 6 months' time?
Yeah, but he's one injury away from...
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. But also form line and ability to compete with the top players, and more of them are beginning to come through and challenging him and push him further down the rankings. Although, of course, like he was probably the third best player on the planet last year, in fairness. But last year was last year as Musetti goes long with the backhand. And the difficulty for Djokovic is you've got to keep sustaining it. He doesn't play, or he didn't play as many tournaments. So if you then start making quarters or not as good in the majors, then your ranking is going to drop.
Yeah, and you can't just sustain. You have to continue to get better. Almost impossible.
Let's for service.
So 30 love here in Djokovic's opening service game of the third set. Goes down the middle. That's good serving from the serve. Heavy serving and very accurate.
Yeah, and he needs to go with Musetti, doesn't he, in this third set. Can't afford to go down that early break. Musetti's been good with his nose in front.
Djokovic serves. Musetti with a pretty handy forehand, landed it near the line and then unloads on a backhand.
Well, I think Djokovic thought that ball was going wide. Managed to get it back, but just not doing enough with it and opening up the court. Musetti taking that ball down the line.
Very easy power for Lorenzo Musetti.
That backhand. Killed for that.
Pretty good looking shot. Serves here out wide. Musetti does well on the first forehand. He's just in position to play a slice, but he got a little bit ambitious with that and found the tape, fell back on his side. And Djokovic holds for 1-all.
It's a good hold from Novak. Joseph White is listening to us from Seoul in South Korea.
Very nice, good spot.
Said, what a great day. This is Joseph. I'm a huge fan of Novak. Said, I've heard it's very hot in Melbourne. Well, it has been. It's much better today. You'll be happy to know. He says, on the table of match schedule, there is a court named ANZ Arena. Is this a new court? Is it newly constructed? No, it's not. It's the old Court 3. Is that right? Court 3.
Has it been? Did it have a different sponsor last year?
No, I don't believe so.
So Musetti to serve here, 1-all. Thanks, Joseph. Thanks for your messages. Do keep those messages. Oh, a rare mistake from Musetti. Good return from Djokovic. Keep your messages coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au. Could be a question for Kate. Make them as curly as you like. Or it could be your comments or your thoughts. Or we will take your entries for that competition as well. Your Australian Open match that you would like to revisit or see for the first time. And you get front row seats for it as well. We've had some wonderful entries. But that doesn't mean that you can't still vie for the prestige of winning the second week AO Radio competition and a $50 voucher from the Australian Open shop. Double faults from Musetti. Bit surprising that for Musetti to throw in that double. Just his second for the match. Puts him at love 30 as Djokovic just stretching out all sorts of different muscles behind the baseline there.
Thank you.
Just keeping his hips loose. What he did then.
Musetti goes out wide, but misses it into the tram lines. Is this a little bit of a flat moment in the match for Lorenzo?
It's a little bit of a pressure point happening right now.
Serves, kicks this up quite high. Djokovic deals with that. And Musetti thought he'd made that just deep into the corner on Djokovic's backhand flank, but just gone out, and Djokovic doing some more extravagant stretching behind the baseline.
That was for the shoulders.
But it's Musetti who needs to stretch his mind here and try and becalm himself and save 3 break points here. Musetti serving. So it's a fault.
I don't think he's found a first serve in this game.
No, it's been a poor service game to this point for the Italian. Serves, forehand from Djokovic, slice from Musetti. Djokovic is going to get aggressive. Oh, Musetti's given up at that point. I don't 100% know why. What happened there? Did he hurt himself?
He pulled up really short, but I think he's okay. Just was not prepared to get out of that corner.
Musetti moved across in front of us to play a forehand, played a sort of slice forehand, but instead of stopping, as players would almost always do, and run back into court to try and...
Oh, trainers come out.
Yeah, something went wrong there with Musetti almost immediately. He pulled up, didn't attempt to go back into the middle of the court to get Djokovic's ball, and has walked very solemnly to his chair. So This is a little bit concerning for Lorenzo Musetti.
It is. It really is.
And for everyone inside Rod Laver Arena, and probably wherever you're listening around the world. That was a very strange moment. It looked like one of those moments where something maybe just pinged, and there was no extravagant
no, but he
pull up.
He didn't want to dig out of that corner, did he, to
nothing.
change direction?
No, he just stopped and started walking towards his chair.
And he's been pointing at his inner thigh. They're just doing some work around, like just seeing whether or not the structure's okay of that. Yeah, it's the upper part of his leg. So
he wanted another twist in this match. Might have just arrived. So this is not unofficially a medical timeout yet, but it's hard to believe that it won't be, the way that Musetti ended that final game. He was facing triple break point. Let's have a look at it on the monitor again and see if you can describe it, Kate.
Okay. It's, yeah, that was the forehand. No, that was the point before.
Oh, that was the point before when he missed the forehand.
Do we think that's when it happened, though?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Was he asking for the trainer then?
I think he did. Because they came out awfully quick, didn't they? So I think you're right. Well picked up.
Yep. So when he missed the forehand deep down into the corner, which he thought he'd made, something maybe pinged, popped, he pulled something went wrong, and then the subsequent point he couldn't chase. Well, he tried to chase the first ball down, but then simply gave up and didn't stop and turn around.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Musetti is now receiving a medical timeout.
And he looks flat as a pancake. Okay, all right, so let's wait and see what eventuates here. It doesn't look great for Lorenzo Musetti the way he stopped there, but sometimes physios and doctors can work magic. But then again, if you've ripped something and there's a potential to do a lot more damage, sometimes there's nothing more you can do. So we might stay with this just for a minute, just in case, because I suspect if there is a decision to be made quite quickly, it will probably happen quite quickly.
I'm actually surprised they haven't gone off court for this one, given where the injury seems to be.
Well, it seems to, it's sort of, it's upper, but it's on the top of the leg, isn't it? It's not right in the groin area by the looks of it.
He's been working in that area, so he's sort of he's working down there now.
There's some discussions being had at the Musetti chair. What's the? It's hard to get a sense of what's going to play out here. Djokovic is just stretching his legs out, trying to stay.
He goes through his usual routine.
Just trying to stay warm and not let anything on his side tighten up.
Okay, the magic cream's going on now.
So. Crowd all standing up, many of them taking photographs of this situation, maybe a few selfies, and everyone just taking a little bit of a breather. Musetti's coaching box looking pretty concerned, as you would be, because it doesn't look great for the Italian at the moment, and that sounds ridiculous when you look at the scoreline of 6-4, 6-3. Okay, an early break of serve courtesy of what went wrong there at the end of that third game for Novak Djokovic, but overall the match was very much on Musetti's terms. The medical timeout's got a minute to run, and then I think we'll have to get a sense of whether Lorenzo Musetti is able to continue.
That's right, and Djokovic will be aware of what that situation is, and he'll look to exploit that.
He's obviously just coming to the baseline, preparing.
Looking pretty good, nice and fresh.
As if the match will continue. That's what he has to do until he hears otherwise. Musetti is still seated. There's 40 seconds to go of the medical timeout.
And just if you've missed it, Djokovic did break, so he's up 2-1 in this third set.
Yep, but 2 sets to love down.
Yeah.
Physio there who's working on Lorenzo Musetti. Musetti is not in any way leaping up and looking ready to play, and the intensity seems to have gone out of his face as well. I'll just call it as I see it. It's hard to tell. Is he gonna? He's grabbed his racket. He's going to come back to the baseline here and see if he's able to move okay. He's sort of gingerly running towards his
he's just going over to have a quick
toweling
chat
area in his coaching
to the coach.
area.
Yeah.
Djokovic is at the baseline, ready to serve. Musetti looking a little frustrated, just holding his arm out in a little bit of frustrating. Now he's bouncing around, ready to play on the baseline. So with a break of serve in the third set and with a potentially injured opponent, Djokovic serves an ace out wide. And Musetti, sort of didn't make any attempt to get that, but it was pretty good serve.
Well,
He probably wouldn't have got it if he was fully fit.
No, that's right. So we won't read into that at all. Just a good serve from Djokovic.
First sense will be, I think, on the change of direction on a longer rally. Anyway, we'll see here. Let's see. So Djokovic serves a fault.
Well, if he serves out wide on the ad court, that will test the injury.
I suspect Djokovic will be stretching the court now, if he can. So a couple of forehands here from Musetti, pretty good. Djokovic makes that, and Musetti went down low to play that forehand. He hit that perfectly, but he did not look good hitting it.
No.
He did not bend down low to play that at all. He really just gave the flick of the wrist.
He did. He just went after that ball, wanting to obviously end the point early. As it is, he was able to absolutely smash that forehand.
Almost squash-like. Musetti having a real hammer at this forehand. Then he tries the drop shot on Djokovic. Djokovic is there. He'll make this up the line. Does.
No, that's terrific coverage from Djokovic. And he's almost smiling at the back of the court from that last point. We are definitely on Musetti watch at this stage.
I think his shot selection is telling you the sort of difficulty that he's in
Yeah,
right
and he's
now.
trying to lean in on the left, isn't he? So
he's trying to play short points too. Djokovic serves, finds the net. 30-15, 2-1 with the break of serve. Novak Djokovic in the third set. First two sets to Musetti, but now an injury to the Italian. Djokovic serves, jumping into a big backhand. Musetti down the line. That was really good. Just unleashed on that backhand. Hit that supremely well.
Well, he did, but he didn't have to move to hit that backhand, Musetti. The serve from Djokovic, more or less straight to the Italian. And Djokovic now, 30 all, needs to focus.
Numerous ball bounces for Novak, and then he's ready. Serves out wide. Musetti unleashes on a big forehand, but Djokovic got that back into play and into the open court. And of course, Musetti was nowhere near it because he can't chase that down.
But that's such a good shot from Djokovic. He really had to get down low to dig out that ball.
I think he knew, though, if he just got it back into court, it was
just
going to
had
be
to
a winner.
control the racket, and Musetti way out of court.
Serves here. Musetti just bunting this back. He's going to give this point up, pretty much. He can't. He's almost cooked, you know.
Yeah, but I wonder too whether or not he's just going through the motions here for a while, just to see
if it loosens up
yes,
a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And give himself an opportunity to
I've got a
then
feeling
get
he's
back
pretty,
into it. But
he's
he
pretty
looks
close to throwing
he
the
looks
towel
pretty
in, I think.
downhearted, doesn't he? Yeah, and
Well,
he's
he obviously
barely. It's his movement, even just walking back to.
I mean, he's just got to play stand and
the
deliver tennis because he
line.
can't rally anymore. I don't
No,
think
okay.
so.
Well,
It's got to be drop shots and big shots.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out a lot now on his service, exactly where he's at.
So at 1-3, Musetti serves onto the forehand of Djokovic, then plays another forehand. Djokovic happy with the slice, and that's too long from Musetti. So it was high up. It's a muscle up here, Kate. What's that? Just outside the groin area, just sort of high on the.
Well, in the psoas, it runs from sort of your knee right up. It's to your stomach. It's a big muscle, and it's super important.
Musetti serves, finds the net. Second serve. What's he going to generate here? Hands it onto the forehand of Djokovic. The drop shot. Djokovic should have made it. Did make it just inside. Yeah.
But we saw a similar shot a couple of games ago where he went wide with that ball, but he was made certain of it, Djokovic, and Musetti's all at sea.
This match is only going in one direction, and that is going towards Djokovic, because I don't think Musetti's going to be able to keep going much longer.
No.
He looks a forlorn figure there, just trying to throw in drop shots and big forehands and try and rely on that backhand. And there it is, he just hammers it away, but there's no celebration. And he just walks back to the back of the court to get a couple more balls.
Yeah, he's playing like a wounded bull. He's just hoping that that ball comes back to him. And Djokovic now has to be careful in terms of his play.
Musetti serves into the net, but it's only at 166, so there's a lot of pace come off that serve
all the powers,
already.
yep. Gosh.
That's a horrible double.
Okay, he's finished, he's done, he's cooked.
Done. Yep.
Ladies
and that's a really sad end.
Unfortunately, due to injury, Mr. Musetti can no longer play. Game, set, match.
Oh dear.
Djokovic.
So Novak Djokovic is the beneficiary of another injury at this Australian Open. Extraordinary way for him to make it through to his 54th major semi-final. The 10-time champion is having a charmed run at this year's Australian Open.
But he finds himself through to the semi-final, and you know, sometimes you just need that luck, but today's not luck. That's just a rotten way for Lorenzo Musetti to finish his Australian Open campaign.
So Musetti exit the courts. He seemed to have a maiden semi-final appearance here in Australia within his grasp, but of course the one thing it's very hard to control is a sudden injury like that, and that is what has befallen the Italian. And Novak Djokovic is the beneficiary again of another injury. Hard to believe that Jakub Mensik had to pull out of a fourth round match, and now almost unbelievably Lorenzo Musetti has had to pull out of the quarterfinal, and Novak Djokovic is catapulted into a semi-final. And it almost leaves you shaking your head how quickly that happened.
Yeah.
But we saw it happen to Lorenzo Musetti just on that shot prior to when he pulled up, and it's forced a very early end to this match. And Novak's the beneficiary. He's into the semis again, and he's going to be talking to Wally Maserba.
Well, Novak, congratulations, but you of all people, being the warrior that you are, you don't like to see what happened to Lorenzo. It's a tough way for him to exit the court.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know what to say except that, you know, I feel really sorry for him, and he was a far better player. I was on my way home tonight. Don't know what to say. I mean, this kind of things happen in sport, and it happened to me a few times, but you know, being in quarters of a Grand Slam, 2 sets to love up, and being in full control, I mean, so unfortunate. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. I really wish him a speedy recovery, and he should have been a winner today, there's no doubt.
Novak, in this particular match, you came out very aggressively. You were coming to the net, serving and volleying. You were taking the ball on the rise. I couldn't help but notice, obviously, you yourself received some treatment on the blister on the right foot. Was that part of the plan to shorten the points, or you just recognised his defensive position and you wanted to take advantage?
Yeah, it worked. The strategy worked very well for the first couple of games, and then it changed completely. I had like 4 winners in the first 2 games and no unforced errors, and then the rest of the match I had another 4 winners and probably 40 errors. But you know, that's what Lorenzo does to you. You know, he makes you play when you think the point is finished. It's not. Obviously, a little bit more of wind today, swirly conditions, and you know, when you attack him, you don't know what to expect. Whether it's going to be a passing shot, cross court, or short slice, or he's going to go full flat in your body, or just a looping ball to my weakest shot, which is overhead. I think we've seen that today again. And yeah, what can I say? I mean, I tried my best, really. I mean, you know, I can't complain. Yes, I mean, blister here and there, you know, nothing really majorly bothered me. I just wasn't feeling the ball today, the first couple of sets, but that's also due to his quality and his variety in the game. And yeah, I'm just extremely lucky to get through this one today.
You talk about not feeling the ball. You actually had a walkover in the previous round, and we were sort of surmising that maybe that helps you. But do you think just being out of the rhythm of match, day off, hurt you a little bit today, coming out and feeling the ball?
To be quite frank, I have no idea at this stage of my career what really serves me, what doesn't.
You're in the semis.
I mean, look, I had a walkover in the fourth round, and today I should have been beaten, and then 2 sets to love down, and I get the win. So I mean, I'm gonna double my prayers tonight for sure, and gratitude to the God and really giving me this opportunity once again. So I'm going to do my best in a couple of days to use it.
Well, Novak, you always put yourself in the position. A win is a win is a win. How do you spend tonight? Do you watch a little bit of the match tonight, or you just relax and switch off?
Yeah, love you too. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I'll watch a match. You know, for sure. I'll watch that match, and of course with my team, and try to get some insights of both of these guys' game. But you know, nevertheless, my main priority remains my game. You know, I played really well until today, throughout the whole tournament. Today I definitely am not happy with my performance, but you know, it's another day in the office, and hopefully in a couple of days' time I can come out and being at my best, because that's what's going to be needed.
Well, Novak, we look forward to seeing you at your best. Another semi-final in the Australian Open.
Well, it's a strange turn of events. I think most people were putting a line through all the records that Novak was going to reach again, and all the numbers Novak was going to reach by playing in another semi-final at the Australian Open. But I've just reversed all those lines.
Novak was putting a line through them. The way he just spoke then around that, you know, he was being well beat out there today, and 2 sets to 1. It was 2 sets and. Was it 2-1? He did get that break, but that was after the injury. So he knew that Lorenzo was in total control out there today on Rod Laver Arena.
So Novak Djokovic exits the court. I mean, I said 10 minutes or so ago, it's a charmed run. I mean, possibly it didn't do him any favours by getting the walkover against Jakub Menchik, but it certainly did him some favours today, the injury to Lorenzo Musetti, because he was being utterly outplayed, and he was the first to admit that, as you just heard speaking there to Wally Mazur on court. And yet, such is tennis, you've got to stay fit, and we've seen it with many of the great players over the years. You've got to stay fit, you've got to be able to finish off the match, and sometimes if you can't, it costs you.
And sometimes you just need a little bit of luck at these majors. It's 2 weeks of really tough tennis, and on a hard court, yeah, take what you can get.
Yep, and for much of Novak's career, he's of course had that ability to maintain such an extraordinarily high level of fitness, and even play through some injuries that might have seen off other players.
Yeah, he's probably one of the most resilient players we've ever seen.
Yeah, and we saw injuries affect Rafa a number of times during his career, and of course one springs to mind on this very court when he had to play the final underdone against Stan Wawrinka. But you know, today Lorenzo Musetti, I mean, he will in a couple of weeks he will take so many positives out of this performance.
Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
Right now, he's got to be feeling horrendous, really.
It was so much fun to watch until it wasn't today with Lorenzo Musetti. He was outstanding, but unfortunately for him, that injury, that'll put him out probably for a little while, well, depending on what that is, but it didn't look good.
probably not the height of his concerns at the moment, just that cruel twist, ripping a maiden Australian Open semi-final from his grasp, where he would have played the winner of tonight's big match between Ben Shelton and Jannik Sinner. But it's not to be, and
it's sport, it happens.
We'll have to, it happens. It just doesn't often happen like that. You know, it doesn't often happen when you're in the ascendancy of a match and you're looking to close out the third set and book your place in the pointy end of the tournament. To have it ripped away, that is a bitter pill to swallow for Lorenzo and his team and his family and everyone who follows and supports him. Of course, the beneficiary is Novak Djokovic, and he gets a chance to add to his 10 titles. He's got a very tough road ahead of him.
He certainly does.
And he's going to have to play a lot better.
And he knows that. I mean, he admitted that himself
Yeah.
about the fact that today was not good. My goodness, yeah, overheads are not great, but I think he almost missed maybe seven of them.
There were a lot of things he did wrong today.
Yeah,
he missed
the forehand down the line was awful.
Countless backhands found the net or missed their target. He was off his game today.
He really was.
He would have probably struggled against other players not ranked as highly as Musetti. And Musetti did play terrifically well right up until that moment there in the third game of that third set, where it all went horribly wrong for Lorenzo Musetti. So if you're just joining us, bad time to join, unfortunately. Lorenzo Musetti has been forced to retire with an upper right leg injury, muscular injury, which he sustained, as I mentioned, just in the early stages of that third set, leading Novak Djokovic by 2-0. Right, a short break for us here on AO Radio, and then we're going to jump across to Margaret Court Arena and have a look at the mixed doubles semi-finals. Gadecki and Piers, the Australian pairing up against Townsend and Mektic. And we are into a second set there with Gadecki and Piers, the Australians taking the first in a breaker, but an early break of serve to the United States and Croatian pairing in the second. And of course, we're building up to the evening serve with Nat, and that'll be followed by Ben Shelton against Jannik Sinner for the right to play Novak Djokovic in Friday's semi-final. Who would have thunk it? Stay with us on AO Radio. We'll be back in a tick.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
We've jumped across to Margaret Court Arena for mixed doubles semi. Gadecki and Piers are about to serve, trailing at love 3 in the second set to Townsend and Mektic, the Croatian United States pairing. First set to the Australians, playing for the right to meet in the final. Mladenovic and Guinar and Stefani and Aravallo will meet in the second of the mixed semis that's coming up on Margaret Court Arena. Now, we've got the chance to have a quick look at this because Lorenzo Musetti has just had to retire from his match against Novak Djokovic, leading by 2-0 with a nasty nasty-looking leg injury. Kate, you were just saying that you're glad that Lorenzo pulled the pin when he did?
Yeah, sometimes these injuries players will persist because once they warm up, they think that things are okay, and perhaps it's not as bad as it really is, but they probably won't walk for about a week afterwards. So best not to play through these sorts of injuries and take care of your body. It's, yes, it's a semi-final that he's given up, but it's the start of the year and he's got a long career ahead of him.
And there's the very real potential of doing further damage.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so here we go in this mixed semi. That's a very, very decent effort from Olivia Gadecki. Big forehand. And that point goes the way of the Australians. So 30 love looking to get on the board in this second set. It's just tick on 6 o'clock in Melbourne. So in half an hour's time, Nat Edwards will have a wrap of the day's play, which of course had the two, that's great serving from Gadecki out wide for 40 love. Townsend unable to get near that. We'll have a wrap of the day's play, which will include the two women's quarterfinals from earlier today. And I suspect a fair bit of attention on the match that just ended on Rod Laver Arena, as both players will probably be speaking to media at some point, or there'll be some explanation of exactly what afflicted Lorenzo Musetti there coming through, and we'll bring that, of course, straight to you on the evening show in about half an hour from now. Whether we'll hear from Novak by then or not, I'm not sure. He sometimes doesn't rush into press, but this is a very, very unusual situation for him. So good hold there for Gadecki and Piers, and 1-3 now, or 3-1, whichever way you look at it, as the Townsend and Mictic pairing get ready to serve.
Of course, if you're listening to us and you've got a question about what's just happened or what might happen this evening, you can do that by going to the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Sitting here ready and waiting for those messages to come piling in.
Nicola Mictic here, ready to serve, and does so into the net to start with. In the I formation, as Townsend goes down super low, very wise, and serves to Gadecki. Nice interjection from Townsend at the net. Mictic backpedaling, plays an awful overhead.
I'd be no good with the I formation.
Just be constantly worried you're going to get whacked?
I was constantly worried I'd never get back up.
You have to go super low, don't you? Yeah. John Pearce, seasoned campaigner in the doubles arena, of course, from Melbourne, suburb of Mentone. So love 15 here on the Mictic serve. Lots of discussions, lots of pondering, lots of tactical decision making being discussed.
A lot goes on in between points.
Now we're ready. Mictic serves deep in the box. Pearce going up the line with the backhand. Nearly made it, but of course, nearly ain't good enough.
No, but it was the right move, because Townsend was moving to her right.
The helpful cheering from the crowd. 15 all. Serves here, out wide, that's good serving. That's an ace from Nicola Mictic. Nicely done, 30-15. We will be bringing you the doubles finals on AO Radio over the weekend. Men's and women's before the women's singles final on Saturday from midday local time.
That scheduling, is that different from past years? Yes.
Yes, it is. Both Mictic and Townsend at the nets, and they should take the point here as Townsend fairly wallops the overhead.
Yeah, well, she poked at the first volley, but made certain of the next shot.
We'll have the mixed final on Friday lunchtime.
Okay.
Before the first of the men's semis.
Did you say 3
Friday lunchtime before the first of the men's semis.
I'm starting to get my days a little confused
I had to
too.
concentrate as well. Friday. Nektic serves, misses this one down the middle. They will, who are the winner of this pairing, will be seeing them on Friday lunchtime.
Yes. Yes.
And the afternoon match will be Djokovic against the winner of Sinner and Shelton tonight. So the way things are going with Djokovic, is someone else going to get injured? Seems to be the narrative at the moment. I wouldn't want to be Novak's next opponent.
Exactly.
Doing some extra stretching,
wouldn't you? Starting to think, oh yes, maybe the leg's not feeling so good.
Well, sometimes there is a phrase probably more used in football than in tennis, but sometimes your name is written on the trophy and things just go your way. You get a lot of home ties, maybe in basketball as well, might be the same. You get a lot of home ties drawn at home for matches, and you get lucky breaks, score the winning points or goals in the 98th minute, or 6 minutes into injury time, or whatever it might be. And you just wonder. I know it still doesn't make sense because Djokovic, still has the two big guns to get through, supposedly, in the semi-final and the final. And, of course, Ben Shelton might have something to say about that as well. But you feel like some weird narrative is leading us down that path.
It really is. Everything seems to be going his way at the moment. And you're quite right. I mean, they're a superstitious bunch at the best of times, but I think they're starting to get very nervous in the men's locker room.
Certainly would be.
Can I go to a quick email? Is that all right? Because I know play's about to start again. But, well, this is a little strange because Mark's from the UK.
Oh, Mark.
And the title of the email is Peter Mercado.
Presumably then the email is about Peter's
no, it's got nothing
talents.
No, he doesn't even mention Peter after this.
Oh, that's a bit strange.
No. He wants to know, he's a big Andy Murray fan.
Okay.
His question is, how do you think Sinner but if he was here, he'd have a chance, given what's been going on. Do you think Sinner and Carlos would compare with Djokovic, Nadal and Federer in their prime? Okay, trying to go prime time here. It's hard. It's really hard to compare.
It's the comparing of eras again, isn't it? At the time, those three were the utterly, we're talking about the three, not the four. The three were the utterly dominant forces in the game and seemed to clean up everything, all the big titles. And right now, as the eras have moved on, sounds like Taylor Swift, doesn't it? As the eras have moved on,
it's only been 2 years, really.
Yeah, but that's how it moves. It's been longer with Fed.
But what I'm saying is, I think we need to give it a few more years and then maybe do a comparison around.
Yeah, but I mean,
domination.
Right now they're dominating.
They
much
are.
like Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic dominated. Right now they are.
Now.
Of course, can they sustain it for 5 years, and will someone come up and join them? Yeah, sure. Okay.
Hopefully.
Well, there's a few players amongst them. Lorenzo Musetti, who's just had to retire from his match against Novak Djokovic. If you're just joining us and wondering why on earth that quarter-final is not on, well, that's why. He was 2 sets to love up Lorenzo Musetti and pinged a muscle high up on his right leg, which he wasn't able to play on for long with. In fact, just a game and a half before he pulled the pin in the third set. So desperately disappointing for the Italian. Super exciting for all our Serbian fans and Novak Djokovic and all his other fans around Melbourne Park and around the world, of which there are many, as Townsend serves an ace out wide at 4-2 in the second set of this mixed semi. But that means that Novak is through to yet another Australian Open semi-final, where he'll meet either Jannik Sinner or Ben Shelton for a place in the final on Sunday night. Serving here, and that's out to one. That's beautiful from John Peers, up the line with a lovely forehand winner.
Yeah, it's really nice from Peers because he held that forehand and waited for his opponent to go the other way and just sat down the line very nicely indeed. Just moved to the side and let the racket do all the work.
It's Novak's 13th semi-final appearance in Melbourne. And you'd remember when he won his first 10. Of course, he won his first 10 semis as well, but since then he has lost a couple of semis and showed that he is human to some degree. So it'll be a 13th on Friday. 30-15 here for Townsend and Mektic, with upper break of serve on Gadecki and Piers in the second set, having dropped the first in a breaker.
Stanley, we'll get to your message in just a moment.
And do keep your messages rolling through. We'll get to Nat and the evening serve in about 20 minutes as she wraps up the day's play and has a look ahead to what's coming your way as far as live tennis. Good ace there from Townsend down the middle.
Piers left that pretty open though, invited that serve. Still got to be good enough to play it.
Ben Shelton, Jannik Sinner tonight. It's a horrendous head-to-head for Ben Shelton. I mean, it's fair enough in a way against Jannik Sinner because he kind of is, if not the best player in the world, the second best, depending on the time of year and the tournament that we're at. But Sinner leads by 8-1. Shelton won the very first time they met on hard court in Shanghai.
Right.
3 years ago, and since then, well, 2023, and since then, whether it's Vienna, Indian Wells, Wimbledon on the grass, Shanghai, Australian Open here in the semi-final last year, Wimbledon in the quarters last year, Paris or at the ATP finals, it's been Sinner on top, and he hasn't dropped a set since he lost that opening match to Shelton in Shanghai. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's
but
tough.
Ben's looking really good.
He is. Ben's been playing incredibly well here at the Australian Open.
Yeah, he really
Serving big, that forehand is glorious.
Yep.
Stanley wants to know whether or not the injury to Lorenzo Musetti, if that would have happened if he played on grass court. Well, who knows?
What do you think?
I think clearly the hard courts are much tougher on the body, but sometimes it's just a movement, isn't it? I mean, I can be walking and feel like I've done damage to my back.
Yeah.
And it's got nothing to do with the surface. But, yeah, I mean, yes, the harder courts are obviously harder on the players' bodies, and but let's wait to find out what the injury is, and then we can all make those assessments.
It just didn't seem to be...
It wasn't like he was skidding out wide.
It was literally just playing that...
it was a weird movement.
Was it a forehand or
a backhand? It was a forehand. It was an open forehand.
Off forehand,
right?
Just down into the corner, and it just seemed to just pushing through on that, just pinged something.
Yeah.
Something, but it wasn't much, was it?
It wasn't.
Second time he's had to retire against Novak. He had to do it at Roland Garros 5 years ago, 2021. Okay. Lower back injury on that time in the fifth set. This time in the third set, up 2 sets to love. I think he was up 2 sets to love that day actually as well, wasn't it, that match? 6-7. Yeah, so he dropped Musetti won the first 2 sets in tiebreakers in that match at Roland Garros in the 4th round, and then Djokovic took over, and then a lower back injury forced him to retire on that occasion. Yeah. So his second retirement against Novak at a major. Just trying to see if there's any information on what the leg injury is.
Oh, it's a good serve from Gadecki, but Townsend just right up at the net to put that ball away. She's been sharp in this match, Townsend. Of course, former junior champion here at the Australian Open, Taylor Townsend.
A lot of people have also talked about Novak being very lucky that, you know, when he swatted that ball away in his quarterfinal, 4th round, 3rd round match. I can't remember who he was playing off the top of my head, but anyway, in his 3rd round match, which nearly hit the ball kid, that if he had connected with the ball kid at the net, that he
would have been
potentially could have been defaulted. Now, there's some conjecture around that about whether the intent would have been enough, or whether the aggravation, frustration would have been enough, or whether it was just an accidental flick in the wrong direction. But it certainly was a risky play. So on a number of occasions, Novak has been skirting a fine line in this tournament, but somehow finds his way through to the the semi-finals. $30 here. Gadecki and Peers serving 2-5. It's Olivia Gadecki serving, and it's a must-hold if they would like to extend this set. Serving Townsend. Ooh,
she went after
opened
it.
Up for the lefty. Going the forehand cross court, just missed it.
Now the Australian pairing of Gadecki and Peers need to hold here. They are down a break in the second set. They won that first set 7-6. It was 7-2 in the tie break. And Gadecki ready to serve at 40-30. I think Townsend's been playing really well in this second set.
Flips the tape and flies wide from Gadecki on that occasion.
Such good hands at the net. Rarely misses.
Second serve lands this in. Mektic went with the backhand. Gadecki into the net.
Juice. The signing point.
Of course, this is set point.
Because it's a deciding point, it's set point.
That's right.
A lot of rules have changed over the years with
They
mixed. May not be what you play down the club on a Saturday morning, but it's what we play here in this major. And Townsend finds the winner. The backhand down the line, supreme quality. And they take the second set, the Townsend-Mektic pair, which takes us into the 10-point tie-break decider.
That's right. Well done. You are on fire.
On fire.
Mark Prince is listening to us from New York.
Hello, Mark.
He says he's always gutted for Musetti. I'm a Djokovic.
I think we all are.
Yeah, he's a Djokovic fan, but that is an unfortunate way to advance to the semis. Appreciate Novak's remarks after the match and being honest at how Musetti was likely on his way to the win. Yeah, that... and not only that, of course, we had that point where Novak had won the point, but then said, no, I actually touched that ball on the way through, so it wasn't an out ball after all.
Yeah, and that was a good moment. I thought that was very good of Novak to step in and say that, because everyone had missed it and it wasn't perceptible on television at all. It was not like it was going to come back to bite him. Well, I don't think it was, because we saw it slowed down to kind of frame by frame, really, and I couldn't see. It was completely imperceptible that he got a touch on it, as far as I could tell. But much as players do in golf, Novak doing the right thing and calling that on himself.
Steve,
cost himself the point.
We have David's turned up, who won the first competition.
Oh, great. Is he going for back-to-back?
He says, guys, I was listening to the coverage a couple of days ago and heard that my entry had won. He said, that's so exciting. Can't believe it. But could someone email me? He's given his email address and let me know how I can claim my prize.
Oh, yeah,
we'll
absolutely.
Do that, David.
We absolutely will. I suspect something's gone wrong in administration if that hasn't happened already. Or maybe we've gone into the spam folder.
I don't
think.
That could be it. That could be it.
Yes.
But admin is not our strength.
It's not my strength.
Not my strength either.
But maybe we may well have gone into the spam folder, David, because I'm sure that.
Sorry, David, but congratulations.
But it's
well done.
Super exciting, prestigious, and you get a $50 voucher as well. What else could you want for it? So in the 10-point tie-break, which is effectively a deciding set type of thing, because it's called a tie-break, but it's not.
It's
the genesis of a tie-break is to decide a set.
That's right.
Deciding a set, which is
like its own little mini set, isn't it?
It's like a mini set, 10-point mini set. It should be called, shouldn't it?
It is now.
Just renaming everything in tennis. So very early stages, but a mini break to Gadecki and Peers, and it is John Peers who's got the balls in hand and serves. And Gadecki moves in well, puts away a good forehand volley right at the feet of Taylor Townsend.
Yeah, closed in at the net then Gadecki. Peers now to consolidate that mini break. Well on his first serve. Now their Aussie pairing are just having a very long conversation at the back of the court, deciding on their next move.
What do you think it is?
Put it away after
serve down the middle and wait for Townsend to put it long. And that's what happened.
That's what happened. Sometimes we are mind readers.
3-love.
I find that with the 10-point tie break, though, anything can happen. Mini breaks early, don't worry about that. The players always feel like they've got time to get back in. Get on the ascendancy again. Townsend to serve.
From wide. The line opened up for Peers. It was there. He probably should have made it.
Yeah.
Just trying to redirect that ball down the line. Just overhitting it slightly. And Townsend gets her team on the board.
Yeah, the racket head speed slowed down. Wanted to just guide it back over. But sometimes you just got to hit through the ball.
Tick before 6:20 in the evening, which means Nat and the evening serve will be along in about 10 minutes from now. Nice volley from Mektic at the net. Townsend now comes to the net as well, but she doesn't have to play a point because Gadecki, she motioned that with her hand, hit it into the bottom of the net, just getting the elevation all wrong on that one.
Feel I needed to really step in there and say anything. Well, the Aussie fans are hard at work.
Next doubles championship at the Australian Open this year. Will it be the Australians or will it be the Australian-Croatian pair, the fourth seeds or the wild cards? Wild cards being the Australians. That's what we will find out over the next probably 5 minutes or so,
I would think so. They're moving through this pretty quickly.
There's no definitive end, of course, to a tiebreak. Could still be going in an hour.
Well, that's right.
Would make it one of the longest ever, though.
But
so
if we
probably
can,
in the next 5.
If we can work it within the next 9 minutes, that'd be fantastic.
Perfect, wouldn't it? So Gadecki's ready and serves. Way too long. Second serve. Onto Townsend's forehand, who has a real swing at it. Nice volley from Mektic, injected himself really well, and then the overhead from the Croatian is perfect.
Yeah, but great hands from Townsend at the net once again. She got that ball out wide, and that meant that Gadecki was forced to go cross-court with her reply, and that ball just set up nicely.
Couple of thousand people in to watch this one on Margaret Court Arena. It's 3-4 with Mektic to serve. It's down the middle, just a full. Serving to John Peers.
Yes. Here? Yes. I'm here. Yes.
Seemingly everyone is good. So let's play. Mektic serves. Peers goes up the line. Townsend, good volley. That's also a nice touch from Mektic. Is that going to land in from Peers? No.
No, he couldn't bring it back on the forehand side. Terrific reaction from Gadecki at the net. But he's had his opportunities, hasn't his Peers, to go down the line.
Just beginning to get a little bit tight and tense, this one. It's all on the line. A place in the final is at stake as Mektic serves to Gadecki with volley from Townsend. Another one there from Mektic. What does Gadecki do? Cross-court, brilliant!
Oh, the short angle from Gadecki, kept down low over the forehand. Oh, that was precision. And these points, it's just rapid fire. The reaction time from all players is just incredible.
Got to applaud that one. Just roll the wrists over on that forehand.
Yeah, that's lovely.
So John Peers strides to the baseline. 5-4. Don't forget this is a 10-point tiebreaker. So don't get too excited when someone gets to 6. Don't worry, I have done that. All just clipped off the top of the tape. Oh, Peers did really well with his reaction, and Mektic coming in could only net.
I'm not sure Mektic knew who actually hit that shot and may have confused him as he was heading towards net.
6-4. Australians doing well. Taylor Townsend just trying to get herself going here, ready to receive this. She knows this is a critical point here. Can't let Gadecki and Piers get much further ahead in this. 6-4. Serves Townsend right at Gadecki, whose instinctive volley just flew long.
Yeah, she really just put the racket up. It was very much a defensive shot. A little unlucky, I have to say, but we're back on serve.
5-6. It'll be Taylor Townsend to serve. 6. Which means 5 minutes till the evening serve. Can we squeeze this in? Let's see. Townsend, that's great volley from Mektic. Dug out well by Gadecki. Hammered into the court by Mektic. And the pairs cross change ends at 6-all in this 10-point match tiebreaker.
Yeah, things are starting to get very tense.
First to 10 or 2 ahead. If you're just joining us for the first time, and if you are just joining us, Lorenzo Musetti has had to pull out hurt from his quarterfinal against Novak Djokovic when he was leading by 2 sets to love, giving Novak a free ticket into the semi-final. Extraordinary stuff, and all the details coming up for you on the evening serve with that and the women's quarters, and a look ahead to tonight's men's quarter-final between Shelton and Sinner. Nat Edwards will be along in just a couple of minutes. Jamie Fawless also in with Nat this evening, so it should be great stuff. And then we'll be back with the live tennis, of course, with Shelton and Sinner. Townsend puts up the high ball here, landing just in. Gadecki goes with the forehand. Piers injects himself, but up the line, Mektic with the winner on the forehand.
Yeah, well, Piers committed himself at the net, and that just allowed Mektic to put that ball wide, and just too wide for Gadecki to get a racket to ball.
Great lob from Townsend. She did very well to keep the fourth seeds in that point. So Gadecki then at 6-7 in the match tiebreaker. Serves just too long.
Please.
Plenty of crowd involvement in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, why not? It's very exciting.
Gadecki serves, backhand from Mektic, well cut off by Piers, and again by John Piers. Puts it right onto the feet of Townsend. A little apology, but he doesn't really have to apologise. Taylor Townsend right at the net, and sometimes you just get in the way.
Well, that's it, and as we mentioned before, it's being played at such quick pace, and Piers did a great job then at the net, covered both balls. I think he felt like he owed his partner that point.
7-all. Gadecki does not serve. Gadecki serves. Backhand from Townsend, clips the tape, just stays in. Gadecki stays in the tram lines and then dumps a forehand into the net, the Australian. And the mini break goes the way of the American-Croatian pairing. And it'll be Nikola Mektic to serve at 8-7.
Yeah, nice move from Mektic at the net, came across to cover that. And I think Gadecki may have seen his move.
So the destiny of this match is in the Croatians' hands. 2 serves to come. And if he can hold them both, they're into the final. Mektic serves. Very, very long.
He was going for broke on that first serve. And just deciding what position to play here.
Second serve lands this in. Piers does really well and hammers this back at Townsend, and she couldn't get it back over the net. She was almost on top of the net, but she still couldn't get the purchase on it, and we're back locked up at 8-all, and I don't think we're going to finish this one, Kate.
Oh, no, surely. 2 minutes.
I don't think we're going to finish
Steve.
it. I don't think it's 2 minutes either. I think it's a minute. But you never know.
You never know.
Mektic serves a fault. That's not going to help.
They need to stop this chit-chat in between points.
No. I don't think they're going to.
Oh, I hear the music.
We can't get 2 points in. It's not going to happen.
Oh
dear. Mektic does serve down the middle. Gadecki back and Townsend into the net. So it is a match point for the Australian pairing of Gadecki and Peers. And Nat and Jamie will undoubtedly be keeping you right in touch with that in just a couple of seconds' time. Thanks for your company this afternoon. Lorenzo Musetti, the big winner out of this afternoon's match. Lorenzo Musetti, the big loser, as Novak Djokovic goes through to the semi-finals. Evening Serve coming up for you now on AO Radio.
On AO Radio, this is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards.
Hello and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, Novak Djokovic's great escape. World number 2 Iga Świątek shown the door as Elena Rybakina sets up a semi-final battle with Jessica Pegula. Plus, we count down to the battle between two-time Australian Open champion Jannik Sinner and American Ben Shelton. This is the Evening Serve.
It's Rybakina at 5-1. Serves an ace. Oh, what a superb display of serving by Rybakina. Her 11th ace of the match. A resounding victory, 7-5, 6-1, and Rybakina moves into the semi-finals here. She's been a runner-up in the past, but I don't think she was playing as well then as she's playing now. To the backhand of Pegula, goes cross-court, Anisimova into the net. That sums up Anisimova's day. It's been a shocker for her. She's just had one of those awful days, but Jessica Pegula, she's smiling. She's into the semi-finals for the first time here.
He's finished. He's done. He's cooked.
Done. Yep.
Ladies
and that's a really sad end.
Unfortunately, due to injury, Mr. Musetti can no longer play. Game, set, match.
Oh, dear.
Absolute devastation for the Italian Lorenzo Musetti. Novak Djokovic, well, he escapes. The great escape is what we're calling it at the moment. We're going to unpack that in just a moment, but thanks for joining us on the Evening Serve. My name is Nat Edwards, and just to keep you updated on the match that we had just crossed from, it is the mixed doubles, and Gadecki and Peers, the Aussie duo who, of course, last year won the Australian Open, had yet another match point, and in this super tie break in the third, it is 10 points apiece against Townsend and Mektic. As I welcome in our special guest tonight on the Evening Serve, it is Aussie tennis player Jamie Fawless. Jamie, welcome to you.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm trying to do two things at once.
Oh, I know.
I'm trying to get my eyes everywhere, check the scores.
I think we should just watch this match. How have you gone calling? I've heard you on AO Radio doing your special comments, but what about calling a little bit of mixed doubles?
I would love to. I did a double stay and we just see Gadecki and Peers go 11-10 up in the super tiebreaker, trying to get back into the finals. It's been a joy to be able to call some of these matches. I've actually never done it before, and to be able to sit in the bunker is definitely a highlight of my AO so far.
I'm sure you'd rather be playing tennis though. So just a quick check-in. You had the shoulder reconstruction last year. How are you tracking with that at the moment?
Yeah, it's going really well. I had a shoulder reco 7 months ago, so it was unfortunate that it happened, but it was something that needed to be done, and still not hitting the ball just yet. A couple setbacks, but really excited to be able to hopefully post AO and everything that's going on here, be able to get back on the court.
Well, while we much prefer seeing you on the court playing tennis, it is an absolute delight to have you here as you've got your head in your hands with John Peers just missing a forehand volley there, just wide in the tram lines. It is 11 all in this super tiebreak. It is an absolutely enthralling match. We will keep you up to date with that. But while we do that, we're just going to unpack some of the big stories today. This is what's making news. So 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic is counting his lucky stars tonight after fifth seed Lorenzo Musetti had to withdraw in the third set with injury. Now, the Italian held a 2-0 lead and was dominating Djokovic in all facets of the game, but in the third game of the third set, he injured his right groin, a devastated Musetti forced to pull the pin.
He was a far better player. I was on my way home tonight. don't know what to say. I mean, this kind of things happen in sport.
Former Wimbledon champion Elena Rybakina has stunned world number 2 Iga Swiatek, knocking the 6-time Grand Slam winner out of the Australian Open. Rybakina outpowered and outplayed Swiatek, booking her place in a semi-final with a 7-5, 6-1 victory.
Yeah, really happy with the win and happy that it was in straight sets. Was a bit struggling in the first set with the serve, but overall happy that I managed to win it in 2.
So Rybakina's next opponent is the 6th seed and Jessica Pegula, who was in scintillating form today against fellow American Amanda Anisimova. Pegula dismantling the 4th seed 6-2, 7-6 to win her way into her first Australian Open semi-final. And in breaking news here, it is Gadecki and Peers, the Aussie duo, the defending champs of the mixed doubles here at the Australian Open, through to yet another final after winning that super tiebreak. What an absolute thrill, Jamie. They are into yet another final.
How amazing. I think it ended on a double fault, so not the moment you want to
take it, though.
If it's a win, it's a win. Like we said in radio one day, if the ball's out, it's out, no matter how far it's out by.
Exactly.
So much emotion from Liv and John on their faces, and how exciting a second chance to be 2-time Grand Slam champs.
It's quite incredible, isn't it? They just seem to gel so well together, don't they?
Yeah, their games mix very well. Liv's been playing incredible. Credit to her and her serving abilities throughout this tournament. And John always steps up in big occasions. And yeah, they gel so well on and off the court. So it's been great to see.
All right, congratulations to John Peers and Olivia Gadecki into the mixed doubles final here at the Australian Open. Now, we do need to chat about the biggest story of the day, and that was the match that was on Rod Laver Arena until about, 45 minutes, an hour ago. Novak Djokovic found himself 2 sets to love down against the Italian Lorenzo Musetti, and Musetti was playing some brilliant tennis. He was mixing it up really well, using that variety, and I think Novak just couldn't find his rhythm out there on court, and really uncharacteristic. But he had 18 unforced errors in that first set, did Novak Djokovic. But unfortunately, it all went pear-shaped for Lorenzo Musetti in that 3rd set, Jamie.
Yeah, pretty disappointing for Musetti. I think his form coming into this, and I think there was the number 3 ranking on the line. I'm not sure if he'll still hold that depending on how Zverev goes here. But yeah, incredibly disappointing. He was pretty much all over Djokovic in every aspect of his game. But this happens. Sometimes injuries happen, and in the worst of times and in the worst of moments. But credit to Djokovic for staying out on the court, because I know he also had an injury timeout as well.
He did for a little bit. I mean, it's absolutely devastating. You could see it written all over Musetti's face. He took an injury timeout at 2-1 down in the 3rd. So Novak Djokovic was able to break him in that 3rd game, and he was getting worked on in his inner thigh, and you could just see it written all over his face. He tried to go back out there, did Musetti, and play on, but any time Novak Djokovic made him try and move wider, he just could barely run and move laterally. So it was absolutely devastating. You could see him walking off the court, just the emotion. He was in such a great position to win through to a semi-final, but it wasn't to be. And Novak Djokovic, well, his dream and his quest for a 25th Grand Slam title and an 11th Australian Open title is still alive. Let's take a listen to what Novak Djokovic had to say after the match.
He was a far better player. I was on my way home tonight. Don't know what to say. I mean, this kind of things happen in sport, and it happened to me a few times. But you know, being in quarters of a Grand Slam, 2 sets to love up, and being in full control. I mean, so unfortunate. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. I really wish him a speedy recovery, and he should have been a winner today, no doubt.
Novak, in this particular match, you came out very aggressively. You were coming to the net, serving and volleying. You were taking the ball on the rise. I couldn't help but notice, obviously, you yourself received some treatment on the blister on the right foot. Was that part of the plan to shorten the points, or you just recognised his defensive position and you wanted to take advantage?
Yeah, it worked. The strategy worked very well for the first couple of games, and then it changed completely. I had like 4 winners in the first 2 games and no unforced errors, and then the rest of the match I had another 4 winners and probably 40 errors. But you know, that's what Lorenzo does to you. You know, he makes you play when you think the point is finished. It's not. Obviously a little bit more of wind today, swirly conditions, and you know, when you attack him, you don't know what to expect, whether it's going to be a passing shot, cross court, or short slice, or he's going to go full flat in your body, or just a looping ball to my weakest shot, which is overhead. I think we've seen that today again. And yeah, what can I say? I mean, I tried my best, really. I mean, you know, I can't complain. Yes, I mean, blister here and there, you know, nothing really majorly bothered me. I just wasn't feeling the ball today, the first couple of sets, but that's also due to his quality and his variety in the game. And yeah, I'm just extremely lucky to get through this one today.
You talk about not feeling the ball. You actually had a walkover in the previous round, and we were sort of surmising that maybe that helps you. But do you think just being out of the rhythm of match, day off, hurt you a little bit today, coming out and feeling the ball?
To be quite frank, I have no idea at this stage of my career what really serves me, what doesn't.
You're in the semis.
I mean, look, I had a walkover in the 4th round, and today I should have been beaten, and then 2 sets to love down, and I get the win. So I mean, I'm gonna double my prayers tonight for sure, and gratitude to the God and really giving me this opportunity once again. So I'm going to do my best in a couple of days to use it.
Well, Novak, you always put yourself in the position. A win is a win is a win. How do you spend tonight? Do you watch a little bit of the match tonight, or you just relax and switch off?
Yeah, love you too. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I'll watch a match. You know, for sure. I'll watch that match, and of course with my team, and try to get some insights of both of these guys' game. But you know, nevertheless, my main priority remains my game. You know, I played really well until today, throughout the whole tournament. Today, I definitely am not happy with my performance, but you know, it's another day in the office, and hopefully in a couple of days' time, I can come out and being at my best, because that's what's going to be needed.
Now, Jamie, I know you're not 38 years of age. You're a long way off that. But at 38 years old, Novak Djokovic, do you think in some ways maybe it does help him having that walkover against Jakub Mensik, and then he's only had to play 2 and a bit sets, and then it could set him up fairly well for, if Sinner wins tonight, an epic could-be 5-setter?
Yeah, it's an interesting topic of discussion. I have been thinking the last couple minutes on whether it's going to help him or not, because as a player, you want to find that form. You want to be consistently on the court. You don't want your matches to be too long, but you still want to be able to feel the ball, and still want to be able to know what it's like to play a couple long sets and how to get out of those. And when that's interrupted, sometimes you do lose that rhythm, and I don't know if that's what's happened. And over the last 2 years, we've kind of seen Novak not play as much tennis as previously. So we'll see next round how he pulls up, or I'm sure that blister will be fine and that's not going to be an issue, but we'll kind of see whether that form will continue or he's going to have that stop-start in the next match.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. The other quarterfinals that were on today, of course, were the women's side of things. So it was Elena Rybakina, the 5th seed, upsetting Iga Swiatek, the world number 2, 7-5, 6-1. And she is yet to drop a set here at the Australian Open, is Rybakina. She is in some stellar form, has won 18 of her last 19 matches, playing some of the best tennis of her career. Do you think she is one to watch that maybe we haven't really been speaking enough about?
I think she's one that's flown under the radar a little bit. She's definitely flown under mine. I feel like she's been put on more of the outside courts, different time slots, not so much prime time TV in our books. So she's kind of snuck through the back. And in terms of her form, winning 18 of her last 19 matches is incredible. And that confidence going into a semis or a final, it's huge. And especially on the women's side, the way that she's able to serve through games and even hit her shots, and her movement has improved so much as well. She's definitely one to watch.
For Iga Swiatek, though, it's unfortunate. She wanted to complete that career Grand Slam. The Australian Open is the only major title she hasn't won, so it's back to the drawing board for her, and this is what she said after the match.
Well, some technical stuff like that have been pretty tough for me to have a smooth, process in terms of changing them. I see Carlos, for example, changing his serve every year, and for me, it's one little thing takes much longer time. So there are some stuff on the serve that I want to change, and I already changed that in the preseason, but then the matches come and you don't have that much time to think about this. You don't want to think about these kind of details when you play, so then it comes back to the old patterns, and so basically I'll focus on that, and I'll see from there, because for sure there are some stuff that I can change to play better, and I'll try to do that in next weeks and months.
One thing is for sure, you can't keep Iga Swiatek down for long. So Rybakina, though, through to a semi-final. She's going to play Jessica Pegula, who won her way into her first semi-final here at the Australian Open. She's, of course, searching for her first ever Grand Slam title. And it was a pretty dominant performance in the first set. She got it done over Amanda Anisimova at 6-2. Then Anisimova fought back in that second set. She led 5-3 but wasn't able to close it out, and Pegula just never gave up.
Yeah, Pegula's someone that never gives up, and she beat our defending champion Madison Keys earlier in the week. And again, it's such a confidence thing when you're going through those emotions of see ball, hit ball, but you can produce any type of tennis. And Jessica Pegula has definitely done that. And also, I would say, also flown under the radar a little bit in terms of her performances here.
Yeah, she's super, super consistent, I think, in this tournament, and is coping really well, especially after playing so many Americans.
I think I did a great job putting myself in good positions, but I do feel like when I look back at other quarterfinal matches that I had lost, I don't know if mentally I was really there. I think I was happy that I was there, and then I think just put a little bit too much pressure on myself to get to that next kind of match. But also I think I've become a better player where I just know how to be in this position more. I think I have more tools. So when you feel like you have more in the tool shed when you're out there and things aren't going great, that is a lot of confidence right there.
Plenty of confidence to take into a semi-final. For Amanda Anisimova, 7 double faults, 44 unforced errors off her racket as well. And similar to Coco Gauff last night, they both just look completely out of sorts. And Amanda was the one for me that I thought could be the smoky and be one to take out Sabalenka, but it wasn't to be. Let's take a listen to her post-match.
No, I had a great warm-up and I was feeling good. I was feeling calm. And then I was just missing by a little bit every time in the first set, just super small margins. And sometimes that's just the way it is in tennis. It's really not going your way or you're missing by a little bit. So yeah, I just need to figure out, what goes wrong in those moments and how can I kind of clear myself and get myself back in the game and just play with bigger targets. So yeah, I think I just need to learn from this match and figure out what I did wrong.
She's also still very young, isn't she, Jamie?
She's very young, and every time she's put in these situations, these quarters and semis of slams, there is something that she's always going to learn, because most of the time she hasn't been in this position. No. So her being able to back this up also throughout the last year is every time she's in it, she can learn and then be able to improve for the next time.
So what I want to do now is just change tact before we take a look at tonight's match between Jannik Sinner and Ben Shelton. And that is, I want to get your top 5 Australian Open moments so far, because you've been here, you've been living it in a different way this year. So I thought it'd be nice to get your perspective.
Yes. So I actually wrote this down.
I love this. You've done your homework.
I wouldn't forget.
A++.
Thank you. Well, we'll see after the list if I also get an A++. But I'm going to start with my top 5 moments. I'm going to start with number 5.
Yep.
So I'm going to go the fans. I think shout out to the fans this week. We've had over 1 million people come to the Australian Open and they've been incredible.
Yep.
And I feel like they need a shout out and their moment to be acknowledged, because without the fans, we wouldn't have anyone to play in front of. So I think they definitely make the
Big
Australian
claps.
Open. Number 4, I'm going to go Alcaraz. You can't go past Alcaraz, making to semi-finals, defeating Demon last night in a straight set victory.
Incredible tennis.
Incredible tennis and incredible form. Number 3, I'm going to go Novak making another semi-final. I think it's a big moment because we talk about, is he going to make the 25th Grand Slam? Is he going to get there? And sometimes you just have to step out in the court. And like you said, sometimes he just happens to be on your side. Is that moment?
Luck.
Is it? I'm not sure. Number 2, I'm going to go Storm and Maddie's incredible run.
Yes, love it.
I think you can't go past the girls, and especially Storm and Maddie being some of my closest friends here on tour, and what they've been able to achieve over the last 3 weeks has been incredible, and such a credit to both of them.
And how good that Smeg Australia is sending
I know, I saw that.
And some other things.
That's so good.
On her list.
Should I shout out some companies?
I feel like you should.
I'll get my list together
get
for
your
the next time. And number 5. So this might make a couple people laugh, but as I'm not playing, I've joined the content team and the radio team. And I'm going to shout out the AO content team especially for all the work that we've done and they've done to make the moments on court be accessible to the public on socials. And some of the ideas that they've come up with has been pretty incredible. So they're definitely in my top 5 moments, and
I love
at
it.
my number 1.
I love it. Well done. You've done your homework. A+. You've shouted out your colleagues as well. And there is a mountain of content that's been done across the Australian Open app. You look on socials, there's AO Radio, ausopen.com.au, and everyone is working so hard at this tournament to bring all of the latest news, the best moments, all of the highlights to everyone all around the world. So well done to everyone, and well done to you for your top 5 Australian Open moments so far. But that does bring us to tonight's match. Rod Laver Arena, it is Jannik Sinner up against Ben Shelton, and I'm really, really looking forward to this matchup. It is the 10th meeting between these two. Now, Ben Shelton won their very first meeting all the way back in 2023, and since then it has been all Jannik Sinner. They played 4 times last year, including the semi-final here at Melbourne Park, and then Sinner's won all of those encounters in straight sets. So it's been pretty dominant indeed. Before I get your thoughts on how this match might play out, I do want to hear from Simon Ray, who is Tennis Australia's head of game analysis. He's run his eye over this match with our very own Jordan Zock.
Ben Shelton up against Jannik Sinner. Sinner has won the past 17 sets against Ben Shelton. Why do you think this matchup has been so difficult for Shelton in the past?
Well, again, it's a little bit like we've spoken about earlier in the event when we talk about Carlos Alcaraz. That's just how good this guy is, and there's no shame in being 1-8 and in losing the last 17 sets against him, because that's what he's doing to the entire sport, perhaps with the exception of Alcaraz. That's how good he is. That's the short version. This one's interesting. Some numbers that we perhaps wouldn't see on the surface until we scratch or dig a little bit deeper. So, second serve speed so far in 2026, Shelton's averaging 180 kilometres an hour, Sinner's averaging 160. That's a 20 kilometre an hour gap on second serve speed, which is a big gap. But what's even more interesting is that second serve return points won is an absolute one-wood in the Jannik Sinner arsenal. So it's something that when he's at his best, he's executing so well on second serve return. So Shelton's going to ask some demanding questions here. Not easy to execute well at a high level consistently against a second serve that's coming at you at 180 kilometres an hour. By comparison, Ben Shelton goes at 50% of his second serve return points won. So I can see a lot of this matchup, a lot of the tussle, if you like, being decided on the second serve battle and the second serve return battle. And I think they profile very differently, so that'll go a long way to determining the victor.
As a player, how different do you think it is? You've come out of a match where maybe the second serve speeds are a lot lower, closer to Jannik Sinner's, 160 Ks, let's say, to coming into facing a Ben Shelton where he's going to really go for those second serves. For Jannik, how do you think he prepares for that?
Well, I think he can take a lot of heart from the fact that he has executed so well, so consistently in the matchup. So the leftiness or the lefty factor is not something that's bothered him over the journey. He's handled it superbly well in their recent encounters. But he is someone that typically his profile in terms of return of serve, Jannik, he wants to be on or inside the baseline. So that won't be easy. You've got to imagine that's not going to be easy, stepping on or inside the baseline against a second serve that's coming at you at 180 kilometres an hour. It's something that served him well